all
bad
sound exactly
songs.
the same. They're all so breathy and short. You don't even get.
Yeah.
You don't get a real Mariah performance.
Not
Hopeless
that I want
garbage.
it, but you don't get it.
I was waiting for it. Just kept on hearing that stupid Silk song over and over again.
Yeah.
Like, no.
This movie actually made me really happy that Gwen Stefani didn't try her hand at acting. Like, I actually have more respect for her. I was like, you know what? You did it right. Because Gwen Stefani could have done this, but she said, no, I'm a fucking singer.
Yeah.
What, do you have a question?
I saw her kids in Ralph's last weekend.
I'm sure she's raising them with the same smartness that she did when she probably turned down her movie of glitter.
No, she wasn't there. It was someone else with their kids.
Oh, my gosh. You have a notebook? All right, here's your question.
I actually have a song title as well. It would have been Honey, You've Got a Bunch of Ass, or whatever he says in the limo.
I like it.
Yeah, but my question is, she was trying to find her mom for so long, but she knew who her real dad was. Why didn't she ever try and find her dad? Like the whole time?
Well, the dad abandoned her, though. I mean,
Yeah.
that was it. Or the dad didn't want anything to do with her. The mom, it seems weird because the mom seemed to give her up without any issue. I guess they both abandoned her.
I
I
have one
think the
question
mom
about
was
that.
just like, look, I'm a smoker. I can't raise you.
How come the mom, Mariah's biggest dream, and it sounds silly, but it was for the mom to be sitting in the audience and be proud of her?
Yeah.
How come Billy's dream for her at the end wasn't that the mom was at Madison Square Garden? It
No
was like,
shit.
gotta go see mom in Maryland.
Well, by the way, Billy's letter at the end of the movie, we haven't even gotten into that.
Yeah.
The best thing in the Billy is now dead. Oh no, I'm sorry. Dice's letter. Dice's letter.
Sorry,
Dice
Dice.
is now, yeah, sorry.
Dice has been shot to death.
But luckily,
On the street.
he went to Madison Square Garden, dropped off a handwritten letter and one rose, and wrote a letter that it would explain everything, just in case he was shot. Like he basically is like, "So sorry we fought. I love you too. By the way, found out about your mom. Here's where she lives. Gotta go. See you after the show. Bye bye." Like. Save some of that for after the show. Like, hey, great job. By the way, I found your mom. Like, you don't have to put that all in the letter.
P.S. I feel like I might get shot tonight.
Wait, how does she know who her dad is?
Because in the beginning, they go to that guy's house and knocks on the door. Remember? They get
He
that
handed
money.
the money.
Oh, yeah.
Which also brings...
Was the mom just recently fired?
No, she was on fire.
No. She did. She said, I just got fired.
I didn't know if that was real.
I think she was
or-
lying because she's an addict of smoking.
Right.
She needed money for cigarettes.
Again, and I'm so sorry to bring it up, and it's not to be funny. I'm genuinely asking, why didn't Dice bring the mom to Madison Square Garden? Like
he
that's
knew-
they
Yeah.
had an attempt at a kind of a nice
Casey,
ending.
we don't know.
Okay.
But wait,
We'll never know.
Great answer.
Wouldn't it have,
No
Let
one
it go.
knows.
Let it go.
wouldn't it have been a great ending if he was like on the phone. He's like, yes, she's performing tonight. I'll come pick you up. All right, I'll be right there. And then Terrence Howard's like, bam. Like, that would have been more
Right.
fulfilling as like a moment.
There is no connective tissue in this movie.
No.
Nothing
No.
Just the
I
cat.
was looking for
is
it.
connected.
All right, yes, your question.
my
You have
fault.
the notebook. Notebook is open. There's many things in there. Thoughts are in there. All right, your name, your song title, your question. Go.
Okay, my name's Maria. My Dice song title would be Elton John Lookalike because there's definitely a scene in the club where I thought he was Elton John for like the full scene because he looks exactly like him. It doesn't
Dice looks like Elton John?
just like him. He's got like the round glasses and he's just kind of sitting chilling. He doesn't say anything. I thought they got Elton John for the movie and I got excited for a second.
Wait,
All right.
Dice has round glasses?
I don't remember this scene, but
One scene and only one.
she's got a notebook, so I believe her.
Okay.
I feel like she paid more
All right,
attention
here's
than
her-
any of us.
The three of us are.
So it's always great when they can manage to work in the title of the movie into a line, and that happens during that excellent music video scene when the director says, "The glitter cannot overpower the artist." Which I feel like the screenwriter wrote that line and sat back and was like, nailed it.
He was like, done for the
Yeah.
day.
Yep.
I just
he was
saved
like-
the cat.
And he's like, I was going to have the mom come in Madison Square Garden. Not anymore.
He got real lazy. Let's see. Who has a good question? There's so many great questions. I don't even, the wealth of great ones. I'm going to ask you because here's my question. All right, your name, your song title, your question. Here we go.
My name is Paul. My song title, the album, I'd probably call it Song in the Key of Yamaha.
Ooh, I like that.
And then what gets me is, all right, when you get into the movie and they do put what year it is, it says 1983. And then the ticket on there says she's performing and it's dated in July. So she got famous and all that stuff in 6 months, and then she was told that she had to change her sound. She hadn't even put out an album yet.
That's a very good point. Yeah, she had just basically had a single, and you got to change it. People are sick of this single. All right.
It got bumped to the second on the charts.
Yeah.
That was a big deal.
All right, your name, your song title, and your question.
My song title would be Roach Motel.
Nice. Roach Bag Motel.
That too. My question is, well, it's not really a question, but...
Forget it. Bye. No, what do you got?
Okay, during the scene where they've broken up, and there's a montage where each of them are writing their own song, but the director cleverly made it look like they were writing the same song. He's playing the music, and she's like singing the lyrics. Magical realism? I think so.
Everything
agree.
is now could be. All right, I'm going to come to you. You seem the most excited about asking a question. Stand up and come closer to me. Here we go. All right. Your name, your song title, and your question.
Hi, my name is Ashika. My song
Made up.
that could be Billy Frank's name.
Could be. I like that.
My song title would be, I don't know, Party Like It's 1993, because that seemed like the actual date this movie.
Like it. All right.
And my question is, can we talk about Dice's accent? What was?
Good question. Yeah. What do you think? Where do you think he's from?
Well, I guess since Adam knows him, is he not American? Like,
He's
is he-
British.
He's British.
Oh, I didn't know that.
But that doesn't explain the accent because it was kind of like
He's like a
"Yeah,
New York.
A lot of
New
British,
York
when
guy."
British people do American accents, they feel like they take a Robert De Niro-y kind of like a thing. Yeah.
Hey,
don't
Billy.
fucking.
Yeah.
One more question. There's so many good ones. I'm gonna go to the
Like
back.
Lucky 7.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. You have a good question? You think you have a good question? Who has a good question? Really have a good question. All right, you do. All right, I think, all right.
Did someone say no when you asked if they had a
And I
good
think
question?
so. He was
People
like,
put their hand down.
Honestly, no.
hands go down.
I'll sit back
It is
down.
a great
She
thing.
said honestly.
You make everybody think about it. Who's
There's
got
no bad questions because we only have bad answers.
All right, here we go. Your name, song title, question.
Okay. My name is Naomi. My song title would be I'll Only Kiss You Twice. And
Ooh.
That's terrific.
they only kiss twice in the whole movie. And the lyrics to the song that she's singing about her mom are, you could have had the decency to give me up before you gave me life.
Oh.
So that's not so much a question as a terrible downer.
But it's worthy of talking about because I felt like the mom was very, good with her. I mean, she made sure she went to a bar where they served milk in shot glasses.
Then she forced her on the stage to sing.
Yeah.
And then she burnt down her house.
Well,
Yeah.
obviously they reunite. Obviously they reunited, and I want to show the director's commentary track for the reunition.
I just wanted to
Yeah,
say real
please.
quick, there's that scene when they're in the cab and the song comes on the radio for the first time.
Yes.
And they're like, get it. He's like, you got to get, he gets out of the cab. It's
Yeah.
so confusing. It's like, oh, so you haven't been on the radio yet? Okay.
Their
There's no
success level is so unclear through
makes
the whole
no
movie.
sense.
Well, he runs out of the cab, grabs a homeless person, hugs
Yeah.
him. That was the first
And
stop.
then she's like, give me change. She keeps asking him for something. I don't know what she's talking about. And he gives her a couple quarters. She runs over to the phone booth, and there's a little kid making a phone call, like a 9-year-old just chatting on the phone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're like, please, she's on the radio right now. Let us have the phone. And he's like, he gives them the phone. And then he says, she's on the radio. Can I get her autograph? And Dice said, I don't got a pen, baby. And the kid, goes away.
But the way the movie goes, it would have made more sense if Dice was like, "Hey, the radio called. They need you to be over at the radio station to sing the single right now, 'cause it's popular."
Totally.
So, all right, here is let's check in with the end of the movie so we can kind of get the idea of what you dummies missed. because clearly there's a lot of symbolism here that none of you got. So Mariah Carey takes her limo all the way to Maryland to her mom's house. And her mom recognizes her immediately. So her mom is very aware of Billy Franks, I would imagine. Okay. Here we go.
She's been famous for 6 months.
The juxtaposition of the gown, glitter, in the country, on the grass, and her mother in the country house. I thought it was a wonderful way to end the picture. Where though there has been loss, there's new beginning, and ultimately you're never too far away.
So does he ever once during the commentary track just say, "Look"?
This is the last one I will be doing.
I'm sorry.
And then you hear a gunshot.
He did do it with a gun in his mouth the entire time.
The mom looks completely like she's completely kicked her cigarette habit.
Yeah.
And it's like
It has a nice
Geneva
house.
commercial.
Yeah.
The end, it's a very nice house. It just seems sort of like,
Well, to me, again, the more compelling ending is that she gets her mom off the street. Like her mom is rebounded in
her
a
mom's
great
doing
way.
great. Her mom's doing great.
She looks
She seems
amazing.
great. So her mom completely rebounded. She's got her shit together and
She's
just
got a
never,
headband on.
just
She's
never
She's in the country.
tried to get in touch with her daughter.
Right.
So the mom's also a horrible person.
Yeah.
Her mom's
Way
bad.
worse.
All right, so obviously we had an opinion about this movie, but there are other people out there who had a different opinion. It is now time for second opinions. These are 5-star reviews of the film Glitter from Amazon. And this one was written,
From
the title
Mariah
is
Carey.
called Stellar. Glitter shines brightly. Did half of the negative reviewers of this film even see the same film as I did? I saw Glitter starring Mariah Carey and Max Beasley. Is there another film by the same title that I don't know about? People, it's not as bad as you think. It's actually good. Personally, I think Glitter will do better with a DVD release because it should have gone straight to DVD. But all in all, an excellent and entertaining movie. Even the plot and dialogue are not bad. 5 stars.
5 stars.
I.e., quote, fat ass.
This one is written by Gletta Richardson, and she titles it Sunshine. And now, sometimes when you read Amazon reviews, they are not in the best English. So bear with me. Every day I had this movie on VHS, I watched it so much it stopped working. So I'm glad I don't have to worry about this DVD not working. That's why I found it. I had to hurry and purchase it. Now I'm happy. 5 stars. This one is called You'll
I feel
Laugh.
bad for that one.
This one is called You'll Laugh, You'll Cry, You'll Cheer. If it, yep,
Cheer.
Yep. If it weren't for Moulin Rouge, this could be the greatest musical of all time. It's not even technically a musical.
They're barely singing in this movie.
I think people have it all wrong when it comes to Glitter. It's a fantastic movie and a gritty drama about a biracial singer who climbs to the top. Mariah isn't as good of an actress as Nicole Kidman, but she's getting there.
Guys, I wrote
True,
this one.
and it is true.
I wrote this one.
I thought this sounded like you, Casey.
It also has Eric Benet, who used to be married to Halle Berry, who is the world's most talented actress.
Wait, that part doesn't make sense regarding Glitter.
Don't listen to the dumb haters who trash this movie. They're a bunch of snot-nosed 15-year-olds who never even watched the DVD but spent hours listening to Limp Bizkit. Yuck. Anyhow, This movie's a masterpiece. Trust me.
That is my favorite movie review of all time.
And this one, I'm putting it in just because I don't understand it. This is by Mr. E.S.M. Moshaya. This movie deserves 5 stars as it's one of the best movies I've ever seen. I really think all the people should wake up. I mean, of all the modern technologies, people are taking it for granted. If this movie came out 10 years ago, it would have won an Oscar.
10 years ago?
What?
Yeah, so...
Modern technologies?
I don't know what the modern technologies rant in the middle was.
What movie won Best Oscar 10 years ago? Someone should tell us that.
Yeah, we should Google. Anyone pull out your phone and Google what won in 91. All right, so any final thoughts, guys? Anything that we didn't cover? What was it?
Silence of the Lambs.
Silence of the Lambs. Well, it would have been a tough year.
Tough category.
And then what won in 2001? What beat
what won
Glitter?
in 2001?
What beat Glitter?
Or 2002 it should be. Beautiful Mind. No, a tough one. That is a tough year.
The winner is Beautiful Minds.
Glee.
I would recommend
Verizon
this.
Mental
I mean,
Hospital.
this is fun. This is a good one to watch.
100%. Super fun to watch. And like I said, get that DVD and watch that commentary track.
I'm going to.
The director has no conception of what he has done. Except for create a masterpiece.
Yeah.
Well, usually they do commentary before the movie's actually
Yes.
released. So he probably did it. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
That is extremely the case in from Justin to Kelly.
yeah?
They recorded it right after they wrapped, and they are consistently talking about, oh my God, when people see this, they're gonna go nuts.
Fantastic.
They're gonna love this. Oh my God, they're reveling in the gigantic success, the Grease-like
Anyone
stature
that likes their
movie-
own work in general is just such an asshole. So it's just I don't actually feel that bad.
It is. I think the director should have said at the end, and you're welcome.
Yeah.
He did create a masterpiece of sorts. So you would recommend watching it, right?
Of course, of course.
Oh, yeah. I definitely would watch this movie over and over again.
Well, I think that's it. We have done Glitter. Please give it up for our amazing panel.
Yay.
Adam Scott, Casey Wilson, Dan Levy. Give it up for all of them. And watch all their amazing shows. Mulaney, when does Mulaney premiere?
October 5th.
When does Marry Me start up?
October 14th.
And when does Parks and Rec come back?
I don't know.
All right. Very exciting. What a great show. Give it up one more time for Casey Wilson, Adam Scott, and Dan Levy. I'm only laughing because I'm picturing you applauding them wherever you are. Also, we could not do this show without the amazing people at Largo. A big shout out to Flanny, Alec, Griffey, all those guys who do it up every time for us. They are amazing. Also, I want to just say thank you to July, our editor, engineer on this one. He was amazing. And our interns who go to the bone with the cutting, the clips, getting the research, everything. Leanna Waldron does all of our graphics. Big thanks to her, but a special thank you to Avril Halley, who cuts all of our amazing clips. And of course, all of our research is done by Nate Kiley. And I'm also going to say Avril also contributes that as well. Katie Dyer does all of our stuff online. And if you want to see us online, go to facebook.com and check us out there, or at Twitter at HDTGM. Now, if you have any problems with us or the show, did we miss something about Glitter? You can write to us. You can go to earwolf.com and leave something for the mini episode where I will address it in corrections and omissions. You guys have been fantastic. You can follow me at Paul Scheer all the time. And just want to let you know you can pick up my Deadpool comic book, which is in comic book stores now.
This has been an Earwolf Media production. Executive producers Jeff Ulrich and Scott Ackerman. For more information, visit earwolf.com.
Earwolfradio.com. The Wolf Day.
Okay, explain to me transfarring?
It's a word that Hideo Kojima made up.
He made it up. Okay.
He made it up.
It's like transferring, but you can
But
play
it
a
goes
video game far
far
from your
away.
console. So
Like over the internet or something?
Actually, no.
No.
It's like cloud-based video game saves, but minus the cloud.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a
Okay,
a wire.
so it's bones
It's wired
files.
without wires.
They're making Peace Walker for the PlayStation 3.
Right.
Okay. And you can take your PS3 save and move it over to your PSP.
And then you can
move play the game on PSP,
back.
and then you can move it back. That is the innovation.
Holy shit! I need to dig up my GameCube. That's incredible.
Yep. Innovation.
They didn't have a word for it though.
Right. They just called it connectivity.
It's connectivity.
Which was mostly just a pain in the ass.
Whatever the hell
yeah.
that is. Who
Yep.
cares?
But Kojima calls it transfarring.
Anyway, I made up a video. Well, Tina and
I have to see it.
Tina and I did a video yesterday. We can all watch it later.
Will do.
I'm really proud of it.
I have all this media to consume now because of you guys. It's almost like you're a media company. It's weird. Yeah.
This was my take on it, by the way.
Yeah, I saw that.
Oh, okay.
I did see that. But I was disappointed that you did not.
Oh, Christian.
Oh, I missed that.
It's gold.
You carried one of those the longest
never-
time too. Like
I
you actually
did.
had yours longer than
That
I
was
did
his
mine.
phone.
I used
yeah,
mine.
no, that's what I used mine for. Except Nokia was
I-
paying for it for the longest time, and it was a Texas number. So I hope that roaming came out of their PR budget for like 2 years.
No, I had to pay for mine.
Oh, well,
I had Monkey Ball for it.
yeah, so did I.
Did you have Xanadu next?
No.
Oh.
No.
I did. That was
You know.
actually
it come out in
terrible.
America?
No, it was one of the worst fucking games I ever played.
It could have been good, except it was technically so bad.
No, that is a game that had literally like 4 polygons for your character,
Yeah.
and it was just it was hideous.
There
It reminded me
there
of
was a good
Virtual
idea.
Highlight.
Yeah.
It was comparable to that.
I remember I reviewed a game. I
The,
think one of the lowest reviews I've ever given at 1UP was for Ash, the first-person shooter
For Engage. Oh, I think I remember that when I took over the mobile section of the site, and that was still one of the first things on there, even though it was practically a year later.
Are we just
Are we just rambling about old times? Yeah,
free
that's
association.
fine.
Yeah.
Olden days of
Now, Xanadu
games.
Next was horrific. What was was it a GURPS game that they did this great RPG out of? Oh shit! You must know what I'm talking about.
There was
The
a
GURPS thing
video game?
Well, no, the GURPS thing Fallout used to be a GURPS game, but then they
Yeah,
changed, they dropped
not that. No,
Yeah,
it was
but
an
that's the thing I
Engage
always
game
think
based
of, but-
on this one RPG property, and it was really, really excellent. And I actually heard they sold something like 12 copies, even though it was in development for like a year. Oh shit! What the hell was that called? It's been so long, and I was never into tabletop stuff. Anyway,
I'll just say Paranoia, even though that's
you
probably
can
not
ask
even a
Patrick
GURPS
Joyne. He'd
game,
be all.
but-
You know,
I'll ask him.
Yeah. I don't know. You had people who had implants, and I don't know.
He would know.
Shadowrun?
That's
No, it wasn't Shadowrun. It was something. No, it
The
was
Real
it was,
Housewives of Beverly Hills?
That was it.
Different kind of implants, I guess.
Oh man, do you remember the Desperate Housewives game? Speaking of E3, that was one of my favorites. They had the whole thing set up for that. It was essentially a really, really bad budget version of The Sims.
Sims, right?
Yeah. Essentially, except you could sleep with your neighbors. So it's exactly like The Sims, except with preset characters.
And there was something like a Paris Hilton version of like Bejeweled or something like that, wasn't there?
Yeah, there was.
Yeah, like
but they
she
didn't have
was-
their own kiosk, did they? I never saw that one.
I don't think they had a kiosk. I think simply she showed up and they like had the backdrop with the game's logo and like, look, photo opportunity, like Paris Hilton at E3. You're like, what?
Yeah,
This year it's going to be Perez Hilton. It's going to be amazing.
Does he get his own game? He's like, I'm going to write a blog about. That'd be perfect, actually. It's like
Perez
Pokemon.
Hilton story.
You collect celebrities and train them and battle them.
You can train them to write for TMZ, but if you do a bad job, then they develop TMJ and can no longer speak ever.
What is TMJ?
It's a jaw issue.
Oh, okay. I've heard that before, but yeah,
that was a little.
I don't think that'll make a
that
very
was a
good
little
game.
obscure.
Yeah.
That would go well with the Grey's Anatomy video game, though. You can cure their TMJ.
Oh, right. You have a girlfriend, so you have to watch Grey's Anatomy. Is that how it works?
Yeah, it is actually.
Is it? Mine has not inflicted that upon
got
me.
this problem, too?
I have an ex who tried to make me watch that
It is-
shit, but
and it is a problem.
We watched like maybe the first 2 seasons, and even my wife, who actually likes Doctor Strange, she's like, "Yeah, I don't need this anymore." I'm like, "Thank you."
wow, you have a good
Thank
wife.
God.
I think Kat likes it. It's one of the few shows
That's
that
it.
has a strong Asian character.
Oh, okay.
Oh God,
That
her.
and Nikita.
She's so.
No, actually, I think it was the married woman I was having an affair with kept on. You should really watch Grey's Anatomy. I think this really needs to end.
That is what
the fact
told
that
you
she
it
was
needed to
already
end.
married wasn't
Yeah,
it?
you're having an affair with her. It's like, oh, that was fine, but the Grey's Anatomy.
That was just too much.
Yeah.
So I guess I should introduce this
camel's back.
podcast.
Yeah,
This
at some
Week in
point.
Retronauts. Oh, a rolling intro for the show.
That was definitely rolling.
Oh,
This is the longest before the theme song we've ever
I don't even
gone.
know how
That's
this is
pretty
going
good.
to like.
That's
Where am I
one-
going to cut it? I
that's
think we
one-
might just. I think we may just fade up.
A lot of that was
That's
pretty
one
good.
hell of a cold open.
Live from New York, it's Saturday night.
Anyway,
Retronauts.
Yeah, this is Retronauts. Technically episode 15, but who's even counting? these
Well,
days?
Retronauts Live, except we're discarding the live thing but keeping the number
well,
system.
This week's a little weird because
Man.
Our video
is all backed up to
system-
go to E3.
Yeah,
I'm
it's,
sure.
it's all
yeah.
it's all up to E3. So
Yeah.
I just figured, the hell
If
with
DC
it.
Comics can
Whatever.
make
We'll
new
just do
number
stuff.
ones of everything, we could keep this numbering system.
Yeah.
We're not as bad
That's
as the
true,
comics industry in terms of
Retronauts
numbering.
year one.
Are they?
Exactly.
If they're resetting Batman, do you think he might be able to save his parents this time?
No. This time Thomas Wayne is Batman.
Ooh. Reboot.
No, seriously, there was
Everything can change.
I saw a panel where it was like Thomas Wayne is Batman because his wife and child were murdered before his eyes.
Yeah, that's
wow.
well, that's
That's a good
Owlman.
motivation.
So he's like,
actually.
so he's Batman in like the 40s or whatever.
Well, it's
he's
Well, that
forever,
doesn't give him
whenever
an
it was.
excuse to adopt children and keep
it
them
makes-
as his ward.
if I remember right, that's
The whole Batman Robin relationship is really creepy now.
that's the Earth 2 one where Earth 2 everyone's like inverse where all the people are bad and all the, it's kind of like Bizarro but not as stupid and yeah it's like Thomas
really? Are
Wayne.
you sure about that?
You had to bring awareness of comic book continuity into this.
I just saw a panel,
I'm
like a
corroborating,
one
yeah.
panel scan.
This is crazy bullshit I'm peripherally aware of, and I like it that way.
Can you close the door?
Sure.
Probably.
No,
it's
it's
gonna
fine.
get
oh wait,
hot
really?
in here.
Yeah,
It
it gets
gets
really
great.
great.
Oh, I see.
Saunaed up.
You don't want another hour of my funk.
I just thought those people didn't want to hear any of this. You know.
It's
Fuck
they're
'em.
tough shit.
Okay.
They should be used to it at this point.
They're
Like I figure if they want to hear it, they can download it like everybody else.
No free shows. Yeah. So
Why
anyway,
buy the cow?
We're gonna start charging for Retronauts.
yeah,
Yes,
we're gonna-
$11
We're
a
gonna
podcast.
publish it. We're gonna publish it in print and make people buy it now.
Oh my god, you're paying money for media. It's
Ah.
Terrible. Well, you know,
I never do that.
It's
but,
the
you know,
internet. Video games.
At least
should
I'm a
be
prick.
free.
So yeah.
People don't need to make a living off their work. What is this nonsense?
I'm holding one of these magazines right now. It's really nice. I actually like it.
But it's
quite a
probably
bit.
not worth $11.
It sure looks like it to me.
I mean, it's.
I mean, all
it's
that
written
white
by
space
1UP.
and no
1UP
ads, you have to pay for that.
1UP
Yeah,
totally went
true.
down the crapper years ago.
Well, the articles are high quality. I
Well,
would
I
pay,
really-
I would
appreciate
pay
your-
$11 for this magazine.
But see, you're
Would you
different.
pay
You
12?
pay money for
No.
things.
I'd frame that motherfucker. Because
Sounds
you
like-
have to, because it's got that pre-worn poster look to it, which is expert. But once you start getting actual wear on top of it, it's going to be really
Ooh,
interesting.
it's gonna look really
it's
nice.
Black.
It's gonna be
It's
metal
black,
wear.
a little
Improves with
glossy, so you
age.
get the fingerprints on it, and
It improves
It's,
with age, like the patina
glosses
on
the
silver.
patina,
yeah,
yeah.
exactly. Right.
I think my favorite thing in this entire book is the Pac-Man 2 spread, where I took like every single different character animation sprite.
Oh, I saw
Pac-Man
that.
2
Yeah.
has, and
It looks like one of those ads for Smileys.
see, that makes me sad. But I just like how colorful it is. I don't get to work in color a lot.
The thing I really like is there is an article by Jake Alley, which agrees with me entirely about Final Fantasy 13 and its mistakes. He is right up my alley, my Jake Alley.
Damn.
Oh,
Wow.
you were saving that.
So yeah, we're talking about
Ugh.
1UP Presents, which is a print publication that I put together, packed with 1UP features that will be online eventually. But you can buy them in a package and read them. And put them
I'm
on your
seethingly
shelf.
jealous. Honestly, this is something like your entire
can-
oeuvre has been building up to.
You can do this though. You can. That's the thing.
Yeah.
I publish this via magcloud.com,
Yeah.
which is a Hewlett Packard service where you put together page layouts. And
This is
they
the
turn them
Cafe
into
Press of magazines.
It's so much better than Cafe
Well,
Press.
yes,
Right.
but-
Cafe Press, I mean,
You wash it a couple
This
times.
would disintegrate if you put it in the washing machine. Yes,
Okay.
but you're not supposed to. Whereas Cafe Press, you put the mug in the wash, and it's Now you have a nice white mug.
I have some Cafe Press mugs that are about 10 years old and they're doing great.
Oh, really?
Yeah, before the Cafe Press actually existed, I was. Yeah.
But like a tiny family of bacteria live in them because you,
Oh God,
you
yes.
never wash
Oh
them.
yeah, no, there's an ant farm in there. You can hear it when you shake
Oh
it.
yeah, they're good for the ants.
You're
the ants
curing,
love them.
You're curing pennas. You're curing something with that.
Yeah, I know.
stuff.
Probably. Yeah.
Ants and E. coli are having interracial
Anyway, are we
marriages in
supposed to
that
be-
mug.
You know what? I bet you your coffee could cure cancer now.
Well, that's probably the only reason I don't have cancer at this point.
Right.
Anyway, aren't we supposed to be talking about E3?
No.
We should introduce ourselves though. Hi, I'm
Okay.
Jeremy Parrish. I do this show sometimes.
Terry Wen.
Scott Sharkey.
Chris Kohler.
Wow, how come he gets a fancy name?
I thought of it.
Oh, damn.
Come on
Man.
down.
That's just like if you think of a fancy name to put on the concept of cloud computer saving, then you can give it a name and trademark it.
Transferring.
And all of a sudden you're a
more than meets the eye.
I'm really disappointed that my concept of transforking has not spread across the internet yet.
You know what I
Where
actually
you can steal other people's food?
No.
No, there's a whole
It's
video.
you'll have to see the video.
Video.
It's available at one up.
I'll have to look at it, yeah.
The best part about transferring is that the person who introduced it to the world was Mark McDonald.
Oh, really? Is he
Yes.
doing Konami now?
No, they had him on their pre-E3 press conference ish video interviewing Hideo Kojima about transferring.
Interviewing.
Yeah, interviewing.
With a script.
Yes, Hideo Kojima.
He's all
Please
clean
tell me
cut,
about
though.
things
He
we already
doesn't-
talked about.
That reminds me. Do you
He
remember
doesn't
that
look like
old
Game
pseudo
Jesus
ad
anymore.
Oh,
we
he's no
ran
longer Game Jesus.
in was it Computer Gaming World? I think actually
What?
with Mark wearing all the Metal Gear regalia
Oh, yeah,
and
yeah.
holding
Oh,
the discs and grinning
God.
like he was in pain.
Yeah, that's like
I'm
It
just
seems like a
surprised.
natural step to me.
He's come a long way from Mr. Kojima eat a bag of dicks. What changed, Mark? What
He was on the
changed?
dick bag bandwagon.
You sold out. You used to
Uh,
be cool.
So yeah. Anyway, for this episode, there's a reason we're not doing this one live on the phones. You
We're
know,
not? Oh,
E3,
I see.
E3 is coming up, and so I thought it might be fun to just sit around and talk about
Reminisce.
past E3s we've been to. Unfortunately, what's the first E3 you went to, Scooter?
99.
Oh yeah,
I think
so
it was
you're
like
all right.
1911 or something.
Wow,
How
I'm
about
not Jeff
yourself?
Green.
2002.
You're old, dude.
2002
You're
for
older
me.
than me, though.
See,
I know, isn't that weird? But you have 2 kids. Well, yeah, something like.
This is good. Okay, the first one I went to is 2004, so I'm like the young one here.
Yeah.
No, I went to. I think it was 98. What was the last one in Atlanta?
Oh, you went to an Atlanta E3?
98
Really?
because 99 was the first one back in LA.
Yeah, that was the one back in LA, and I missed
This
that
is
one
a nice
because I couldn't
situation.
go
Okay,
across the-
We cover
Usually,
a good.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Like for my entire career here at One Up, you know, which has been 8 years now, I felt like kind of the novice, the newcomer, because my first E3 was 2004. But now I look around and everyone's
everybody's
like,
yeah.
I haven't ever been to E3, or this will be my second one. And you know, I talk to people at IGN, and most of them haven't been around that long, aside from like the higher ups.
Yeah, we're the old farts now, isn't that
Yeah.
great?
Good.
But now here I am, the young whippersnapper. I have very few E3 experiences.
Well, I have very few memories of that E3, but you know that's its own thing. Apparently, Milky and Sam were there that year too, and I never saw them, or if I did, I didn't recognize them. Of course, why would I?
Well, that was probably in
yeah.
Milky's beautiful years, where he was.
Oh yeah, that was he was
the
still backup
bartending-
dancer for Madonna and
bartending, backup dancer, comic book drawing, male model.
I'm still in fucking awe of Milky. Honestly, my career is nowhere near that.
I know.
that
I just write
colorful.
about video games, and that's pretty much what I've done.
I attended bar and done some other shit, but yeah, I never did that. So
Yeah.
I just never photographed on stage with Madonna wearing electrical cables.
I worked for a Christian
So-
university for a while. Does that count for something?
Thrill a minute, I'm sure.
It was.
Yeah. No, all I remember from '98
Pants
was
had to
that
come to
was
our knees, at
that was the year. Actually, I think they showed off both Prey and Duke Nukem. Forever, obviously.
Yeah.
So we're kind of
we're finally catching up.
Yeah. Prey came
The
out.
stuff I saw previewed at that E3 is finally
Prey
coming
came out a scant 8 years later, and Duke Nukem Forever is just
13.
about there. Just went gold. Yeah.
What's the release date on that? Is it like June 12th, June 9th?
June 14th,
June 14th
for America.
in America.
Yeah.
So technically, they could show it in an unreleased form.
I
at E3,
do not believe
and
that
for
it's-
once, they could say, "Yeah, this is coming out."
Actually, yeah.
How many years has that been?
13.
Jesus Christ!
Final Fantasy 7 through 13 were made in less time than 2
No,
years
Final
ago.
Fantasy 7
Lots
was
of
at
other
that
Final
E3, I
Fantasies.
think. This was one before.
No, that would have been
that was
Final Fantasy
97.
VIII.
Yeah,
Yeah, it came out in
yeah. So
97.
8 was
Eight
there.
would have been at the E3.
Yeah,
but
and well, Half-Life 2. I think that was its last E3 before it finally came out.
What?
And
No, Half-Life.
No,
First one.
I'm sorry. Yes, of course. Sorry. Half-Life Episode 3, I think, was shown then.
You know, it is funny because I can't really quite remember what went on at E3 2002. You know, it is now at the point where it's like, oh, I'm getting old.
Was it Nintendo?
Nintendo did in fact go
They
on
did
at
have
E3.
stuff,
They had video games. Well, that was the first time I ever met Miyamoto. Was at E3 2002.
Right. What was Nintendo's
I have a
shtick in
picture.
2002? 2003 was connectivity.
2002 was like the GameCube.
Wasn't that the year
No,
Nintendo
2002 was
Dojo
just-
had the great interview or the question?
I believe so.
I believe that
the immortal question.
No.
Ari
That was
Ari Masuka.
that was it was 2001 because it was when they unveiled the GameCube.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, you missed that one.
Yeah.
I'm still looking for video of that.
That was the last. I think that was the last year where the Nintendo quote unquote press conference actually had a press conference in it. You know, like the press actually asked questions during the Nintendo press conference. Then it became
as opposed to pre-screened bullshit. Yeah,
right. Because people would get up and ask
insane
questions.
bullshit, in broken Japanese.
Nintendo Joe is probably directly responsible for the end of the E3 press conference.
Yep.
Let's never do this again.
Should we fill people in on what happened in case they don't know?
He's probably listening to this podcast right now, actually.
Oh,
he's crying.
Hello, Nathan.
No, I've heard that he... I've heard that he's become a well-rounded individual, a contributing member to society.
Hey, I was a fucking retard in 2002, so anything could be forgiven.
I mean, people expect that from you.
I would have done some dumb shit.
At least I was drunk. But
that's, you know what, you got that going for you, which is nice.
He was probably drunk on Miyamoto fumes.
But that would do it. Yeah.
In the presence of his redolence.
Mm-hmm. Look directly at it. Might show him his posterior, lest anything else blind him.
I don't know about that.
I was getting all biblical. Anyway,
yeah, I interviewed Miyamoto for the first time about Wii Fit several years ago, 2008, and then Wii Fit came out, and I said I need to lose some weight, and then I lost some weight,
not because of Wii Fit.
It was kind of the nudge that got me started.
No, I mean that's the one.
So
thing
I'm going to have Miyamoto sign my body.
Okay.
Because it's like the legacy.
Are you going to go to be like, my body is ready?
You're going to tattoo over my body is ready.
What the hell was that from? Like
Reggie.
I just learned this
really?
myself.
Reggie said that when they were, it was for Wii. It's either Wii Sports or Wii Fit. Like it was something that it was calibrating. So that's why I want to say Wii Fit for the balance board. And as he sat there, it said like, my body is ready. Yeah.
Finally. Yeah.
And then he leaned forward slightly.
Yeah. That's all we remember about E3. It's like this stupid shit that happened.
Well, it's like,
pretty much. We remember giant enemy crab, but we don't nothing else.
The late 90s, on the Computer Gaming World side of things, we were always hearing about the crazy Bacchanalian tales that the console guys would have.
Well, you can afford Bacchanalia when you're doing a monthly magazine.
No. We're saying with the console guys, we were here like, we were all busy looking at like fucking World War II RTSs and things like that. But like, the console guys, like, you hear that the Tomb Raider guys got like hookers and things like that. That was the kind of stories we were hearing about the other side.
Right.
See, I think that's just like there was kind of a cutoff point around 2000 when the internet bubble burst. Yeah, and all of a sudden, games journalism went from being just like sheer hedonism to business.
Yeah, exactly.
I hear stories about the game fan guys and like playing Yoshi's Island while having sex with prostitutes and snorting cocaine off their backs or something.
Yeah, because like
all at once.
Because I remember like being E3 99 was like the kind of like the first year of like we're not having the crazy like here's a bunch of cocaine at the IDOS party days. Like nope, those days are gone. Like the bubble was bursting and now we're just like this is a business.
Now you're gonna get sued by IDOS.
No, he was just making a reference to their game Snowblind.
That was it, yes. Of which I have like 50,000 review copies.
Really?
That was the shit that you guys sent me after you fired me from my desk. Was this like stack of copies of Project Snowblind for some fucking reason. I'm using them for skeet shooting.
Originally a Deus Ex game.
Was it?
Yeah.
Interesting. That's right. I think I
Deus Ex Clan Wars, multiplayer Deus Ex universe, Deus Ex IP game.
Yeah, I went down to Crystal Dynamics office yesterday and saw a poster for Snowblind and was like,
"Aw,
that's so nice."
Memories.
He used to have more, cyberpunk stuff and guys with shades and like augments, and I think they call them something different now when they're not stop being a Deus Ex game.
And now Deus Ex is coming out from a different
Eidos
studio.
Montreal. From the guys who brought you Assassin's Creed and Rainbow Six Vegas.
Is it Tiburon? No, I'm sorry.
No, Tiburon's
wrong Canadian studio. Yeah.
No, Tiburon's not
Florida.
Canadian. They're like
Florida.
Oh, are they?
Yeah.
Wrong corner of the
Tiburon
continent.
is not like Tiburon, California.
No, EA Tiburon is in Florida.
Wow. That doesn't even make any sense.
I know, right? You always, when you already find out, it's like, wait a minute, what?
No, yeah,
It's not in Tiburon?
I've gone through the same revelation.
EALA is in Chicago? What?
But we did learn from our other podcast that Bondi Beach is indeed in Sydney, Australia.
It is.
Yes.
Sydney, Australia.
There's a Bondi Beach?
Bondi, Bondi.
Oh, okay. Okay. That's
where they got the name Bondi Blue that they
That's where
used
they
as the
got-
color of the IMAX, the original IMAX.
You would remember that.
Yeah.
And that's how I knew it.
Yeah.
Because I was like, what the hell is Bondi
I was
Blue?
Team Bondi. Team Bondi.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But yeah, EA Tiburon is in Florida.
Wow. I always figured they were Canadian. Silly me.
Canadians are the ones they make. Obviously, they make basketball and hockey. I think.
Yeah, that's why I figured it was Canadian.
That's such a cliche. That's so racist.
Wait, so LA Noire wasn't made by Bondi Namco?
No, that'd be amazing.
No, it was
if
made by Namco
was.
Bondi.
Oh,
Totally different.
What's the
Namco
difference?
Bondi
I don't know.
games.
I think one is the American name and one is the
I
Japanese
do get
name.
confused when I see like the different logo where the words are just like
Where
switched over.
they
up
switch
and
them
down.
all the time. The
Okay,
company's
so,
name is always different.
so it's not just me. Okay.
Oh
'cause
no, yeah.
Well, what the judges do? I think two people in that same event had the different version of the logo. Like, wait, is it Bandai Namco or Namco Bandai?
No, I think one is
Depends on whether
what
it's
they call them
Japanese
in
or not,
Japanese,
yeah.
and one is what they call them in the U.S.
Yeah, which I only the crazy Japanese could think that was a good idea.
As opposed to the same Japanese.
If you find any, let me know.
All right.
Oh, what a culturalist
I know.
statement to come from Kohler.
Especially
That's the
someone
kind of
who-
thing people want me to say.
Just assign that quote to Sharky. If you're
All right,
fine.
Anybody who tweets this.
Pretend I said something about panty vending machines or whatever
So,
the fuck. But yeah.
let me ask, what was your first E3 event that or E3 experience that left an impression on you?
First,
I'm curious.
Yeah. Well,
just to
Scooter, you
drag
go.
this kicking and screaming back onto topic.
Oh, wait, let's see. First really memorable.
The first thing that scarred you. Okay, let me tell
That
you
scarred
about,
you.
about my first E3,
Okay, yeah.
2004.
Give me an example so I can
I've
see.
been
Let's
with
take
one
off our clothes and compare.
All right.
Yeah.
I'd been with one up for like I don't know, like 6 months at that point, and I was still doing graphic design for the site.
Was
and
this
this was 2004, and so, you know,
right.
we were still like the
that's
blue
right.
site.
Oh, you were the art guy.
Temporary site.
That was
Yeah.
when we met.
It was-
First of all,
Yeah.
Yep.
It was like the temporary startup site,
Mhm.
the beta
Yep,
version
the
where
blue
everything
site.
was like level up, power up,
Yeah.
learn up.
Thank
et cetera,
God all
et
the
cetera.
articles I wrote in
Fuck
that
up.
time are gone now.
You had the portraits of people with their heads in jars of piss. that I
Yes,
drew.
actually.
Yeah.
Thank you. I still have the one you drew of me. It actually is in a jar, but yeah.
It's great.
For some reason, we yellow tinted all the editors' heads. Is
what
so, yeah.
what
Right,
I
but-
remember about that is that was it 2004 or 2005 when you were launching the new site in the middle of E3?
Oh, it was every
2000
E3, really.
Well,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
but-
we've done multiple
We started
relaunches
with this
during
one where
E3
that
because
was
we're
no,
retarded.
what I'm saying is that first year we were kind of running the beta site, and we decided that we would relaunch and we would make that a big thing for E3. So
We did this
the-
twice. Is the
well,
thing
this
that blows
is
my
before
mind.
you were around.
I know.
It's great. But yeah, the big idea was that Sunday night before E3 started, we were going to flip a switch, and the site would magically change over from the beta blue site to the socially integrated gray
Origin
site.
Gray and
Yeah,
the real thing,
2.0,
basically. Yeah,
right,
right.
Yeah, and that didn't work out. But before going to E3, I had spent a couple of weeks putting together promo graphics
Yes.
for all of the games that we would be seeing and covering.
Mm-hmm.
And all of these were designed to the specs of our new site.
Right.
So we got to
Which
E3,
didn't work.
and after a couple of hours realized, so we're not going to be able to relaunch this site because it doesn't actually work, and it would destroy everything that we believe in. So, Jeremy, what we need for you to do is remake all of those promos, every promo in the format of our current site. Can you
Mhm.
do that? Thanks.
Yeah. And you were going to go to the Final Fantasy concert.
I was.
The first ever Final Fantasy concert in America.
Yep.
Wait, that was the
But instead,
Yes.
At the
Dear
Disney concert
Friends.
hall.
Oh, I remember that.
But instead, I
Yeah.
stayed at the E3 Convention Center and put together graphics.
Yep.
Oh, fun.
And then I somehow managed to get all of that done in like a day. And then I spent the rest of E3 like running around the show floor, looking at games and writing stuff. And then I said, "Look, I write stuff. Make me a writer and not a graphic designer because I can't do this anymore because this made me want to kill myself."
Yeah.
So then I became an editor.
There you go. So
And then
it had a,
thus
so it
began
had a
our-
happy ending.
But even that didn't have a happy ending because I was supposed to be talking to Retro about
Metroid Prime 2.
Right.
It was this was back in the Ziff Davis era, so there were magazines and 1UP, and 1UP was like,
and we sent a different editor for every fucking magazine to do
1UP was like
separate interviews.
The dumbasses that no one cared about, so we were just kind of like, who cares about them? But Christian Nutt was unable to make his appointment for interviewing the retro team for Metroid Prime 2. And so he was like, for GMR. So he was like, can you go do that for me? So I went and said, yeah, I need to check in and replace him. And I spent like 10 minutes at the check-in desk for Nintendo's media section, like trying to come up with every possible permutation of Christian Nutt, 1UP, GMR, Ziff Davis, etc. And they were like, no, we don't have anything for you. Sorry, we don't have anything. So finally I went back to the
they turned
to
you
the war
away.
room. Yeah, like
Wow.
they didn't have us written down. And like 2 hours later, I was told, yeah, Retro is really pissed off at you because you just totally stood them up for your interview.
Of course. Oh, I love that. That's the story
And
of
I
E3,
knew right
really.
then. I knew right then that I had found my calling. Wow.
This is an experience I think everybody shares at E3, honestly.
No E3 has ever been that rough, that bad for me. No work experience has ever been that. Well, no, that's not quite true. We've had some pretty bad times the past few years, but yeah, that ranks way down at the bottom. It's all been uphill since then.
It reminds me of what the hell was it? Was it 2006? I think I had 2 simultaneous interviews, and I think one was Yuji Horii or something, and you picked that up and did it. And
it wasn't Yuji Horii. Oh,
it was somebody from the Dragon Quest team,
the Rocket Slime team.
That's who it was. Yeah, and I was supposed to be doing that, and there was also something else that Garnet had scheduled at the exact same fucking time. And I ended up rescheduling both of them and doing them. And when I got back, he was screaming at me. He was like, you missed this thing, and they're pissed off. He's like, yeah, because you did them both at 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
And you're pissed at me? I'm still annoyed about this. I've been bitching about it every year since.
But it's okay because I got to talk to I can't remember the producer's name, but the guy who made Rocket Slime.
Yeah.
And his excellent translator at the time, Richard Honeywood. So that was that was
And
cool.
I just sort of sat there and twiddled my thumbs and said, wow, there's a lot of Japanese.
Did
but
you come in for that?
I did,
one?
actually.
Okay.
Yeah. And I took notes on it. And
That's right.
Yeah.
You sat in on that, and I felt kind of bad because you didn't really have anything to contribute because you didn't know the game. I'd like finished it in Japanese.
My girlfriend at the time had played it, but other than that, I didn't know anything about it. So, yeah.
I do remember that now. Okay.
But yeah, that was why Garnet was screeching like a harpy at me, was because he scheduled 2 simultaneous interviews and was annoyed that I missed one.
He just needed more of his whiskey juice.
My blood alcohol level is dropping. See, that's why I liked having him around, though. He made me look good in comparison.
We miss Garnet.
Very much.
Anyway, so that's my harrowing tale of sadness. How about yourself, Scooter? Since
I guess.
Or no, let's go backward in time.
Backward in time.
We'll go with you.
Time.
We'll go with
okay.
you.
So my first one was 2002. I was writing primarily for. I mean, it's writing for a lot of people, but primarily for On America, the anime magazine that Viz used to do, and it was their games editor. And my whole thing was just, it was print, so it was like go to E3, do some stuff.
What was the game magazine that you contributed to sometime? Was
that like Game On USA.
Yeah. Oh, I remember that one.
That lasted for all of 7 issues.
But
yeah,
I just remember. I remember the issue with Cloud riding the chocobo.
Yeah.
On the cover.
Yeah. Yep.
That was great. Like that was official art. It was a time when Final Fantasy VII things were allowed to be fun. Like Cloud has that shit-eating grin on his face riding this big goofy yellow bird. You would never see that in Final Fantasy VII.
No, it's angsty
these
now.
days.
Yeah.
No, he's like, I'm so sad. Children dying from stigmata. Oh, Eris. Anyway. Yeah. Now it's time to make our chocobos have sex over and over again until we can get a cool material.
Yep.
Sex with their kids.
Game on
if you
USA
give them
was
a nut.
good. Speaking of that issue, of course, I do vaguely remember, this is a long time ago now, but I remember like talking to Jason Thompson, who was the editor of that, who was just like, oh yeah, we had every problem you can imagine with Square Enix trying to do a Final Fantasy issue. I'm like, yeah, not surprised.
It's good to know some things haven't changed.
And some things never change.
Although,
or not Square Enix, but Squaresoft. Yeah, okay.
But the IDOS side of Square is actually remarkably easy to work with.
Yeah,
it's nice that they have this Western component now, because now I can write about the company's games and not be miserable about it.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, go on.
Crazy
with your
that
E3 memories.
E3 2004. So I kind of went out there for On America. 2002. My bad. Yeah, I just graduated from college, and basically my whole intent at that E3 was I had written my senior thesis, which was going to become my book Power Up, and basically the idea was to go and tell people, hey, I'm Chris Kohler. I'm going to be living in Japan for a year. please let me interview your game producers while I'm over there so I can write this book, which of course was incredibly naive to think that this was going to happen.
I'm sure they went over like a fart and shirt. They're like, yeah, in the trash.
But the really nice thing about that happened was that the one company that, and it was great because, I mean, again, at this point I was just writing for On America, I mean, they had no reason to really work with me, but the one company that was like, yeah, we'll do whatever we can to help you was Nintendo.
Of course.
And Nintendo's PR person was just like, yeah. And I was just like, can I meet Miyamoto? And, he was, this is E3 2002. Like, at this point,
That's like, can you suck my dick?
It wasn't super crazy yet, but he was just like, if I can work, because Miyamoto was just kind of hanging around the booth. He was it was when Nintendo had
he wasn't quite like high level executive yet.
Yeah.
Yamauchi was still around to call the shots.
Nintendo, Iwata wasn't president yet. Nintendo was just,
I miss having Yamauchi around. He was there to be evil, so nobody else had to.
He would do interview. I mean, nobody wanted to talk. This is 2002 at Nintendo's low point, the lowest of low for this company. And
this is after the GameCube bomb.
The GameCube had just come out. It clearly wasn't going anywhere.
Yeah.
The Xbox was the new hot.
It was before they decided to tape two of them together and add a motion controller.
And then Nintendo had a big ass booth with a lot of great games, but nobody really cared. Like there were people in the Nintendo booth, obviously, but it wasn't nearly anything like it was.
Zelda, oh my god!
And nobody wanted to talk to Miyamoto to the point that he was just like, you know what, come back. The Nintendo's PR guy was just like, come and get me on Friday, and just sort of see what's going on. And I came back and he was just like,
there was nobody there.
Yeah, he's just like, yeah, you know what, Miyamoto's just over there having a conversation. Hold on, he just goes over. He's like, yeah, can this guy meet you? Like, okay. Just got to talk with him, and then
catch everybody at the
that is how that's how I made that connection. Yeah,
this is the one thing that really makes me hope that 3DS bombs because
it'll be casual. Back to being humble
and I can just hang out with Miyamoto.
I know
everybody's so much more accessible when they're at the nadir of.
Nobody gets to do that anymore. I haven't had a Miyamoto interview at E3 in years. I don't think I've spoken more than a couple of words to him in a long time. Just because I'm sure. Yes.
It's like, where's the big gaijin?
The one with the beard on the jawline.
Scary guy with the crazy, who yells at me in Japanese about downloadable content. That's probably why they're keeping me away from him, because I would just be like, why aren't there accounts on DSiWare?
So people can hack your passwords.
He's like, I remember when you were 20 and you used to ask me questions about why is Mario so amazing. Now,
I bet
I'm over it. I'm not over it, but I'm not asking that question anymore.
My eShop review yesterday or write up. I'm probably gonna have all my interviews revoked this year.
I'm on a dartboard at Nintendo headquarters at this point. I'm sure.
Reggie probably has your face in a urinal on it, printed on a urinal cake.
Target.
All right, Kohler, take it in the mouth this time.
Wow.
Well, he's got a shy bladder. That's what he needs to do to work.
Is your body ready, Kohler?
Because mine sure is.
Oh my god.
Oh, good lord.
That was terrible.
I'm picturing you with pigtails now.
We have all been doing a lot of work this week.
Yeah. This is why I wanted my coffee before the show.
Picturing you dressed like R. Kelly.
We're on no sleep.
Kohler's wearing a skirt.
But see, that's the Miyamoto one.
Yeah,
I'm talking about, not the Reggie one. That's a fun memory.
It is
like
a fun
mine.
Oh no, that's true. Oh no, I'm sorry. I don't really have any
it doesn't have to be bad.
I'm trying to think of if
I'm
I
just
have
kind
any,
of trying to compare
E3
and
memories.
contrast everything.
You can have good memories too. Those are allowed.
That first E3 for me was like a kid's first time going to Disneyland.
Yeah.
I'd read all about E3, and this was the first year I ever got to go, and it was just awesome. Nintendo had tons of great games. This is 2002, so it was like at their booth, it was all
like
these
LOL
awesome.
Zelda.
Yeah, it was, and it was like Mario
And they had
Sunshine.
Metroid Fusion, except you didn't care because you never played Metroid before.
That's true. I had never played. No, you're absolutely right. I think they had Metroid Prime at that E3, and I was like, oh, I don't care about that. I didn't play it, but I got to have but it was great because all the companies wanted to talk to me, and so I got to have all meetings and shit. And I think I saw the first version of Chibi Robo that year when it was a point and click game, it was
right?
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
BFF.
Another guy I haven't seen in a while.
Yeah,
hopefully
see,
Tokyo Game Show will hang out with him, but
yeah. Your first experience was like going to Disneyland. Mine was like going to Disneyland and being
shot in the
up.
face.
Yeah, it was like being tied up and then tossed into the teacups and told you had to
Right.
spend the entire week just sitting in the same teacup.
I had no work to do. I mean, all I had to do was file a print feature afterwards.
Yeah,
which
that's kind of like mine. I had no agenda. It was
Mhm.
like, I'm here for this website that I just made up.
See, I realized I was stupid. I had the opportunity several times to go to E3 with folks from the GIA, the Gaming Intelligence Agency.
yeah.
But I was like, it's such a long drive from Texas. I don't think I'll go.
Mhm.
I should spend my money on other things.
Was that when it
et
was in
cetera, et
Atlanta, or no? That was afterwards,
no,
wasn't it?
It was in. I think it was in.
It must have
in
been
LA.
right after it went back to
Yeah.
LA. Because I think, was it 98 was the last year it was in Atlanta?
Yeah,
and then
and
99 went
GIA
back
started
to,
in late '98. So
Right.
So I was invited like 3 times to go, but
Yeah.
I was always like, oh, that would be a silly way to spend my money. I'm not going to make a living off video games.
Right. The next couple of years were great because again I was just still freelancing. I didn't have any sort of daily deadlines or anything to meet, and it was just like go to the parties, and Sony would have these colossal parties.
The Sony party.
Oh man, the Sony
used
party.
to be like the
they're trying to figure out how to get a wristband off to give it to somebody else.
Sony would invite to their party 1/4 of the people that they would actually want
Show
at
up
the
there,
party,
yeah.
and then assuming that people would sneak in.
I've never
most
been
of their
invited to a
friends.
Sony party, and I think I've been to 3. So.
Yep.
I've never been
up
to
in
one.
the parking lot of Dodger Stadium. Just this massive. They would have every kind of food. They would just have one kind of food for
There
every
was
continent
multiple.
scattered
There was
throughout the whole
multiple
thing.
tents of different kinds of food.
Right.
So you like
major
you'd be like
performers would play. Yeah. Like my first year, the 2000. I guess I went in 2004, and it was like George Clinton and
They got the Beatles back together,
Which
including
year?
John.
Which year was the double Foo Fighters thing? Do you remember?
That I think was
the when Foo Fighters were
Foo
paid,
Fighters covered Parappa the Rapper. I think that was
were paid
yeah.
to be at the Sony party, but because they like Nintendo, they went to Nintendo's party
really?
for free.
Okay, that's pretty.
So
awesome.
that was a Foo Fighters story I had heard. Like I was still in the PC industry, so I had heard this from the EGM guys. They go like, yeah, imagine like Sony paid all his money to get food because they were really hot at the time. So I don't remember what year, but whatever the year that they were really at their peak. So like, holy shit, Sony got the Foo Fighters to play their party, and they happen to like the Nintendo stuff more. So they just went and played the Nintendo party for free.
That is.
I remember hearing that story. I was like, like Nintendo's getting Sony.
It's like give us some free video games. We'll play a party. The Nintendo party that I went to, they had this is a few years back, and they had the Black Eyed Peas. I did not hear a word of it because this at this Nintendo party, like every single Nintendo guy, Miyamoto, everybody was just all upstairs,
right?
And I was just hanging out upstairs talking to all of them. I'm like, fuck this.
Wasn't
Fergie,
like
you have fun.
Wait,
wasn't that like 2 years ago?
No,
I think it was. I think
that was 2 years ago.
But
It was at least 2 years ago.
It was many more than 2 years ago.
Okay. So the one I went to that was like 2 years ago.
That had Natasha Bedingfield downstairs.
Natasha Bedingfield was 2 years ago. Yeah.
Upstairs was Kojima,
yeah.
Suda.
Yeah, I didn't know about the upstairs thing, so I just hung out with Jin Sao downstairs all the time. That was nice. I hadn't seen her in a while.
Yeah.
That year, that party, I brought my copy of Twin Snakes to that E3, and I got Miyamoto, Kojima, and Dennis Dyack to all autograph my copy of Twin Snakes.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Terrible game, but
fuck you.
Fuck that game.
No. It's a terrible remake.
Yeah. No, it was execrable, honestly.
Because it completely missed the spirit of the original.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Every time you get to a cutscene and you're doing Matrix bullshit and slow mo and kicking bricks, and then the rest of it.
Watch out! I gotta punch the missile.
Yeah. No, I don't like Twin Snakes. Also, let's re-record all the audio except suck all the spirit out of it, and do it word for word.
Oh, that was at I believe Kojima's behest.
Probably, but no. I'm sorry. I pre-ordered
okay.
Twin Snakes, and I felt so just fuck it.
Okay.
Anyway, what was it? Was it last year? Chris Novoselic showed up. Remember that?
What?
I think that was last year.
Wait,
who?
From Soundgarden.
I was gonna say he's alive still.
Yeah, he's alive still.
I thought for some reason he died.
You probably should have. I hate saying this, but remember he blew his voice out, and it never
Apparently,
reinflated.
none of us remember this.
Yeah, it wasn't.
I was never
memorable.
really into grunge.
Yeah,
Sorry.
well, it was just like, holy shit, it's Chris Novoselic. I remember everything. And he's still his voice is ruined. It's just, it was one of the most depressing fucking things I ever heard. I can't even remember what the hell party that was.
Is it kind of like Ian Anderson?
Yeah, kind of.
Can I start a rumor on this podcast?
Go ahead.
Lady Gaga at the Sony party this year. Tell your friends.
Yeah, that would make sense. Wasn't it Rihanna or something last year? I can't even fucking.
I don't know if
Rihanna
anyone
was at
in the video
Activision
game
thing last year.
Was that the Activision thing?
Yeah.
I missed that one, and I'm fine with that.
I don't know if anyone in the video game industry has enough money to pay Lady Gaga to show up at this point. Like that woman is
that's true. That would probably
everywhere. It's really alarming.
I'm okay with it. I like Lady Gaga.
Oh, I don't dislike
I'm on record.
her, but It's just like
bought her album
it's
for 99
terrifying
cents.
that like every
I bought
TV
it
show
for money.
has
I bought it for $10.
every TV
You
show
didn't hit
has
the
it on it
Amazon
now.
sale.
It's really alarming. I don't remember the last time a pop star was that pervasive.
Yeah.
Michael Jackson.
I guess Michael
Yeah,
Jackson
basically.
Or Madonna in the 80s. Yeah.
and
Well, I mean,
she basically is
comparable. It's
Madonna.
the
new
like,
Madonna. The
except
new-
Better
Madonna,
performance art.
yeah, if Madonna hadn't gone batshit insane and done erotica and all that stuff,
Yeah.
this is what she would
She's
be
getting
like
fucked
now.
in a basketball court. Yeah.
that
it's-
book.
Right,
Like,
right.
let's strip away the Kabbalism
Anyway,
and everything.
maybe she really likes PlayStation and she'll pull a Foo Fighters, and just do
That
it
would be
for-
nice,
do it
wouldn't
for
it?
whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
That would do it.
Sony
Probably
has
not
money;
gonna
they can
happen.
use our credit cards.
Aha. Yeah.
Wow.
With plausible deniability now. It was all a plot to
I don't
pay
know.
Lady Gaga.
I'm really excited to see Sony's press conference because
I have no idea. Yeah.
I've never seen someone speak for 2 hours while at the 45-degree bowing in contrition angle.
Well,
But
while
it's going to be-
eviscerating themselves over the
Right.
course of the
Yes.
entire thing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like at the end of the show, like Kaz Hirai will be completely drained of blood
Yes.
from the.
Please watch
the
this trailer
abdominal
for
ring.
Hot Shots Golf.
Another cut. Yeah.
Hustle Kings.
It's going to be 45 minutes of seppuku while describing the giant enemy crabs.
Little deviants.
Anyway.
And didn't they just get hacked again? Is that what I heard?
Sony Pictures
got hacked.
Pictures got
Yeah.
hacked.
So if you bought
Okay.
music, man, someone else go buy a whole lot of music on your card.
But
If
this
you
is
downloaded
just,
the Spider-Man font, you're in trouble.
this is beyond parody at this point. Wasn't that just a sequel injection too? It's just what the fuck is amateur hour?
Mhm.
Oh well. I'm really looking forward to Sony's press conference just because of the deadening silence. I'm sure.
So, moving along with the topic du jour,
Right.
Etwa.
do you have any amazing memories aside from being yelled at by Garnet? from your first E3?
That's the one that's going to stay with me. That was just this is how shit this job can get. Even though
Wait.
I should be at the very peak of my enjoyment. But
I barely ever see you at E3 because you're always out at the parties and I'm always not at the
is that how it
parties.
works?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm writing about the parties, so
You
that's
do.
something. I'm taking pictures of strippers and blogging about how much my job sucks. So yeah.
And no one's believing a word of it.
Pretty
Because
much.
you're taking pictures of strippers.
Pretty much, yeah. Well, there should not be strippers
with
here,
free
okay?
alcohol.
This is wrong.
This is
I just want to play a game. I just want to play fucking Dead Rising 2, and some asshole's getting grease all over because they're just dripping with it, and it's horrible. You have no idea what the hell we have to fucking cope with.
concentrate on Killzone. Could
Stop rubbing on me.
breasts against me?
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yeah.
Do you understand the concept of personal space?
Nobody does. I'll give you $1. Just go away. No, that wasn't for something.
Stuff it in there.
Yeah.
You just made me remember my favorite Booth Babe quote ever. Is
Go
hearing
on.
one of them tell the other, "Oh my God, smell my shoulder."
No, I thought that was something she said to Sean Baby.
Was it Sean Baby or?
I thought that was something
still.
that she told like one Booth Babe said to Sean Baby. She was like, "Smell my shoulder." I've had
What?
big guys like putting
Leaning
their arm
on
around
it
me all
all
day.
day.
The arm funk. Yeah.
Believable.
Oh, no. Well, hazards of
That's the other thing
saying,
I miss
the-
about
the-
E3. When it was more general admission and you get like the fat guys
No,
passed out with shitloads of swag.
It's general admission
I
again,
like-
right? I mean, it's
I like
not
the
general
smaller
admission, but
show.
like
I didn't like the smaller show, honestly. I
like the smaller show because I can get my business done and not have to navigate around dudes who think that they're basically on a shopping trip.
yeah, they have
but,
inflatable
like-
swords and they're passed out in a puddle of their own sweat. I could do without that.
I mean, at the
but
smaller
I'm
show,
still entertained by it.
I mean, at the smaller show, you were constant. I mean, at the fucking Santa Monica garbage.
Right.
they
No,
had to,
that wasn't a smaller
year-
show. That was just a disaster.
That was a disaster. That was where everybody missed every appointment because nobody had any idea
yeah.
how long it was going to take them to get
I was
from
looking for
hotel
a
to
website.
hotel.
I was looking for a
made
website
all
that
of
hadn't
mine.
launched yet, so I was able to. I had a Prince style life where I just like walked to appointments that didn't write anything after. I was constantly go like, I'll just look at this.
Well, gee, good for you. Yeah, no,
I managed to make all of mine, but at one point I nearly passed out from heat exhaustion because I thought, well, I'll just walk to that hotel.
Oh yeah, you had to walk.
And it was like
freeway overpasses.
It was like
and shit.
100 degrees,
Yeah.
and I ended up walking for like half an hour in the sun.
What a horrendous disaster. And the worst part about that is after you get into your appointment like half an hour late, like sweating like a bastard because you just walked to this hotel or had to run to a cab, or whatever, the PR people would inevitably be in there and they're just like, hey, how's it going? Oh man, don't you love this new E3? This is awesome. I just get to sit.
How much are they paying you to say this?
I get to sit in an air-conditioned hotel suite. This is the best. I'm like, oh really? Because when I was coming here, I almost got hit by a car.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
No, I don't like the general admission thing. Just because you remember, doors open, you run around and grab asset discs. That's like the first thing you fucking do. And
or you run around and grab ass if you're one of the aforementioned. Fat
that's the problem. But no, I remember going up to, it was some fucking online game, and it was just like, yeah, I'm just here to grab an asset disc and for the magazine, blah blah blah. And this woman like comes up and starts shouldering into the counter and is like, is that a mouse pad? And I'll grab one of those. And she's already got a fucking bulging bag of bullshit.
So it's like, it's like Black
and the guy
Friday.
hands me a disc.
Nice
and she's like, can I get one of those? It was like, no, you fucking can't. You can go die in a fucking fire.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Yeah.
I can't stand that shit.
Along similar lines, I remember the first time like they showed off like the America's Army game or something. It was like a really kind of limited engagement, but
I remember that.
So
was that what they parachuted assholes in?
They probably did the front, but so I'm in the middle of the demo and we're watching it's like behind closed doors, and this really big dude in shopping bags. He comes in, he's like, "Where's the press kit?" And they said we. But then the PR person was just like, "Oh, sorry, we didn't quite really realize the demand for this. Like, we have an FTP site, but not like an actual. We don't have any more physical asset disc." And he's all like, "If you have to," and then he drops his car with like this bravado, like it's like a thing, like. It was like it pained him to drop his card. You look at his card, it's like Bob Jones at mindspring.com. So it wasn't even like it was like the guy's personal email, but
I have an Angel Fire site. God damn it!
Yeah, he was like, he made it sound like it was like he was from something. So he was like, "Oh, if you must, I thought we'd get out of this." I'm like, whoa, people are weird.
Oh god, yeah, I don't miss that shit.
Yeah, I'm happy to have smaller shows. I think actually my favorite E3 ever has been the first year that it went back to LA.
Yeah.
After being in Santa Monica.
Oh, it was like
but before it was like a full-size show. It was smaller, more contained. There were lots of good games being shown.
Nobody realized it was good again yet.
Yeah, but get to appointments, you could talk to people. Like everything was just the right size.
And yet one of my issues with that was, I mean, first of all, the video game industry, I think, was kind of embarrassed by that because it was like, instead of having this big show of force where it was like, we're the video game industry and we're awesome, it was like there was a home and garden expo going on at the LACC.
Yes, there actually was. Yeah, it was right next door to the home and garden.
It was sad. Like it just felt really sad.
That would have been the year for Pikmin to come out.
And also because of the disaster of the year before, everybody had already made a lot of their announcements and shown their games prior to that E3. So I would show up at appointments and go, "Hey guys, I have an hour booked. Do you have any games I haven't played yet?" And they're like, "Oh no, we have a new level for survival kids." I'm like,
oh god. I think it was a year before last. Or I remember I was hungover as hell. It was like the third day of the show, and I didn't realize I was leaning against a car smoking a cigarette, and it finally kind of dawned on me because somebody was playing the Ghostbusters theme that I've been flicking Ash on Ecto 1 the whole time. And that was one of the happiest moments of my life. Because when I was 8, I would have cut off my dick to touch this thing. It's been here the whole time, and I just didn't even notice. It was
You were just
gorgeous.
standing next to it?
I was leaning on it.
You were leaning on it.
I didn't even notice.
Did someone like lean out the window and offer you an Ecto Cooler?
I wish.
Right. That would have sealed the whole deal.
It was one of those things. It was a magical moment in the mundane morning.
As a child, did you frequently contemplate castration, self-castration?
Well, in retrospect. But if I realized how important that thing was to me, I would have contemplated it. But no, I was in love with that franchise, and just this thing is here, and I didn't even notice. It was that's what it's supposed to be like.
Yeah.
And I think that was also the same year. No, that was just last year. I remember this was around the time APB was coming out of beta, and
be nice.
I'm trying to be nice. I've actually been playing the free relaunch, and I'm just realizing that free is still too much to pay
Reloaded.
for that thing. Yeah, it's still not fun. But I remember I had an interview with David Jones, and they blew me off. It was just like this was scheduled beforehand, and it's like, no, you can talk to the associate producer. Like, no, something's up here. No, he's busy. He's doing this thing in the last minute. It's like, no, he's actually standing right over there. He's just having water. And no, that things are fucked up and you don't want to answer questions is what you're saying. And that was just kind of that sinking feeling, your testicles tighten. It's like, wow, this is fucked.
Whose testicles were tight?
Mine. I'm sure everybody's were.
It wasn't mine. Mine were fine.
No, it was just the realization that, wow, this is well and truly fucked. And I already suspected that. I had a lot of questions I wanted to ask, and I was hoping maybe they could just say, no, we still have a few more months. We're going to lead it out. No, it never happened. So, yeah, that was heartbreaking disappointment because I had a hard-on for this thing for weeks, years. Yeah.
Weeks to years, huh?
Years of weeks. I was really excited about this game.
So many of them are, yeah.
He was excited, damn it.
You should see a doctor.
I should actually.
If it lasts more than 4 hours, you're supposed to consult.
Well,
a physician.
this was a 5-year hard-on, and you have no idea the case of blue balls I had when this game actually came out. And that was just sort of the moment I realized that this is just not
mess and.
Sorry. Wow. I really think you just found a Viagra ad there. Anyway,
you don't even let me have my phone on during these things. Now you're checking your phone during a podcast.
It's on airplane mode. I just have Wi-Fi active. Wi-Fi.
Anyway, that was pretty much it for me. I mean, I can't even recall much of 98. That was mostly PC shooters and stuff, and that was just, I'm going to sit here and play fucking shooters. That was great. I had nothing to do. I had nothing to write. I was just there for the hell of it. It's like, hey, look, Quake 2. Fuck yeah. You know? And, oh, look at this Duke Nukem trailer. Let's watch that 10 times. You know?
That game's going to be so great.
You know what I did in 2002? Working Design still had a booth, and I played like Goemon.
Oh yeah,
I met Victor
How
Ireland.
Was Goemon?
And
was that
it was
killing
not,
a company over?
It was not good.
It looked
bad even then.
One?
No,
the
PS2
one.
one.
Oh, did that ever actually happen?
No, that was no.
I thought that got canceled.
It was Victor Ireland's like Great White Whale. Like he really wanted that game to come out, and it just did not happen. And Sony just continued to shut him down.
So
in
that analogy, who is Ishmael?
I think Zach Meston.
Zach Meston. Yes. I was just gonna say.
I think of him more as a Queequeg type.
Queequeg. That's perfect, actually. Yes. Yeah, he gets kind of fucked over at the end too. So
Chris Hoffman. I don't know. But they actually had. What was funny is Working Designs had a claw game in their booth, and you could win plushies from Goemon or whatever by like.
I don't even remember that.
You could play the claw game, and they took some Null dolls from Lunar,
of course,
that were Japanese, and they buried them in there. And then every time somebody got close to getting one, they'd rebury it because they didn't actually want people to get them out of there.
I had no idea. What year was this?
This was I think this was 2002. I think it was the first year that I was there. Yeah, I still have a bunch of Goemon swag like from that booth. Yeah, that never.
That's a franchise that never worked over
swag
here.
Swag for games that never came out. It's good swag to have.
I'm still blown away they did that for N64 over here, honestly. I mean, I realized they were hard up for... Yeah, wait, there was a sequel in America?
Yeah. There was Goemon and then Goemon's Great Adventure.
There you go.
I never played that.
The second one had like side-scrolling parts, and there was a part where you could control a giant robot.
See, Nintendo has
there was that in the first one.
But whatever.
Wow.
Yeah.
I guess they were hard up for any kind of third-person adventure-y thing.
Yeah, I mean, I can see why Vic would really want to bring that out because it does have that great history behind it. You know, it's
like everybody's unaware of it. And they don't care.
Yeah, but yeah, no. Sadly, it just died on the vine.
What were the names of the characters? Kid Yang and something.
Dr. Kid Ying and Dr. Yang.
Yes, that was it.
Goemon and his
Ebisu.
Yeah,
that's right.
It was great fun crawling underneath ladies' skirts with a camera.
That year, Sega, that was Sega's last big year, having a huge booth because they weren't a hardware maker anymore.
Right.
But they had all of their major game makers there, and they had this after hours party where they had us in. They gave us a stack of like baseball cards with everybody's picture on it. And they were like, you can go and meet the creators and they'll sign your baseball card. So everyone, like, Yu Suzuki, Mizuguchi, Mizuguchi was still there, yeah. And so you just went around and you just talked to them and they signed your card.
Don't you still have those kicking around somewhere? I think you've showed those to me.
I know. I only remember all of this because I was just going through all of my stuff that's still in my parents' place and I came across them like, oh, I remember doing this. Yeah. My like silhouette Mirage.
You still have Suzuki's rookie card then?
I have his rookie card, yes. Oh my God, did you make that?
Aw. I don't know. There were a lot of good times. You tend to remember the bad ones, but
right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, I mean those first couple of years, it was fun. The combination
the
of
last couple of years have been fun.
Ability to,
not at all. Just too much.
I resent people less the past few years because there's no longer so much of a print presence.
Right.
Because being an online person while you're surrounded by print people.
That was always galling as hell.
Fuck you were working your ass off, and they're going and like kind of casually browsing, and
they're all writing this up next week,
and they're like, I'm going to go to a party, I'm going to sleep in.
Yep.
He's like, we have to have this shit done in like 5 fucking minutes, or else we're gonna get.
I don't think anybody.
I have to
vomit
20 articles a day, or I die.
I don't think anybody has that luxury anymore,
No,
right? I mean,
no.
everybody is
Times
called
changed.
into service to do constant online coverage or video or whatever it is.
I don't know. That and just just meeting people was always great. That was when the readership always showed up, and it was awkward and weird and fun. And I don't know. Sometimes they buy you drinks, and that made it okay. But yeah,
That's what PAX is for now.
yes, it is.
Yeah,
And,
somebody was asking me. I was doing an interview for another publication. They were like, so gamers seem to think that they should be able to go into E3, and I'm just like, go to Penny Arcade Expo.
Yeah,
Penny Arcade Expo is E3, except for it's twice a year. There's 2 times as many PAXs as E3,
and it's
if
bigger,
you wanna see,
and you can get into it, and people are nice there.
Yeah, it's like if you want to see what E3 would be like if it were for the public, you just go to Penny Arcade Expo, where they have all these games on display in the show floor. Like, done.
Yep.
It's like are there better games at E3? Maybe, but I mean that's only because they're directing them at this specific audience of people in the industry. If E3 was open to the public, it would just be Penny Arcade Expo.
pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
Or E for All.
Good. Can we talk about our E for All memories?
I did go to that.
I didn't. So yeah.
E for All, the first E for All.
Was there more than one?
There were 2.
Actually, I'm going to go use the loo while you talk about E for All.
Okay.
It's not a metaphor for anything.
All right.
I drank too much coffee. So.
Okay, no, we'll see you soon. E for All was 4 days. It was 4 days. You could do everything on the first day.
Let me guess, you booked all 4 days.
I went down there for a 4-day convention. On the 4th day, Emily Morganti, who was at on the 4th day was when we saw Shrek. We saw Wicked. Emily Morganti from Telltale Games and I on day 4. She was like, "I'm not going to go back to the show on day 4." I'm like, "Neither am I." We went to see Wicked.
Nice.
Yep. There was nothing to do.
I don't remember
all.
I don't remember which year I went to E for All. It was some year in there. It was when Ryan Payton was still with Kojima Productions. That's all I remember.
Yeah. Yep.
Because that's the only thing I remember. I was interviewing him.
Yeah,
about
that was
some Metal Gear game.
The only 2 things to do were you could watch the demo and play the demo of Metal Gear Solid 4, and you could play Super Smash Brothers Brawl. And they had a demo of Professor Layton. And that was
Must have been
basically
2007.
It was 2007. Yeah, it was end of 07. That was all there was to do. And it was because there was no E3 that year. So they're like, let's make an E3 for gamers, but there was no buy-in at all. And man, people paid money to go to that thing.
Actually, wasn't there a pretty big Nintendo booth?
Well,
that was like cool stuff for people who hadn't been to, any kind of
Nintendo
press event.
Nintendo had a
but
giant
for
booth,
us-
and it was Super Smash Brothers Brawl and Professor Layton and like a couple other things.
Super Mario Galaxy, I think.
Oh yeah,
Which wasn't quite out yet. So that was cool for them.
Wasn't quite out yet. Yeah, no, true,
But
It
not
was-
for us.
Yeah, but again, still, you got all that out of the way, and there just wasn't anything else to do. It was so sad. Yeah.
Yep. And that's probably what TGS is going to be like this year.
Really?
You don't think so?
I think Tokyo Game Show is still okay. It's nothing like.
But
what
there'll
it
be
used
no
to be.
air
It's
conditioning.
Still okay.
So
There'll be no air conditioning. Wait, really?
Possibly.
Oh, because of the,
the country is
power
running at
outages.
80% power.
Yes.
So people are
Yeah.
going to have to do without air conditioning this year. They're not cutting power use by pachinko parlors, however. Those are still lit up like the sun. Because it's important to go shoot little silver balls at Ray and Asuka or whatever. The country has its priorities.
They got their shit straightened out.
TGS is not one of their priorities.
No.
Anyway.
Unless, of course, it is. I just turned it around on
That's
you.
thinking from the binary domain. It is or it isn't.
Oh, God.
Schrodinger's TGS.
How did we get into TGS? Anyway.
So, you were at E3 last year, right?
Yep.
Has it...
I haven't been allowed
would
to
you-
miss an E3
Okay.
since 2004.
So I had the best E3 ever last year because I was there for a day and then I went to the opening of the Harry Potter theme park in Orlando.
You told me about that. Yeah.
Yeah. It was great. E3 was fun. I got to drink pumpkin juice. I went on a roller coaster. It was the best E3.
Had nothing to do with E3.
I had butter beer.
Actually, the worst part of E3 last year was we set up a live feed in the press room. Do you remember that?
Yes.
I do. I just saw
live in the press room
a toll-covered GIF of everyone headbanging because apparently.
Oh yeah, when they did
Bohemian Rhapsody,
and everybody hit it simultaneously.
Everyone except Kat Bailey.
Yes, because
she's sitting there stoically writing, and everyone else is like.
No, that was so distracting, but it was also kind of rewarding. I mean, people are actually paying attention, all 12 of them. You know, that was great.
Right.
But I had nightmares for like the next 3 days after I got back. I would wake up on the couch, like looking for the camera.
You?
Yeah, no, it had been 3 days of being watched.
Right.
You know? It makes you a bit paranoid. I can't pick my nose for the rest of the week. Yeah.
No, that's when you hide behind the laptop and
hide behind the screen.
Yeah,
they would screen cap it. They would figure it out.
Yeah. So I shot rubber bands at the camera for about 20 minutes once because I was bored and trying to figure out how the fuck to get out of here and waiting for a plane.
So
actually, that was when me and Frank did the Bioforce Ape launch party, which was essentially.
Did you actually do that?
We did. It was just me, Frank, and Matt Clark having drinks at the pool. Except a bunch of people ended up showing up anyway. So,
good.
Yeah. We never actually launched it, but.
So there was talk of like handing it out in diskettes and that
we
kind of
wanted to
thing.
do that, but that would require work, so we never did. But we had the party anyway.
That's good.
Yeah.
So is this the most self-indulgent Retronauts ever?
Pretty much.
It might be.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Let's do this more often.
It's just us talking about ourselves. No one cares except us, and we don't even care that much.
No, we're talking about E3 and our own experiences.
We're mostly talking about
But these are
ourselves.
experiences that anybody who's ever been has probably shared at one time.
This is the new games journalism episode.
To
of
give the
Retronauts.
behind the scenes, we necessarily have to talk about things that happen to us.
You still want me to
Because
tell
we
them
don't actually
how
know
very
what happened.
gonzo of us, yeah.
Oh wait, Scooter hasn't shared his
the Nomura story.
Oh yes, I've been looking forward to this.
Wait, let me get settled in
This will
here.
be the grand finale for this episode.
E3 2006, I believe, because that's when they were finally talking about 13 and versus 13, right?
Yeah.
So Square
The whole Final Fantasy Blitzkrieg.
Square Enix interview. I have Kitase and Nomura in the interview room, and I was like, okay, I'll do half question about versus, half about 13. So I talked with Kitase first, and he was answering a lot of questions. He's being very nice and gracious. Nomura just kind of looks like a little bit annoyed, and at one point, he actually gets up and leaves.
What?
Yeah, in the middle of Takada, he just normally simply gets up and leaves without saying a word. And Katase kind of looks at him and goes like, I'm very sorry for my colleague just now. And then afterwards, like, he never came back. And afterwards, I get out, I'm like, what the hell just happened? And the PR person, like, ran off, and they heard back, like, yeah, apparently he wanted a smoke break. He was bored. So he just went up and had a cigarette break. I'm so
I like
sorry,
Nomura so much more now.
I'm so sorry. He went reschedule. I'm like, that's okay. He wasn't the greatest interviewer at the time either. So I'm just like, okay, no, I'm good. But it was like, wow, that was it was just it was an interesting way to just right there. And then I saw the difference between those two guys. Because Katase was profusely apologizing the entire time. I'm like, no, you're not the one that got up and just left in the middle of the interview without doing it.
Nomura knows he's hot shit. And also, he probably sat through like 5 interviews before then, and he'd been jonesing the whole time.
Yeah, but it's just funny that, like, if anything, like, if, say, I had, like, tried to check my phone in the middle of it, like, I would probably be, shunned for, like, being complete, doing that to them. But then Nomura straight was just like, he literally just gets up and leaves without, like, saying anything. And then mostly because of a cigarette break. It's like, yeah, he felt like smoking.
Well, now we know how Versus 13 is coming along.
Mm-hmm.
He gets into work, sits down,
he
draws a zipper.
He looks slightly annoyed.
And he's just like, and goes home.
But
no, he outsources the
zipper drawing,
the clothing designs now. Like,
really?
The main character's wacky asymmetrical suit was done by like Hermes or something.
Huh.
Yeah,
I figured he would have brought Rob Liefeld in on it or something. We need more pouches and zippers.
Can you make these men look like they have large breasts?
Meanwhile,
this is better than that was of course what happened to Patrick Klepek when he was actually interviewing Itagaki for Gaming Age one year. It was right after Ninja Gaiden 1 not even right after, like a long time after Ninja Gaiden 1. And they had given it a C-, infamously, right?
Oh, that's right.
And he went in for an interview with Itagaki, and he's just like, so, blah, 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 tell me about your game. And Itagaki is just like stone-faced, and he just turns to the translator, and he's just like, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And the translator's just like, Mr. Itagaki says that because of, your publication plays fast and loose with the facts, that he doesn't think that you're going to print what he says accurately, and so he refuses to answer any of your questions.
Wow.
So for the record, Itagaki is a cunt, is what you're saying, really.
I find that shocking.
Yeah.
I didn't say that.
Okay.
Not that crazy.
You just said that. I'm playing fast and loose with the facts here.
I find it shocking that Sharky would say that. Yeah, that's
It's an insult to cunts everywhere. Yeah.
Anyway, we probably need to wrap this up because we're at an hour and 5 minutes, and this for some reason this show keeps like getting cut off at 1:06. I don't know why.
Oh, you've had to restart it a couple times?
No, it just the past few episodes, every time it goes to past an hour or 5 minutes, it just cuts off.
I think it's because that thing has like 64K of memory, and it's probably
It
not
just
helping.
recently got updated by some tech guru.
Yeah.
No,
Oh, really?
This computer's
That's exactly.
This computer's a silvery pile of poop. Anyway, so E3, it's probably going to be fun and also probably going to be annoying because that's how the show is. But I have a feeling that we can probably do another E3 episode at E3 talking about all the old games that are announced at E3 because it seems like about half of what's coming out this year is actually stuff that came out years ago.
Yeah.
Yep.
For some reason, I was picturing like everyone with like these big bulky headphones and like the things spinning in the background. And, like,
wouldn't that be nice?
High
But
tech.
unfortunately,
And
no.
the guy smoking cigarettes, like watching the board.
Yeah.
A big T-shirt that says "I'm a virgin."
Oh yeah.
What do you think? It stinks. Oh no,
Yeah,
it
you gotta do that.
stinks. Yeah. Okay. Hi everyone. Welcome to. Oh wait, sorry. This week in Retronauts, a bad opening. Hi everyone, and welcome to Retronauts for the week of some damn time. It's time of E3. That's what time it is. And we're hoping to God that this podcast works out. I'm Jeremy Parrish, and with me here we have special guests and fabulous one-up people alike. Go ahead and let's reintroduce ourselves.
Bob Mackey, I'm features contributor, oneup.com.
I'm Nadia Oxford. I'm a features contributor, freelance.
I'm JC Fletcher. I'm a contributing editor to joystick.com, and I'm a guy at Tiny Cartridge also.
And that's good enough for us.
Tiny Cartridge rocks, I gotta say. I love you guys.
Oh, I love you too.
So while we're busy hugging, we're going to talk about classic games at E3, or something along those lines. Retro-influenced games at E3. Basically the Nintendo booth and a few other things. No, I mean, every year at E3 there are a few old games that are being presented as new, and it seems to be kind of cyclical in my opinion. There'll be some years where you have a lot of these and some years where you have very few, and I feel like this year things are kind of back on the upswing, and I don't know if that's just a sign of people revisiting old ideas because they're good or just pure desperation as publishers try to figure out how to make money on things that they know work. But in any case, there's old stuff at this show about new things, so why don't we talk about interesting things that we've seen. JC, let's start with you.
Well, okay. The most interesting old stuff related thing I've seen, I wasn't sure I was going to see much old stuff, except for the requisite Nintendo stuff. Like, their whole holiday lineup is Nintendo 64 games. But then I visited the Ignition booth, and Shane Bettenhausen saved E3.
Explain.
Oh, that's true, yeah. I just found out about this yesterday. He didn't even tell me about it.
I just walked by, and there's Magical Drop 5.
Which isn't technically an old game. And apparently there's a story behind its existence. But I was talking to a PR guy over there, and he said that they didn't actually know they were going to have it here until Sunday. Like, they wrote the press release for it 4 days ago. That's how down to the wire it was.
It did crash once. Well, but it was in a very early state. And right now it's on PC. They're saying it's going to be on consoles later.
Like a downloadable type game?
A downloadable type game.
I don't think you could sell Magical Drop for retail these days.
No.
No, probably not.
But it does seem like a good downloadable game. So what's it like? I haven't had a chance to play it yet.
So it's classic magical drop, which is a gem matching puzzle game where you pull gems down and then move them over and shoot the same color gems upward to match 3 or
And
more.
it's split screen.
Split screen for up
editing.
to 4 players online and offline.
Wow.
And then also, because Ignition and the developer, which is Studio Arcado, who did Big Bang Mini and those 03 pixel games on XPL IG, because they're all crazy, they went ahead and remade an unreleased Data East puzzle game for the Neo Geo called Ghost Lop.
I've heard of that.
So they rescued that unreleased game, made that, and then made it so that one player or as many players as they want can play that simultaneously while other people are playing Magical Drop.
Wait, so it's built into the game, but
Right.
But you have to play Magical Drop to play Ghost Lop. Is this for that new Sony TV where like one person sees one thing and another person sees another?
So each player has their own little window, like in normal puzzle games, and you clear blocks and send stuff over to the other person's screen. Playing Ghost Lop in your little window and send blocks over to the Magical Drop player's screen at the same time.
That's completely crazy.
It's just
they need to like go all out with this and also get Twinkle Star Sprites in there and just have 3 or 4 different games going with people just sending crap at each other. That's a crazy idea. That's so ridiculous.
It is. It's just kind of awesome that they just decided to do this for this little downloadable game, and nobody would ever play that game otherwise. They just remade it.
Huh.
That's the magic of downloadable games. Just you don't know what you're going to find.
I know, right?
That's
There's
great.
so much crap that comes out of it, but then occasionally someone sends along something that's just crazy and hopefully good.
Yeah.
At times it seems like Ignition wants to lose money, but I bless them for it.
Yeah.
Because otherwise we wouldn't see a lot of games. That
Yeah,
are
they're kind of
pretty
like
great.
Xseed in a way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of those companies that I walk to the booth and I think, oh, they put this together for me.
Yeah.
What are the other people going to do?
How nice of them.
Thanks for all these El Shaddai demos, guys.
Yeah, I need to go check that out before the show is over. I stopped by briefly, but I had to run and go record a video, so...
I hear the demo is now on Xbox Live.
For Magical Drop 5?
El Shaddai.
Oh,
yeah.
El Shaddai.
I thought we were on that, but...
Oh, no. That's not that retro. I mean, it does have some, like, 2D platforming parts, but
Yeah.
that's not necessarily retro.
Not retro
We'll still
enough.
make those occasionally. Actually, the thing that I've enjoyed most in terms of old stuff has been the history of games
Oh God, I
museum.
spent hours in there. It's
And,
ridiculous.
I just checked it out briefly yesterday because I was busy, but I did kind of stop by for about 15 minutes and just sort of browse things. I was disappointed that the arcade cabinet section does not have Pengo,
Yeah.
because back in the days of Kentia Hall in the old E3s, where they had like an arcade museum history sort of thing, they always had a bunch of arcade consoles set up. And I would always play Donkey Kong 3 and Pingo because I feel like they're underappreciated gems of the olden days. They don't have either of those this year. But they did have a band called Descendants of Erdrick,
I love that name.
which I'd never heard of.
They're from Austin, Texas.
Are they?
Wow, nice.
Okay. Yeah, I'd never heard of Descendants of Erdrick before. And I try to keep up with these kind of classic cover bands.
There's a lot of them springing up.
I really enjoyed them. They're pretty crazy. Like, well, for one thing, I appreciated the fact that they played a Castlevania arrangement and didn't go necessarily with the obvious choices.
Yeah.
No
Like,
Bloody Tears?
they did kind of touch on Bloody Tears, but they saved like Bloody Tears and Vampire Killer for the end.
Oh,
Yeah.
And they
okay.
started out with some of the later, I think Iron Blue Intention and some of the later oeuvre of Castlevania music. And yeah, they're an interesting little band because there's like one girl who just stands there playing like electric flute or something. I don't know exactly how that goes. It doesn't sound like a flute, and she's rocking out with guys on guitars and bass, and she's got a flute. I don't know, but it's not Jethro Tull either. So
Well, nothing is.
Yeah.
that's true. Not even Jethro Tull
Yeah.
anymore. But yeah, I enjoyed browsing the classic museum while listening to that. And apparently, I stopped by, like, based on Twitter timestamps, I stopped there just like 2 or 3 minutes too late to see Yuji Naka checking out the Master System section, which
Oh, wow.
which Ray Barnholt got a picture
Have a
of.
single tear like crawling
I
down his
can't even
face.
imagine. I can't even imagine. It was probably like, why do they put all these grids on everything?
I played Donkey Kong on the ColecoVision, which was my very first video game. That was the one where my parents, I think they bought it in a back alley, a ColecoVision and Donkey Kong after a hockey game. They just came home from a Maple Leafs game one day and they had Donkey Kong and a ColecoVision. So I was playing that, and I'm like, just kind of reminiscing as I played.
Yeah,
I died.
I think that was actually the first video game I ever owned. My family actually owned. We bought a ColecoVision and a Coleco Atom on clearance after the video game industry crashed. And Donkey Kong, the Atom had to have a ColecoVision in order to run.
Yeah.
Like that was actually, it was just like this
like
big
post-Parasite
clunky
kind of situation.
It was an expansion module, so it was this giant clunky PC shell that wrapped around the ColecoVision, and the ColecoVision is what powered it.
It's a weird time for consoles.
Yeah, it had a daisy wheel printer that was really slow and really loud. It had a tape drive.
Did it run on kerosene?
No, unfortunately. You had a little hand crank.
Oh, okay.
A little hamster.
It was a little safer.
Yeah.
That was the best version of Dragon's Lair ever committed to tape.
I never played Dragon's Lair. I had a hard time getting software for it because the industry had crashed and everyone had cleared out their video game software. And on top of that, the Atom was not a very popular system to begin with, so I had to do mail order, and that was back in the days when mail order took like 6 to 8 weeks for something to come, and it was expensive for a kid on like an allowance, so I had to buy very judiciously. But Donkey Kong was the backend for ColecoVision, so that was what I played a lot of.
I played a bit of, I had some time to kill before an appointment, so I was playing a bit of Sonic 2 on the show floor, like old Sonic 2, and people were gathering around to watch me. And I was thinking, are these unfrozen cavemen E3 attendants? Because why are you watching me play this 20-year-old game? What's so fascinating?
There's something magnetic about
it really is.
Old video games, especially in a context like this where everything's so loud and explosive. And then you see something that is, comfortable and familiar that you remember.
Yeah.
And sometimes you just want to stop and admire it. You don't even necessarily want to play it yourself. Just seeing that it's there and running.
It's like I was at the Nintendo booth today. They started up the Dragon Quest theme. I'm like, where's that coming from? That is magical. Oh my god.
They might have thought you were playing Sonic Generations, and Sonic Generations was really good.
Oh. Sorry.
Wow, this looks exactly like the old game. That's crazy. How'd they do that? But actually, I haven't really played Sonic Generation.
We played it.
I know there's like, the gimmick is it's like Mega Man of two worlds kind of thing. Like there's old Sonic and new Sonic, but can you play as old Sonic in the new game, or is old Sonic strictly in?
It's pretty, as far as I know,
like
it's
a
pretty
2.5 remake.
Yeah, they're penned into their
segregated?
respective. Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
As far as I know, I could be wrong.
I want to play a smirky hip hop Sonic in the classic games, and
that'd be
chubby
awesome.
Sonic in Sonic Adventure or something.
Hip hop Sonic. Yeah, we were at Sonic Boom yesterday.
That was the anniversary party, right?
Yeah, it was actually a lot of fun. They had Crush 40 live.
Is that the band who did the Sonic Adventure 1 and 2 songs?
Yes.
Okay.
So-
They're still kicking around?
Oh yeah, they're my guilty shame. So that was actually quite a lot of fun. I was like, oh my god, they're playing Live and Learn live. This is so awesome.
I don't even know what that is.
If you heard it,
You
it'll
probably
take back.
recognize it.
Yeah.
Would I?
Yeah. It's kind of Pearl Jammy.
Yeah.
I kind of ignored grunge.
Well, they did
that was a retro I didn't really do.
They did a remix of Sonic Boom too. They did their own version of that. That was kind of interesting.
All right.
See, that's what you put on when you want to disperse a party.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go home
Everyone
now.
Get the hell out. Well, we're starting with Sonic Boom. 5, 4, 3.
Pearl Jammy sounds like a Sonic character. Or like Jammy the
don't.
Pearl.
Okay, don't give them any ideas.
It's actually an oyster that rolls really fast,
Yeah.
but it can only go in downhill levels.
And then at the end, you have to wait several years for the pearl to form.
Right, yeah. It plays out in real time.
We'll make a sandwich.
Mini sandwiches. Grow your own cow.
Yeah.
Butcher it for the roast beef. Grow some wheat. Harvest it. Set up a farm. Oh, and finally, the game is. I can move to the next level.
Get your sandwich artist degree in that time. 4 years.
You have to go to university to work at Subway, don't you?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. MBA of sandwiches.
It's an expensive
Or
program.
BFA.
BFA, yeah.
BFA sandwich. So what was the Sonic anniversary party like? I mean, I thought about going, but then yesterday when I was getting lunch, I passed by the Nokia Theater or whatever, and I saw that about a dozen people wearing Sonic hats
there's a lot
had
of
lined
Sonic
up.
hats.
Yeah.
They'd lined up already like 8 hours before the party, and I said, I don't think I actually need to go to this
Well, I was in the VIP section, free drinks, so I kind of got buzzed and
Were they all blue?
Oh God, were they ever blue? And they tasted blue.
Wait, Nadia,
Yes, sir.
did people pick up the hats at the party?
Yes.
Okay.
There's hats and T-shirts.
Okay, great.
And buttons. Yeah, so they had a drink called Sonic Rocks. It was kind of gross, but whatever. It had alcohol. Interesting thing, they had a live Twitter feed, like, in a big screen, tweet for the Sonic party, and that kind of went bad really fast, and they had to take it offline because people were tweeting, like, fuck Robotnik, that fucking hater, and Sonic Boom smells like penis.
Don't they know that Sonic fans are deviants inherently?
God, yeah.
Apparently,
These are people who want to see Sonic have sex with Tails, who is a 4-year-old.
Well, the very last tweet before they just they pleaded, please guys, keep it clean, and that made it worse. The last one that I saw was, first of all, there was something about Sonic took Robotnik behind the Staples Center, beat the shit out of him, and smoked a joint. And then the last one, I think when they finally gave up, was one that just said nipples, and that was it. It was
Nipples the Hedgehog, that's Sonic's sister.
Yeah.
Wait, do echidnas have nipples?
Yes, they're mammals.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Wait, they're monotremes.
They're chaos you're right.
Chaos nipples. Okay.
Chaos
7
nip-
chaos nipples. Let's move on.
But nipples.
That just shut the whole party down. No talking nipples.
Maybe that's a special kind of chow, the nipple chow. So that sounds like a really terrible breakfast cereal.
Oh, God.
So besides old music and blue drinks and obscene Twitters, was there anything interesting at Sonic? Party?
They did.
They have announced anything?
Not much in the way of like in games or stuff like that. No, like David and I were waiting for they're going to announce episode 2, and they kind of like teased it for a second, and then they're like, haha, no. They did a musical, a live presentation. Apparently there was some sort of Sonic 4 contest that I didn't know about, where fans like put on some show and YouTubed it and won some contest. I don't know, and they did that live. It was actually kind of cute, I have to admit. And then they did a costume contest. That's when I went to go get another drink. Overall, it was just
Did the winner have like a working hatch in the back of his costume? the Tails hatch.
I saw people with tails clipped to the back of their pants just walking around E3.
I think those are just furries.
Okay. Well, they had to be there. I was wondering if there was any
Maybe they
connection
were
to
just
that.
really excited about Super Mario 3D.
Yeah.
The non-functioning Tanuki suit.
I do want to talk about that. That was my problem, but I guess.
Yes.
I still think that Super Mario Galaxy 3D or Super Mario 3D is a fantastic game. Like, it's the most fun I had at the show. The demo has 4 parts, and I went back to the kiosk 4 times to play each of the parts just to like experience the fullness.
Nice.
And then they showed off some other stuff at the Nintendo Developer Roundtable. Were you there, JC?
I was.
Yeah, like that stuff. I wish they'd have been on the floor because people would be even more impressed by the game.
I would honestly rather have played that Zelda level they showed.
Oh man,
that was amazing.
It was so crazy. Like that's why when we did voting for Best of E3, I said Super Mario 3D needs to be under the most innovative category because it's the first time I've ever seen a platformer or just about any genuine use of 3D. Like playing a platformer from a top-down perspective seems like madness, but if you can actually judge the depth and perception or the depth and perspective of things, I feel like it has a lot of potential to be a really good experience.
So can you describe that level for the couple of people who didn't go to the round table?
I'll let you describe it, actually.
Well, so they said it was in honor of the Zelda 25th anniversary. They made essentially a Zelda 1 style dungeon in the Mario 3D engine and like in the Mario 3D game, and they the camera is stuck at full top down.
It's totally
just
top
like
down.
Zelda. And it's a Mario level where you walk around and jump over traps and enemies and like you can tell. I mean, they use the 3D effects because when Mario jumps, he jumps out towards the player, and that's how you can tell.
Right.
That's the idea.
And there's some really clever little nods to the Zelda games. Like there's one room you go in and the doors close, and you're given a fire flower. And there are torches in each of the corners.
Oh, nice.
And you have to light the torches, and then you get the door opens.
That's
But
awesome.
at the same time, it's also very much a Mario kind of game, despite the structure of the level and the way it's broken into these rooms. Like each room has different Mario-style traps, and there's one room that has, like platforms that kind of rotate around each other, and they'll push you off and knock you into a pit if you don't jump out of the way. but seeing it from the top down, it's a totally different experience.
What if you have the 3D turned off though? Because I know not everyone plays with it on.
I'm sure you can still play it, but I feel
It's
like
harder.
this is I
It
feel
would
like
be, yeah.
like we saw it on a big screen, so we didn't have 3D.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's really easy to just put two and two together to say this is what I know of having used a 3DS, and this is what I know looking at this game and how it works, and you can visualize in your head how much easier it would be to play this in 3D.
That's my main issue with Mario 3D in general, is it's the first 3DS game that they try to make the 3D really part of the gameplay so that you can't really judge the, there are blocks floating in the air at all kinds of angles, and you can't really tell unless you have the 3D turned on, and I can't see 3D. So I'm just going to pretend it's a challenge mode.
Just pretend you're playing Landstalker.
Right.
Oh, God.
Don't talk
Isometric jumps over pits, okay.
I'm playing Mario 3D Blast is what I'm saying.
But I can see. I mean, I have trouble with 3D too, but I can still see 3DS 3D. It just kind of hurts my head after a while.
Yeah, exactly.
But doing it for a level at a time, I can handle that. And not every level that I played certainly required that kind of. They didn't all require the 3D to be on. It's just occasionally you can come across things and they're so much better with the 3D on. And something I like about Super Mario 3D is that it really feels like it feels like a different Mario game. Like the way it plays doesn't quite feel like any other Mario game I've played. But at the same time, it feels like it's a patchwork of all these other influences from previous Mario games. All the way down to the fact that at the end of every single level, there's a staircase. It doesn't matter if it makes sense in the context of a level. They've built a staircase at the end of the level.
There's also Boom Boom. I have to say, I was happy to see Boom Boom back.
Worked really well in 3D.
He did.
And they showed a level at the round table where you fight Boom Boom on these like conveyor belts.
Oh wow!
So the one in the demo is pretty easy, the playable demo, but this looked like really challenging.
Is this made by the Mario Galaxy team?
It is.
I trust them.
Yeah, so do I.
But it's interesting because even though it's a 3D Mario, all the levels are timed, which I don't think has ever been the case in a 3D Mario before.
No, it hasn't. That's new. I was wondering about that because
So the levels have very constrained camera angles. So you'll go into some parts and it'll open up into more of a 3D roaming experience, and then you'll come into another section of the level and the camera will switch and maybe make it more of a 2D type thing. So it's a lot of little set pieces. I mean, I feel like it kind of takes the philosophy of Mario Galaxy, where everything is broken into the individual planets.
Yeah.
And instead of, discreetly placing those as separate planets or whatever, it's all a contiguous level, but the level, the camera itself and just the design and flow of the level kind of guide you and push you in play certain styles. So despite being a 3D Mario, it still has a lot of the sensibility of a 2D Mario, and I really like it. I think it works really well, and provided the entire game plays as well as what we've seen and what we've played.
Yeah, well, I played all the levels in the demo and really enjoyed them all. So I think hopefully that's a sign of consistent quality to come.
Yeah, I was never a fan of the new Super Mario Brothers series at all. It just rubbed me the wrong way, but from what Jeremy was telling me, it sounds like this one is going to be the, I guess, Mario spin-off, or whatever you want to call it, that will get me interested.
Have you played New Super Mario Brothers Wii?
I have. And
I can see being disenfranchised with the DS one because it was kind of meh.
Boring.
But I thought the Wii one was really good.
I bought it first day, and I don't know, it just, something about the way it looked and the way it felt, and whenever I tried to play it with people, we just ended up hating each other. And not even in a fun way. Not even in a fun way. We just it was just like we had a better argument.
Did you play it with people you already didn't like?
No.
Oh god, that'll make things very bad.
But yeah.
Never ever play with Scott Sharkey because he, oh my god, that man, like, I remember we were doing game night with the game before it came out, and I was narrating how to play it, and so I would be a little bit distracted while I was playing, and he would take every opportunity to push me into pits.
That sounds like Scott Sharkey.
Yeah, or just destroy me in some way, like knock me into monsters. So annoying, but
would he laugh evilly as he did it?
No, he just kind of smirk.
Yeah.
To him, he doesn't even derive pleasure from it anymore. It's just an integral part of his being. Yeah.
Just instinctual.
So I don't know. Did you see any other old stuff that caught your eye? I mean, there were the Sony HD collections. I don't know. I know Metal Gear is showing Peace Walker in HD. I don't know if it's just showing any of the other older ones.
I saw Metal Gear 3D. I didn't see any of the HD collections.
Okay.
And right now, it's Metal Gear Solid 3 with the worst frame rate.
Yeah.
So
it's really bad.
Yeah.
And I think maybe because I've played so much Peace Walker, I'm used to having the wider field of vision for a portable Metal Gear, and going back to the smaller ratio, the screen ratio of the 3DS, I feel like I'm wearing blinders.
That tightly controlled demo they did last year that you just walked around in the jungle was beautiful.
Yeah,
like,
it was
looked
really impressive.
amazing. And then the actual game this year is really rough.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm not the only one who feels that way, because that was one of the first things I wanted to play, and when I played it, I was just like, this isn't fun at all.
Even the cutscenes are just super choppy.
Yeah.
Well, the fact that they announced the HD collection made me completely forget and not care about the 3DS version of Metal Gear Solid 3.
I would like for the 3DS version to be really good, but yeah, I mean, if those HD collections end up being compatible with Vita, that's kind of it for the 3DS version.
I'm just happy to have an excuse to play through that game again, because it is fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, it's an amazing game, but this version of it so far isn't very good. They have like another 6 months before it's due out, but I don't know if they'll be able to optimize it to the point that it's playable.
I don't know if they're... I don't know if they'll release it like that or they'll just delay it. It is Kojima.
Yeah, but I don't know if it's being developed internally. I'm guessing probably not. They probably have someone else working on it.
Like the HD collections.
Yeah. I don't know. At this point, like, after Transfarring turned out to be a non-starter, a completely pointless, why does this even exist? He may be so busy cutting his wrists that he doesn't care.
It's less of a cloud, more of like a hot air balloon tethered to the ground.
Do you realize that at the same time, there are 3 different kinds of HD versions of PSP games?
Oh yeah, God of War.
There's
there's
like
them.
retail remakes or like updates like God of War.
Yeah.
And then there's the actual PSP remasters program, like series, which is supposed to be that for more than just one game. And then there's also Transfarring.
What? Yeah, that sounds kind of typical of Sony, though. They're very fragmented, and they have trouble figuring out exactly what they're doing. Here is PS Vita, but here is Xperia Play. And also here is a tablet that is kind of Xperia Play-ish. These are the platforms that we are launching for people who like to play games on the go. They're all different. Of course, Nintendo's kind of doing the same thing by giving you a controller that has a screen in it. But they're probably going to limit that.
You can't take that out of your house.
They're very clear so far that that is not a portable system.
If you take that out of your house, it explodes.
It's the holodeck version of the iPad.
I like that analogy. That's great.
Did you play, Jeremy? Did you play any of the Team Eco HD stuff?
I didn't play, but I sat and watched someone play Shadow of the Colossus for a while.
I would have liked to see that. I didn't get around to seeing it.
I mean, people tell me that it looks a lot better than Shadow of the Colossus. To me, I think it just looks like they took the original game assets, textures, polygon models, everything. Just they're running them in 1080p and with a really good frame rate. That's the important thing.
Yeah.
I don't care if they make it prettier. I just want it to run at a stable frame rate.
The game was already very pretty.
Yeah, it was a gorgeous, gorgeous game. Still is.
Yeah, so that's something I'm looking forward to, because I played Eco, but I've never actually played Shadow of the Colossus for whatever reason. So
I played it and was very bad at it.
Well, maybe you'll be better now that it's in high definition. Because HD makes everything better.
Of course. Of course. It's magic. I just wanted to say, though, that I don't know if it counts as a retro game, but I want to say that I'm very happy they're continuing with Luigi's Mansion.
It's 10 years old now, so I guess that's
oh my God.
kind of retro.
Are you serious? Oh, Lord.
Old Town.
No, I played the DS demo, and that was a lot of fun. I mean, it's a game where you just take a vacuum and suck up piles of money. There's just something about that.
Yeah, that's what I played immediately before this podcast, actually.
Oh, really?
I finally kind of did the rounds at Nintendo and played stuff that I hadn't had a chance to play yet.
Our own Mike Nelson was saying that it was a very good use of the 3D because it's not a very fast-paced game.
No, it's not.
And we can talk about Cave Story 3D, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, just like Cave Story 3D, it's kind of like you're looking into a diorama. And I think that's the best use of the 3D I've seen so far, that sort of perspective.
Oh, did you guys play Cave Story 3D with...
We did.
Yeah.
Oh,
it was an off-the-floor demo.
Oh, how was it? Please tell me.
It's hard to say. Like,
is it as bad as everyone's complaining?
No, it's not that bad. But a big part of the appeal of Cave Story was the retro charm.
Yeah,
of
the
it.
retro pixely
It was deliberately
graphics.
a throwback, and of course that goes away. And the backgrounds are pretty complex now, detailed. Like they're the same geometry for the most part, but it can be a little hard to tell exactly where you're supposed to be jumping.
Right.
But everything feels the same. Like the jump physics are the same, the weapons are the same, the power-ups are the same. They're adding a little bit of new content, but it's still a Cave Story, and
The remixes, the music sounds, some of it sounds really nice.
yeah, the remixes sound really good from what I can hear,
Yeah.
and I don't have a problem with a different take on Cave Story. It's not like the original version will cease to exist. In fact, you can get the DSi version for 3DS now because the eShop is finally functional.
And that's a good version of the game.
Yeah, so I mean, it's a really solid rendition of Cave Story, and if you don't like the 3D one, you can always download the.
Yeah, exactly.
I hope this gives Pixel enough money to actually make a new game.
Yeah.
Because it's been long enough, buddy. It's time.
I think he told me at GDC that he's made Cave Story like 5 times now.
Yeah.
Oh God.
He's probably looking forward to doing something different. Yeah. But yeah, I did enjoy Cave Story, and Luigi's Mansion though I don't know if I necessarily agree about the good use of 3D, because the thing about Luigi's Mansion is that it's also very heavily focused on the gyro sensor.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And when Luigi is standing around, you use the gyro sensor to tilt his aim, so he aims up and down with the vacuum. And I guess technically moving up and down doesn't affect the 3D view, but it's hard to make that kind of motion and not drift a little bit side to side. So I do feel those conflict somewhat, but it's the first time that I've actually used the gyro sensor and not hated it. So to me, that's actually more of a landmark than looking pretty in 3D.
How about we still have time?
Gotta wrap it up.
Okay, Zelda 25th, or we?
Oh yeah, that's right. There was that.
Oh yeah, that thing.
So what did that entail?
Surprise launch of Link's Awakening.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You need to download
Free 4 swords, which is maybe the best thing.
My question
I would be
is,
curious to know if that's the GBA version, the GameCube version, or something entirely new.
Yeah, and if it is the GameCube version, it's not going to be interfacing with your TV in any way.
Probably not.
Yeah.
I'm guessing it's probably more like the GBA version, but reworked. I would like for it to be like the GameCube version in terms of art style and content, because I thought that was a really great game.
It seems weird that they just announced a system that has a little mini screen so you can see stuff separate from the TV, and they announced a new version of 4 Swords, but they're not the same thing at all.
Yeah, Nintendo is kind of weird about things. I don't know. Like, you would have thought that a 4 Swords style game would have come out a long time ago, but it didn't. The DS has been around begging for 4 Swords for almost 7 years now.
And everyone has a
Finally
DS.
getting it.
Everyone has a Wii, pretty much, and it seems like such an easy thing to do.
But yeah, they're bizarre. And they're bringing back Pac-Man Versus, except it's being called Chase Me.
It's Chase Me.
But I mean, as soon as I saw it, I was like, oh, they just repurposed Pac-Man Versus, like that concept, and made it in 3D with me.
Seeing that as a big announcement at E3 is a little bit of a strange deja vu.
Yeah, I was like, 2003 all over again. Except they actually had some cool stuff to back it up, so it wasn't like, if Chase Me had been, the sum total of their press conference, like, this is our great idea.
I wish I had been sitting near the IGN guys when they showed Chase Me.
Unfortunately, I don't think they're all working at IGN anymore. Let's see, Pear is, but I'm not sure about everyone else. But they weren't all sitting together. So.
The Chase Me demo, to be honest, reminded me more of Mario Kart, the battle, for some reason, just as having flashbacks.
Well, I think because of the perspective, but I mean,
Yeah.
the game mechanics are Pac-Man Versus.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Anyway, we need to wrap this up so we can all get on to do our things, and also because we're also almost out of recording time. So, yeah, just to wrap it up, your favorite old thing?
Oh, my favorite old thing? I guess Cave Story so far.
Right.
Yeah.
So far, I'd say Mario 3D. Also, the Video Game Museum. That was pretty awesome.
Either a Magical Drop or Fortune Street, which I didn't talk about. Look it up.
And as for myself, I'm just going to make something up and say Rhythm Heaven, which isn't actually old, but it harkens back to the GBA version that never came to the US, and That's awesome. Everyone play it.
Yes, please.
I cheated. Okay.
Play Rhythm Heaven.
Yes. Buy it. Give it money. Make more cum. Or more good things like it, etc. Anyway, JC, Nadia, Bob, thanks for taking a few minutes out of E3 to talk.
No problem.
And I hope to God that this works out. We recorded well.
If not, we had a nice conversation between ourselves.
And if so, then we can do this again next year.
Yeah.
The following Earwolf episode is brought to you by Pepsi Next, the next big thing in cola.
Today's episode of How Did This Get Made is brought to you by Comedy Bang Bang on IFC, adapted from the hit Earwolf podcast. You can find Comedy Bang Bang on Friday nights at 10 p.m. on IFC. Watch it. Imagine Speed without the bus, without Keanu Reeves, without the tension, and without the story. We saw Speed 2, Cruise Control, so you know what that means.
Now it's time for How Did This Get Made? We're gonna have a good time, celebrate some failure, not just be a hater. Cause you know you wonder, how did this get made? Let's wallow in the mediocrity of subpar art. Perhaps we'll find the answer to the question, how did this get made?
Hello, people of Earth, and welcome to How Did This Get Made Summer Edition. That's right, all summer long, How Did This Get Made will be focusing on the best, worst summer movies. That's right, the big action movies, the horrible remakes, the terrible sequels. If it's bad and it was released in the summer, we will be talking about it. Continue to send us your suggestions for your favorite bad summer movies at our Facebook page. But let's just get right into it. I am joined, as always, by June Diane Raphael and Jason Mantzoukas. How are you guys?
Pretty good.
Pretty good. We all are in studio here.
Look at that.
For the first time in a while. This is exciting.
It's big.
Also joining us today is the host of Comedy Bang Bang. He has a brand new show coming out on IFC every Friday night. Please welcome Scott Aukerman.
You sound like you were about to say more. Scott Aukerman, who is my best friend.
According to New York Times, the den mother of comedy.
Den mother.
Den, really?
Sweet.
Fucking Zach Galifianakis. That's his quote. He knows I'm a man.
Anyway, so Speed...
You do have substantial tits.
Thank you. You're sucking on them.
Nourishment.
All right, so we decided...
And we're off.
We decided what better way to kick off our so bad they're good summer movie blockbusters with Speed 2 Cruise Control, the ill-conceived sequel to Speed. A movie that could not have a sequel, really. It ended perfectly. And what they did was they took the side character, Sandra Bullock, and made her front and center. Now, Sandra Bullock doesn't do anything in Speed.
Hang on, excuse me.
She just drives the bus.
She drives the bus.
You're miming doing a steering wheel. May I point out she also presses her foot down upon the accelerator.
You are right. So she is now the lead of this movie, and clearly this movie was written for Keanu Reeves.
Well, I have to interject. It was not written at all. If you do some research, they did not have a script.
Well, basically...
Is that right?
Yes. Graham Yost, the guy who wrote the first Speed movie, had a great idea for a sequel because the director Jan de Bont wanted to do something with a boat, and he had this idea.
He had a dream, by the way.
Well, this is
this should be titled "Based Upon a Nightmare" by Jan de Bont because
a dream of two large ships slowly moving toward each other.
He had a nightmare where a boat crashed into something, and he woke up and said, "That is the sequel."
That is really and truthfully what happened. Yes.
Oh, come on.
So basically, the writer Graham Yost was kicked off the project. Instead, they went with Jan de Bont's dream of a boat crashing into land. And the movie feels exactly like a foreign person's dream about a boat crashing into land.
It feels like a dream where for some reason, you know how when you're dreaming about someone you know, they'll say goodbye and turn into someone else?
Yeah.
And it feels like that's what happened in his dream is Keanu Reeves was like, excuse me, and just like changed into Jason Patrick for no reason. And then we're off and we're on this boat with him.
And so they try to like write out basically Keanu Reeves in the first scene. And it's so sloppy. I've never seen a movie more sloppy with exposition ever.
Which it says a lot for what we do here on this show.
It's so like, yeah. It's like she literally
She basically says that relationships with daredevils never work out. It didn't work
and that
out.
it only worked out for like 6 months, and then she jettisoned him or something. Like
Is that
they
what she
broke up
said?
after 6 months.
Oh, because he gave her mace.
Yes.
And she thought it was perfume.
And wound up in the hospital.
Yeah. Which really, I don't know what kind of perfume looks like a can of mace.
Although that's a great idea, and if you're in, I'm in.
Yeah, let's do it.
To the tune of $50,000.
I'm actually
Let's do it.
surprised later in the movie when she finds that grenade, she didn't think it was perfume.
Boom!
I also love like the first scene of the movie. They bring back a character from the first movie, like the police chief, and he gets
Joe Morton.
Joe Morton, who
Which, by the way, she does not. We should point out she does not know that her boyfriend Jason Patrick is a daredevil cop.
No, she
Well, she knows she's a cop.
She knows he's a cop, but thinks he's a bike cop
at
on
the
the beach.
On Venice, yeah.
But then, what is even more infuriating, she does not know that not only is he a cop, but works with the exact same cop who got her off that bus.
Yes.
In the first movie.
and she doesn't want to date daredevils, but she is dating a daredevil.
Well, and it's a very strange
Because
setup
they
for a
need to basically
Well,
go-
yeah, but it's a strange thing to set up a female character who actively doesn't want a man
Adventure.
who's a hero.
Yeah.
Who saves lives, like actively is looking for not that.
Considering what type of hero Jason Patrick actually is in this
Sure.
movie, she should not want that.
Yeah.
That's
He
true.
is
Fair enough.
He is literally a crazy person.
He is putting her life in danger.
He's putting everyone's children's lives in danger. He
Little
puts
deaf girls.
He's flirting with a deaf girl.
People die constantly in this movie because he
Because
just
of his
makes
actions.
arbitrary choices.
For no reason.
Yeah.
Well, we'll get to that.
Well, yeah. Basically, it basically starts off with two parallel scenes. Joe Morton is leading a special squat team. Squat team. Yeah, squat team.
Yeah, squat team.
They are leading a SWAT team. I don't even know what they're trying to bust.
I know what
It's
it
a
is.
laundry truck.
It's an ice cream truck full of stolen computers.
It's like
because
it is so uninteresting.
they bring out a SWAT team for one truck of stolen computers,
Yeah.
which all fall out of the back of the truck.
They all are flying out, and meanwhile, Jason Patrick is just chasing it on a motorcycle. Meanwhile, Sandra Bullock is taking her driver's test with Tim Conway, and it's very comical.
In like an SUV convertible.
No, she's
whatever
in
the
a
fuck that car
Volkswagen
was
thing.
it.
It's an old I
Is that
actually
the
love that
actual
car.
title?
It's a
Volkswagen
Volkswagen thing.
What?
There is a car
Wait a
called
minute.
a
Yep.
Thing.
It's from like the 70s or earlier. Even. It's like an old Volkswagen. It's called the Thing.
What?
Yeah.
So,
Wow. Okay.
So in this first
That
scene,
get made.
I like the thing.
We have to do an episode of How Did This Get Made?
About
Car
the
edition.
Volkswagen. Okay, then I also want to do a PT Cruiser then because I cannot for the life of me figure that disaster out.
They only are sold to rental car agencies.
Yeah, I think so.
And ZZ Top.
Yeah, they're not being made anymore.
Because you tried to buy one.
Yeah.
Again, the clunkiness of this first scene. Her driver's test intersects with the SWAT team, and that's how she finds out.
Well, she also, I mean, she's driving so crazily. People were killed during that.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah. Oh, yeah.
Easily.
Yeah.
Okay, so just.
There's a huge death
If we're
toll.
doing a body count.
If
Yeah.
this movie actually happens, there's a huge death toll.
And there's there are deaths that occur due to comedic moments. There are deaths that like her comedically
Correct.
bad driver's exam must have led to 5 deaths.
And to follow that up, then there are comedic moments that follow deaths.
Yes.
So there are deaths and then punchlines immediately after.
Yes. Like there are people that get sucked into the propellers,
Yes.
right? When they're on the lifeboat rescue, there are two people fall out of the boat, get sucked into the propellers, and she's like, lower the gangplank, and then she's like, can you get these people out of here? It's like,
This is supposed to be a vacation.
Yes,
Yeah.
the vacation.
So basically, she finds out that her boyfriend's a part of the Suicide Squad of the police force.
Policemen who are willing to commit suicide in pursuit of stolen computers.
We gotta get those computers.
Well, you
My
can
life
tell-
is irrelevant.
I also do love that Joe Morton's first line in the movie is like, the character that the replacement Keanu Reeves is Alex. He goes, "All right, Alex, no stunts and no wrecks." Like that's what he leads it off with.
Meanwhile, Alex is on his motorcycle, driving primarily on one wheel.
Yes.
Primarily in a wheelie form.
No reason why he needed to be driving like that the entire time. So she finds out that she is dating Keanu Reeves because the movie has to continue and they weren't going to rewrite it too much.
I don't know if you've ever watched Alien 2 or Aliens, right?
Yes.
Back to back with Alien to the Third Power.
No, I did not see it to the third power.
I watched a marathon.
Alien Cubed?
I watched a marathon of all 4 movies on TV once, but when
Stop bragging.
beginning,
Were you having a nervous breakdown?
I grew a super long beard. I ate my fingernails. But you watch all of the second Aliens movie, and for the entire movie, she is trying to save the little kid,
Newt?
right?
Newt.
She's trying to save Newt. She's finally successful. She escapes the aliens, and then if you immediately watch the third Alien movie, it starts with that little kid dead. That
Yes.
all of this was for naught, and that's how I felt like watching this movie. We're so invested in her getting together with Keanu Reeves in that movie, and he's so amazing in it. And then for her to just go,
Wait,
yeah, I broke
wait.
up with him 6 months later.
He's so amazing in it.
I
what
agree
you
with
just
that.
said?
I agree with
I think he's great in Speed.
I think
I
it's
think
his
he's
best
great
movie.
in it.
Yeah.
All right.
I think he's great in it.
Okay, fine. Well, I guess I'm the sole dissenter here.
And girl, he is cut.
But so basically
All
they.
right, then, mother of comedy.
So the original premise is essentially that Keanu Reeves and her go on a boat trip, and the boat is hijacked.
Well, not Keanu Reeves.
But it was written that way.
I'm sorry.
It was written that way. He
Got it.
turned it down.
Yep.
After reading the script?
After
or?
reading the script, he said that.
Or just after reading the outline or something.
Yeah.
After hearing about the dream.
Well, he said he did not like the script, and he was secure from the success of the first film. And he said that he did a movie called Chain Reaction, and he said he wasn't mentally or physically ready to star in another action film right now.
Oh. Yeah.
And he went to go tour with Dogstar, his band,
Of course.
instead.
Of course.
But
And
Which we should do another show about Dogstar.
How did this
Music
get made?
edition.
How did this get made? Dogstar the band.
Basically, everyone turned down this movie. Sandra Bullock only agreed to be in this movie if they would finance her movie Hope Floats, and then William Dafoe was only in this movie after they went to like 10 other guys to be the bad guy, and so was Jason Patric. It went to Matthew McConaughey, who went on to do Contact, and said John Bon Jovi, who passed.
What?
Oh, that's the movie I want to see.
Yeah, I would love to have seen that. Patrick Muldoon and Christian Slater.
Who's Patrick Muldoon? Who is
he to turn
Wait a
down
second.
Speed?
Yeah.
Who even is Patrick Muldoon?
I'm gonna find out right now.
Wait a second, because you're saying people who are like legitimately like A-list people, and then you said a name that I've literally never heard.
All right, I'm looking at it right now.
Patrick Muldoon is a pretend person.
He was in Starship Troopers.
I doubt it.
And Days of Our Lives.
Soap actor.
He's a soap actor.
Wow. A soap opera actor turned this down.
Yes.
And
That's how bad this script
and
is.
Jason Patrick was
he
like,
was on
I'm in.
Melrose Place. That was his
there
big.
we go.
That was
Okay.
his big thing.
That makes sense.
Yes. So then Jason Patric finally got it. No one wanted to do this movie.
And so he kind of steps into a role that was written for Keanu Reeves, where I think that if you look at the movie, Keanu Reeves would have been trying to ask Sandra Bullock to marry him.
Yes.
He would have been invested in their relationship
Yes.
already.
Yeah.
Instead of, when we meet these two, he's about to ask her to marry him, and we are actively rooting against him
Yes.
because we like Keanu Reeves so much.
And also, they appear to have a horrible relationship built upon lies.
Built upon a lie.
Well, first of all, she's been dating him for 6 months, doesn't know about this thing, and then they're like. She doesn't know anything about him, and he's ready to ask her to marry him.
Yeah.
That's. Jan de Bont said that he just rewrote the first scene to establish that was it. The movie is
otherwise it's unchanged.
It's unchanged.
Oh my god.
So it's so that That speaks volumes of why this movie is so fucking weird.
I wonder if Jeff Bridges would. No, he's dead in the first one. Never mind. Spoiler. Sorry, spoiler.
So basically, they get on the boat. It's a fun cruise ship. You know it because you meet every character you're going to see for the rest of the movie immediately.
Especially Dante.
Dante.
Hi, my name's Dante. He says my name's Dante 800
his
times.
His last line is, remember, it's Dante.
I gotta say, too.
He says that.
Yes.
Dante's taking pictures the whole time, from beginning to end.
Oh, yes.
As the ship is going down.
As he is in the process of dying,
yes.
he is taking
He's
pictures.
taking pictures. And I thought for sure these pictures are going to come back and we're going to reveal clues that way and understand.
It would be like the sequence in Hangover at the end. You spin me right round, baby, right round. You see like all the golf clubs, William Dafoe.
I like to think that the guy playing Dante, like, that was his actor's process to hope that he would be remembered in the movie, which is not a bad idea if you're an actor.
I remembered his name.
Is to constantly say your character name. He's the only one.
So they meet Dante, then they meet this weird guy who's kind of like a concierge. He's showing them to their room.
Like the bellhop kind of guy.
Bellhop
Is that
guy.
a comedian Jeremy Hotz?
Maybe. I don't have it in front of me right this second, but yeah. So he's like showing them, and then all of a sudden you meet the villain. Within the first 10 minutes of the movie, you've met every main character, and the villain is William Dafoe, who Jason Patrick immediately is like, this guy's up to something.
He knows exactly.
There is never a second on this enormous ship where they are not within 15 feet of Willem Dafoe.
No.
Like they are constantly.
And everyone else we've met.
There are hundreds and hundreds of people, if not thousands, on this cruise ship, and they are constantly surrounded by the same 8 people.
Well, it's also confusing because Willem Dafoe could have pulled all of this off and like not gone out during the daytime hours. Like he didn't have to do cruise time activities.
William Dafoe was out enjoying the ship at the bar. Like he didn't need to leave the room.
He wasn't
You're right.
scouting. He was just.
He just hung out with his leeches all afternoon.
Exactly.
Guys, the leeches.
The leeches, okay.
The leeches, I kept being like, okay, the leeches are going to play a part in this, a bigger part in this. And they
Never came
just
back.
don't.
Well, I mean.
Except to be like, there's a tub full of leeches at one point. And I was like, that's some sexy
once
shit.
Jason Patrick sees the leeches, he says, this is a very sick man.
This is a very sick puppy.
But you know what's so funny? It's like I feel like it was done. This movie was done in the era where the bad guys needed some quirk. They couldn't just be bad. So he was a bad guy who needed leeches that were sucking out the copper that he had been exposed to by working on computers.
It seems like as a villain, you need motivation. Like every great actor that they approach probably are like, what's my motivation?
Yeah.
So, unlike The Rock, which has Ed Harris as a villain where you're actually on his side because he's like going farther than you would, but you understand why. Like Willem Dafoe is just a fucking insane person who happens to have leeches.
Can somebody please explain what he wanted to do? Well, he's worked on the computers for this ship, so he knows everything about it. While he was working on the computers, he got sick.
And
they fired
hence
him.
the leeches.
Okay, so they fired him
which
because
I don't think is legal.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well,
he
he
could have pursued a legal course.
He got
won.
sick. Well, it was 1997. No one was suing their companies back then.
Law didn't exist.
Yeah, this is before 9/11. A lot of things changed. But he basically was a computer expert who got exposed to too much copper from working on computers.
Exposed to too much copper.
Yeah, which is exactly how computers work.
Which, by the way, is what pennies are made out of, which we carry around, exposing ourselves to constantly.
Well, that's how Abraham Lincoln died.
So he wants revenge on the company that fired him, and the doctors gave him a couple years to live, but these leeches might give him a couple more years to live.
Because he wouldn't trade the leeches for all the doctors in the world, as he says.
Okay. So his revenge though is taking down this boat.
The
diamonds.
The diamond, which is the craziest part. He wants to steal the diamonds that are on the boat.
Brought on the boat by passengers.
Brought on the boat
by that jewelry company. Remember they say, who wants a multi-million-dollar show, blah, blah, blah. Some jewelry company is on the boat, and they are, remember, walking around with all those diamonds.
Some people are buying them for some weird reason.
And there's a crazy shot where one of the extras, like one of the women who's showing the jewelry, walks around with the jewelry on a tray.
Yeah.
And the
Yeah.
women jump out of their
Like,
seats.
It's like
and
Oprah's favorite thing.
Stare at the jewelry
Yeah.
that's on her. It's
Yeah.
the strangest.
Which then,
Okay.
when the boat, they say abandoned ship, the jewelry company says, "Well, of course I will leave the diamonds here on this ship," and they get off.
They get off the
they
ship
leave
without
them
the-
there.
Well, I mean, look, again, it goes back to like the Die Hard thing too. The villains are so cool, but all they want in the end is just a good score, some bearer bonds or some diamonds.
But he wants the money to make him less sick, or to.
That's
I think
what
he
I'm
just wants
trying
the
to
money.
get
No,
at.
I think he just wants the money.
Even though he only has a couple years to live,
he's going to
even
live
with
it
the
up.
leeches.
He's just going to live it up.
He's just
and
gonna. I think he's gonna go crazy in St. Martin or wherever he
Okay,
is.
Maybe he's
so,
going to
but
buy more
why-
leeches.
Fine, but
Leeches
so
are
why does he
expensive.
have to, after he takes
Or a
the
big copper
diamond,
magnet to like suck the copper out of his body.
That's a great idea.
By the way, can we talk about Fat Busters for a second? There's some. Jan de Bont really wanted this movie to be more funny. This is something that he says numerous times. He said this movie is way more funnier than the first Speed. And one of the great ways of showing it is when Sandra Bullock and fake Keanu go out to dinner, they're at a table of fat people who believe that you need to eat more fat to lose weight because when you try to cut out fat, your body makes more fat.
And the funny part of it is they're extremely overweight.
Yes.
And they're
So it's not working.
And so grotesquely overweight that, like, when they cut the
I wouldn't
close-ups,
go that far grotesquely.
Well, I would say that they're photographed grotesquely in the sense that when they cut to them, like, there's crumbs on their mouth.
Yeah.
You know, they're eating. It's like
They're hilarious. They're-
So
I
that is purely the joke. The joke is nothing more than these people are fat.
Yeah.
Well,
I
it
would
does
also
come
like
back
to s-
later on though
Yeah.
when they're trapped in the
and
boat,
they have to take all their clothes
and they
off.
have to take all their clothes off
because they're
so it's like
fat.
it's like
Yeah.
we haven't made fun of the fat people enough. Let's make them wear less clothing
Yeah.
so we can see more of their exposed fatness.
Yeah. Although they do become very modest in that scene.
Yeah.
They do more so than anyone.
Yeah.
Everyone else is willing to take off everything.
Yeah. They would rather die than show their genitals. Yeah.
By the way, just a couple weird things that jumped out at me before we get into the Die Hard section of the movie. Sandra Bullock is just casually watching Lolita while
Yeah,
Alex
what is that
is
about?
asleep.
I
so
didn't
odd.
understand that at all.
Like a long shot of Lolita is like playing, and she's
Yeah.
just like,
and he's sick. Right?
yes, he's been puking in a champagne bucket.
And she's watching Lolita on a boat.
There's another version of this movie which could have just starred Jason Patrick and the deaf
girl.
15-year-old
I thought
girl,
there was some-
and there would have been because remember the 15-year-old girl is like flirting with him from the word go.
Right.
That's
Like, there is
why
a
she
very
dresses
Lolita
all
thing.
sexy that night.
Yeah.
When she leaves and gets separated
Because
from her parents.
it's all for Alex.
Yes, and so that's why she left. She's trying to find him.
Well, Alex, her father goes, you look like a clown. Get out of here. She doesn't look like a clown. She looks like a 12-year-old girl in a floral print dress.
Yeah, with a little more makeup than girls
little
normally
bit.
wear. Yeah.
And he sends her out. He's like, get out of here, you clown.
Get out of here, deaf girl.
Yeah, and the deaf girl.
And he doesn't even bother to do it in sign language. He just like yells at her.
Yeah.
Well, everybody who signs in this movie also speaks exactly what they're saying.
Yeah, exactly. I also want to point out that when she wakes up after watching Lolita and Jason Patrick is gone.
Yes.
He's skeet shooting, and somehow she is woken up by the sound of his skeet shooting.
Yeah.
She has gotten the worst cabin
I'll tell you.
on the boat that
Like
must
right
be directly underneath.
Right
And
underneath
by the way,
shotgun
the
range.
bed in that cabin is not a full-size
It's like a
bed.
twin
It's
bed.
a twin bed
Yeah.
that they're both sleeping on.
They're both sleeping
that
in a
cabin
twin
looked
bed.
like
Yeah.
hell to me.
And it was, by the way, it was referred to as a suite.
Sweet, yeah.
Guys, what can you expect on a Suicide Squad cop salary?
That's true. That's a good point.
And the other thing is, while he's skeet shooting, who's watching him? Willem Dafoe.
Just check. Oh.
Just like,
Yeah.
because they have to be in the same place at all times.
Oh man, Willem Dafoe, again, he could have the way that he could have gotten those diamonds, got on the boats that left the boat, and been
That's
fine.
what I
He
was
could have
gonna
done
say.
so many things. He has a gun the entire movie, and yet he's killing people by cutting the cords on the
Oh, yeah.
chains that are holding them. Like like he's firing guns at the rope that's holding Jason Patrick to the ship. Like just fire the gun at Jason Patrick.
Yeah.
You're
He
willing
has-
to murder everyone.
No, there's the
He likes
moment where,
Rube Goldberg contractions.
Oh yeah, like the moment where he like comes across Sandra Bullock and the captain guy, and they've got Jason Patrick tied to a rope, and Jason Patrick is underwater, and he's like holding a gun on them, but then instead just flips a lever and hides.
Yeah.
And I was like, what are you doing? Shoot those two people.
The only two people that are giving you
everything
trouble.
works out for you. They let go of Jason Patrick. He dies. You kill them. You have the diamonds. Then you can flee. But instead, he's like, I'm going to switch this lever.
And hope no one notices me.
And hope that, I'm going to hide over here. Hope nobody notices me. Oh, shoot, they noticed me.
Well,
oh, crap. I guess I'll take a hostage.
Also, by the way, part of this movie relies on everyone being very easily able to get into the ship's cockpit.
Yeah.
Everyone's able to walk right in there.
Yeah.
There's no security in getting into that ship cockpit at any time. Willem Dafoe walks in as a drunk guy, and they're like, oh, this drunk
And
guy.
they give him a lot of latitude.
Yeah.
By the way. They let him hang out there for a good 20
he falls
minutes.
on all the major controls.
He falls on all the major controls, puts all these different devices all over the central cockpit. And then later on, when Alex comes in, fake Keanu comes in, he starts shooting at the cockpit and stuff.
Sure, yeah.
No
one
one's
cares.
ever being taken into
No one's
arrest.
ever like, hey man, stay away from this cockpit. This stuff's kind of important. Hey, Paul, did you have the clip of Willem Dafoe attacking the captain? when
That's the one
stuff
that I
starts
wanted
going
to
down?
play. Yeah,
'Cause that has my favorite line in the thing. If,
Yeah.
if,
That was
if
the
we
first
get
That
to
was
it.
what we just were playing because it's the one where
first one.
Oh, I
he
thought
has
you were
the
cutting
swinging
it.
lamp.
That's I thought the clip was, but
Yeah. I would love. I would
can
love
we?
to hear
Well,
that
let's just
effect.
try it again.
Still 4 degrees off course. Did you check the mainframe, Eric?
I think it's a little bit after.
Captain Pollard, good evening. How can you be running the ship if you're not on the bridge? Who is running the ship? Oh, yeah, I am.
What is this? Who are you?
I spent a great many years developing computer systems for these cruise lines, including this baby. And then I got tossed away.
What are you talking about?
That's what really infuriates me. You don't even know what I'm talking about. How dare you!
Okay.
Yeah.
So that is my favorite line, which is, that's what really infuriates me. You don't even know what I'm talking about. That's not the favorite line. The favorite line is the captain saying, how dare you? How dare he what? Insinuate that someone doesn't know what he's talking about? That's what this script, or this movie obviously does not have a script, and they improv'd all these scenes. And there's so much bad improv going on to where people are trying to heighten things that should not be heightened.
Do you think during this scene, and I hate to cut to later in the movie, but when Sandra Bullock
Biloxi Blues.
Sandra Biloxi Blues drives away in a jet ski, sort of figures out how to detach her jet ski from Willem Dafoe's jet ski.
Yeah, which is basically
He's
she pulls
chasing it.
the
She
lever
pulls
that
one
says
lever.
detached jet ski.
She pulls one lever, and then he calls after her, wait, you're my hostage! You're my hostage.
In this scene, the sound you're hearing inexplicably is Willem Dafoe is swinging a stationary lamp back and forth that it has a range of about 3 feet, as if it is itself a threatening object to the captain. And as long as the captain stays further than 3 feet away from him, Willem Dafoe's just moving a lamp.
But he gets
or
so
Jason, he could have
infuriated.
just turned around and walked
away. Just literally walked away.
Walked away.
Oh, there's
Said,
that-
I'm not going over there.
But
I'm
it's
gonna
as
That
if-
drunk guy from last night.
Yeah,
Okay, goodbye.
It's as if the swinging lamp is the deadliest of weapons.
And it's hypnotizing him to come closer.
And it does, in fact, lead to his death.
It does. He gets
knocked off because he got too close. Conceptually, though, the first movie is interesting because you have a bus, it's out of control, people on it, they could die.
There's inherent tension.
Exactly. This one, first of all, you're following the wrong character because she's not a hero.
She doesn't do anything.
She doesn't do anything. She doesn't punch. You always are ready for her to be like, when is she going to deliver the punch? When is she going to do?
She does take out that chainsaw.
She does use the chainsaw.
She uses the chainsaw
With Dante's help.
But she's basically like, I'm on vacation. Oh, this is happening again.
She puts a bikini on very quickly.
Very quickly.
She's in a bikini and a sarong immediately.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
wait.
purple sunglasses.
One of my
Purple tinted
favorite
sunglasses.
clothing.
She's also way too tan.
Which she's
Yeah,
been
I
shooting
agree.
for a while. One of my favorite moments in the movie is Jason Patrick goes down to work underneath the boat, and he's in this wet white shirt, and he rips it off, and then he runs into another room, and then immediately the next scene, he's putting on a black shirt. Clearly he did not want to be shirtless for the second section of this movie.
Right.
So they don't justify where that shirt came from. Like, it wasn't like he went back to his room or anything like that. Like, he just found a random new clean shirt that he
Random
just puts
shirts.
on. Random
in case of
emergency.
Shirtless break glass. And they just right
good.
out of the box shirts.
Good, nice tight shirt.
Let
Good.
me
Shows
take the
off my
safety
muscles.
pins out of
The
these.
weird thing about this movie conceptually, though, too, is that the stakes keep on changing, but not necessarily heightening. So it's like you think where the boat's headed toward
A tanker.
on this course. No, at first
No,
toward
first
this
to
island.
the cliffs.
Oh, yeah.
Toward the cliffs, and that's pretty bad. But then it's headed to a tanker, which is also pretty bad. It's like there's no.
And on the tanker,
there's no
by the way.
story. The movie is just traps. The movie is a
Well,
series
plus,
of traps.
Jason Patrick has no reason to do anything he's doing. They can get off the boat.
Yes.
What does he care?
Yeah.
What does he care other than this guy is breaking the law? He is putting so many people in danger.
So many people
he
actually
floods
die.
the ship. He floods the ship
Yes.
while
Yeah.
a deaf girl is down below. Simply because this guy is breaking the law and he needs to be caught. What do you care?
Because he's on
get
the
off the boat.
Suicide Squad. That's what they do. They put their lives at risk. It makes and the action is so boring. It seems so.
And shot in slow motion too.
Oh my god! When it would cut to slow motion during action sequences, I would be like, "This is horrible."
Well, there's also I do think they ran into a problem with shooting the action, which is that the boat, even at moving like 17.6 knots, is still moving at a pretty slow pace.
It's a boat.
It's a gigantic ship.
There's
in
nothing
open
scale.
water.
Yeah, there's nothing to show you how
There's
quick
nothing to
it's
show scale. Like if they were to show a dolphin and it whizzing by a dolphin who was like, "Oh my god, that's a fast boat!" Like maybe you would get something.
Yes, but the other problem too is like they have, as the boat gets closer and closer to land, they're sort of hitting this resort town, and there are all these other just water
Which, by the way,
skiers
nobody
and
notices.
Yeah, well,
nobody notices.
Until they're looking
a
directly
cruise
at-
liner is coming right at them.
Like people literally, the boat, like the giant ass cruise liner is 4 feet away, and they're oh shit, I should move my boat now.
Oh, I gotta jump off my boat.
Yep. But even people on the boat don't notice either.
But no one is jumping off the boat. That's the other thing that I.
Yes.
No one thinks to ever jump off the boat. People are more willing to jump off the Twin Towers than they are willing to jump off this boat in this movie.
Too soon.
Way too soon.
But I felt the same way. Like when they were getting close to land, it's like, oh, that's shallow now. Just jump off the boat.
No, wait.
There are water
Okay,
skiers
hang
out
on.
there.
Time out. I think what they tried to establish was that if you jumped and or fell
get
off the
sucked
boat,
into
you
the
get sucked into the propellers.
Sure.
So that's why people weren't jumping off the boat. That's my belief.
And they're just hoping for the best. That they're going to crash into. You know what I mean?
I don't know, man.
What would you do?
What would I have done?
Yeah.
I would have tried to find Willem Dafoe and punched him in the nose and been like, "Oh, I would have flooded the ship."
There also
Grab those
is a
leashes.
lifeboat that you see hanging
Yes.
from ropes that you could very easily get onto at any point and cut off the ropes.
But
and
they
then-
can't. They can't get the. I mean, you could fall, I guess, in the lifeboat.
Yeah. No, I mean, yeah,
Not
but that's
that
what I
high,
mean. Cut
not
it,
that
like,
high.
Like
It's
cut off
pretty
the ropes.
high.
It's gonna float.
You're
though.
a coward.
Yeah.
You are a coward.
Jump in the water and you hold on to it.
How about when the deaf girl's mother is like, "Our daughter's still in there. Our daughter's still in there." And she tries to climb out, and by climbing out, knocks the balance of the lifeboat off.
Craziest
Two
scene.
people fall out, get sucked into the propellers, and die. And then her husband goes, "Don't worry, it's not your fault. It's not your fault.
Yeah.
It is
Yes,
100%
it is.
your fault."
150%.
It's no one's fault but hers.
And every time Sandra Bullock and Jason Patrick reunite, like which happens frequently, right?
Right.
They will they'll have their separate adventures and they'll reunite. I genuinely feel like he would rather punch her in the face than kiss her. I feel like he hates her.
I want to talk about two other lines that were.
I feel like he, as an actor, hates
Hated
Sandra
her.
Bullock as an actor.
You feel like irritation.
There's no chemistry
Oh, yeah.
between these two.
Yeah.
The two lines that I love that are so well. You know what? We should play a clip between Sandra Bullock and the second clip here between Sandra Bullock and Jason Patrick.
Okay. Yeah, I'm fine. What's happening? Why did the shift start up again? Why did you leave me upstairs? I know we have a situation. What?
Geiger's taking over the ship.
Geiger, I'm not looking at my golf game, Geiger? What?
Geiger, I'm a computer psycho. Geiger, I design all the software. And Geiger, I can blow up everything.
Why would he do that? I don't know. Well, where is he? What?
He's everywhere.
He's everywhere.
By the way, I want to point out that when the guy who takes everyone's luggage to their
Yes.
cabins, he knocks on Willem Dafoe's door. He walks in and sees a computer. and he immediately realizes that this guy is a villain.
Oh my God!
A computer in a cabin,
guys.
What is this guy up to?
Also, why is the bellhop doing the turn down service? The bellhop is not the same guy.
Those are not his dudes.
Can we also talk about, like, just to talk for briefly about the technology in this movie? All of the computers.
Do you mean the fiber optic converters?
Fiber optic converter is amazing, but they were all of the computer prompts were English.
Yes.
They were like, the computer would ask him time to initiate, and he would type in now. like everything was like conversational.
Yeah, instead of clicking on something.
There was no commands. There was no it was just everything was conversational. It made everything the computer did was like, warning, we have a problem.
Well, there's a guy in India he's communicating with.
It made me so furious. Every screen would say stuff that was like literally as if the computer was talking language to the typer.
My favorite line of the whole movie is Alex confronts William Dafoe and
please start calling him Willem.
Willem. And Willem,
I'm begging you.
And Willem goes, he has something in his hand. He goes, it's not a gun. It's a computer.
Yeah.
And it's like, and he's wearing basically a Nintendo Power Glove. And then he's like, okay, I'm gonna just go round right now. And then he types in like some in his hands, and then like walls start shutting.
And then the door, he has instant access to close individual doors on the boat with the Super Nintendo controller that he has strapped to his arm.
By the way, at that moment, Jason Patrick, I don't know if you noticed this, but fires the gun at him, is willing to murder him.
Yes.
At this point,
immediately
willing to murder him.
He should be willing to murder him.
Well, he hasn't done anything at this point.
The only thing that he knows is that this guy is interested in getting his golf clubs on the ship, and it's weird that he is not watching the golf game on the TV.
And he set up some fake fires on the ship. That's all he's done. He's made people abandon the ship and set up fake fires. He is going to straight up murder this man. There's one line that I wanted to point out, which was Willem Dafoe says to Alex. He says, I don't know what it's referring to, but he says, "I'm a smart guy, Alex, and even I know that." I'm pretty sure the line should be, "I'm a dumb guy, and even I know that." Like, if you're a smart guy and you know that.
Like, no doy, I know that.
Right
as a smart guy, like, no doy, we all know that.
I think you are right, Scott, that they did not have a script because there's lines that they're so weird. There's one opening shot, like after people have been like hurt on the ship, a guy comes over and goes, "Here's some more giant towels." And just like puts me like, I was
some
like,
more giant towels.
Here are some more giant towels.
Jan de Bont being like, "Okay, you come over, you say something like."
He probably says, "Go refer to those giant towels." You're like, "Jan, are you sure you want me to say something about giant towels?"
He will say giant towels. Then the camera will very quickly move to see somebody else. Like, there are whip pans in this movie that are just like jarring.
Well, nothing makes sense. Even the oil tanker that they're going to be crashing into, they're watching TV or movies about boats crashing into boats.
I didn't notice that.
Oh yeah, when they're on the oil
ironic
tanker.
TV.
Yeah, they're watching.
They have their TV sets to the ironic channel that you see in so many movies.
It's like somebody in an airplane disaster movie. Like, oh yeah, I'm just watching this DVD of airplanes blowing up. I hope that doesn't.
I'm really bummed I didn't get to. Like, I bet if there's a Jan de Bont commentary, I bet it's amazing.
Oh my god.
I think he stopped working. Like, he only made like 2 more movies.
Well, he became
this,
a DP.
He was a DP.
No, he was a DP, and then
he went back to it.
Back
oh,
to being
really?
a DP. Yeah.
He's like Rennie Harlan. Like, Jan de Bont and Rennie Harlan are, like, to me, the same person.
They would have given them anything.
Foreign, like, directors who made a big splash and then kind of, like, shit
Their
the
second
bed.
movie is the worst.
Yeah.
Leonard Part 6 was a movie he directed.
Oh, what?
Jan de Bont? Jan de Bont, didn't he do
he
Twister?
didn't direct. He couldn't direct.
Cinematographer. He was.
Thank the Lord.
As a director, he only directed 6 movies.
Well, he did Speed and Twister, which were successes.
Yeah. Yes. The Haunting, Lara Croft, Tomb Raider, The Cradle of Life.
Ooh.
And he's in right now pre-production on 5 Minutes to Live.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. So he's back. He's back.
Guys, let's all get auditions for that.
This is it. 2 men conducting a bank robbery inform the manager she'll be killed unless she makes a money transfer within 5 minutes.
Sounds like Speed 2 in a bank.
Yeah.
Also, That's a really short period of time for a movie. That should be like a Funny or Die short. Like the 5 minutes to live. Like
Maybe it is a Funny or Die short. It doesn't say.
A 90-minute movie that takes place within 5 minutes.
All right, let's talk about this boat. The big scene at the end. The big scene at the end.
The only reason for this movie to exist.
The 10-minute. Did anybody time it?
Yes, it is right
so
here.
long. It is an eternity.
It feels like an eternity.
I guessed 10 minutes. I wrote 10 minutes.
I guess infinity.
June, you want to take how long it is?
I'd say about 12 minutes.
Okay. Well, it is a 5-minute.
time-
It is a 5-minute scene when it starts crashing. When I think it starts hitting the dock.
Oh, okay,
okay.
but there's a lot of lead up to that.
There is a lot of lead up, but okay, yes. When the boat, if this what we're talking about is when the boat smashes into land.
Right. They direct the boat into like a little.
There's
harbor.
got to be 5 minutes before that where they're like, "We're going to crash." Though.
No, there is. That's when they're hitting all the boats, and by hitting the boats, they're slowing down inexplicably.
And by the way, they're dropping the anchor for the first time. This is actually
That was a brand new idea.
Yeah. Oh, hey, what if we drop this anchor?
Oh, and wait a minute. Drop the other one. Oh,
Why don't we drop both at the same time? You fucking idiot!
It's stuck.
This movie, it cost $25 million to do this sequence.
Just this sequence.
Just this sequence.
What?
$25 million. It was. It took 6 months to build this town that they crashed through. They built 35 buildings, and then the boat. Basically the boat. It's the whole front of the ship, and then they CGI'd in the back of the ship. Runs through the entire town like on a track.
Thousands of people must have died.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like hundreds of people were killed if this was real.
If it was real, but that's the point. Is like every single time it crashes into anything, it's like an episode of the A-Team. You see someone jumping out of the way.
Yes.
You know,
every cliche.
No one dies in this movie.
Every cliche you could possibly ever see in this final boat thing, like people having sex and
the open close sign.
Oh yeah, open close.
The guy like flips a close sign to open, sees the boat, flips it back to close.
the guy who has a brand new car who's like, oh, my car.
Which, by the way, I have Kulop's sister's son staying with us, who's 2 years old, and he was running around during this movie. And, you know, it was a pretty grim viewing. None of us were laughing at anything. The guy says, "My car!" And then the anchor drops into his car.
And then the dog
He bursts out laughing like it's the funniest thing he has ever seen. And he doesn't really understand comedy or anything, but he just knew the cadence that was a joke.
That's amazing.
And I believe that guy was a cameo from the first movie. Like he I think had his car also destroyed in the first movie. I think.
Okay.
Well,
it
during
seems
that
like
sequence, we also follow that little dog.
By the way, he's coming out of he's also coming out of a 7-Eleven, which is like in this weird island. Like everything's like really rustic, and then it's like this weird 7-Eleven.
I wonder if 7-Eleven paid for that at all.
But yeah, that little dog who we watched try to escape pops up out of that car and makes it in the end. Thank God.
But the guy's not excited.
Thank
He wasn't like, my dog. He was like,
I don't think
my
that was his
car.
dog.
My wife.
The mom and the son who are looking at an apartment with a real estate dealer, and the boat. The cruise liner plows right through their prospective home. Like, those people are without a doubt dead.
No, they jumped out of the way.
Nope, they jumped out of the way.
I was curious about those two because they're looking at an apartment in this resort town. There's no father figure there. Like, I wanted to know about their story.
What's their story?
Let's follow them.
Oh, and also, I want to point out that at one point the ship knocks over a giant champagne bottle, and when it knocks it over, like, champagne comes out of it.
Right.
As if they would make a giant sculpture of a champagne bottle, and they're like, "Well, we got to fill this up. We got to make this 7 like it's."
Why aren't the young street toughs who live in this town like going and poking holes in this thing?
It's not like
trying
a
to
water.
get wasted.
Oh man! Oh, I forgot about my favorite action sequence in the whole movie.
Okay.
The turn the wheel sequence.
Oh, underwater, turn the wheel?
The most boring action of all time. Basically, Jason Patrick and this other guy, Dante, have to unscrew a wheel, and they can only do it at 15-second intervals, and they just keep on cutting back to them, like, turning it for like 3 turns, and the other one comes out and turns it. Then the other one comes out.
I wonder if Dante's camera got messed up.
You know, it was waterproof.
Oh, it was?
Waterproof
Oh, thank
camera.
God. Thank God.
Oh, thank goodness.
So the whole city is destroyed. The ship stops. It hits the bell on a church.
Bong.
Everything is okay.
And the guy
relatively.
Well, but first they plow into the city and the ship stops, and we think everything's okay.
They would
And
have killed so many people on the beach, let alone in every building they destroyed.
Oh yeah, I mean
but then
structurally,
the ship starts to fall over too.
Oh, yeah.
And that would have killed another 100,000
sure.
people, at least.
For sure.
And then they have to go back and basically Jason Patrick is like, jumps out the front window of the ship.
Which, by the way, the Willem Dafoe had left the ship on the dual jet skis that we all know and love.
Yeah.
With Sandra Bullock, probably 3 hours earlier.
Yes.
Jason Patrick jumps off this boat that's just crashed, gets into another boat, catches up with them in 90 seconds.
And he's like, gotta find my girlfriend.
Time is pretty elastic in this movie, though. Like it's dinner time when when Willem Dafoe, I think, starts evacuating people, and then he goes on a walk through that ship. Then they walk outside, and it's morning.
Day. Yeah.
It's like 11 a.m.
This movie is a dream.
Still walking
That's
around.
true. The whole movie is kind of just a dream. It's like the movie is 2 hours and 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's a long movie.
I lost my mind.
Yeah.
Was
this
come on.
before Titanic?
It was, yeah.
2007, I believe this was.
Which,
sorry, not 97.
Titanic actually just, shows you how a ship crashing, you can actually have tension because
so well.
there would be people drowning. There, it was actually really good in telling you how people were going to die and be in peril in that movie.
Well, let's take a commercial break. We'll be right back. And now it's time for a commercial break. And this is actually a commercial break that's very easy for me to do because I love the product. Who here is fans of Comedy Bang Bang? Everyone, right? If you're an Earwolf listener, you know what we're talking about. It's one of the best comedy podcasts out there, hosted by Scott Aukerman. And guess what? Now it's an actual live TV show. That's right. On Friday, June 8th at 10 p.m. on IFC, you can watch Scott Aukerman with your eyes, not your ear eyes, and you can see his brand new show with amazing guests, people like Zach Galifianakis, Seth Rogen, and even me. I am on the show. The music is done live in-house by Reggie Watts. It's really, really good. There's a sneak peek of an episode with Amy Poehler on IFC.com, and you should definitely check that out, or check out IFC's Facebook page. And then stay tuned afterwards for Bunk, which is also a really funny game show with a bunch of improv comics doing absurd challenges and getting ridiculous prizes. It's funny. It's good. I guarantee it. This is not me selling you on something that's bad. I'm not telling you to go watch something that you're not going to like. This is quality entertainment.
Welcome to the Pepsi Next Audio Taste Test. The next best thing to trying it in real life is trying it through your ear holes. Pop, says the Pepsi Next can, as you tilt it back and sip. A whiff of effervescence softly whispers, relax, my dear taste buds, relax. Together we can beat thirst. Instantly, the taste registers. A sweetness Lady Justice couldn't have balanced more perfectly. And you ask yourself, is this why artists paint? Is this perfection? When suddenly, from the nether regions of your mind, you hear cries of, is this too good to be true? But, like Mother Nature comforting an orphaned lamb, the writing on the Pepsi Next can reassures you, I may have 60% less sugar than regular Pepsi, but this cola taste is real.
All right, so this movie, now we're in the final act here. Willem Dafoe's getaway. Again, like, now you're just like, when is this going to be over? Like, what is
He also keeps taunting her about her vacation. He's obsessed with the idea that she's on vacation because he says to her several times, enjoying your vacation?
Yeah.
Or he says, like, how do you think your vacation is going to be different now that you're a hostage?
And he also says, you'll never get me, Spider-Man.
Do you think when he's first talking to her at the bar in that opening scene that's what he was talking about? Because I don't think we actually hear dialogue.
You're probably right. She probably said, I'm on
vacation.
Which, by the I don't mean to go back, but I feel like we skipped the worst dialogue in the movie.
Oh,
the extended metaphor when he's about to ask her to marry him, where he's saying, can I order a la carte? Well, no, you're going to have to order from the menu. Well, what if I wanted to order something from you? Well, it depends on what section you're sitting in.
How's the service? Am I going to get tips?
How didn't they get lost in the middle of that? Because it goes on forever.
I could not follow.
By the way, everybody at the table is watching them.
Yeah.
And like listening. It was like,
well, his final proposal though is no better. When he says, "Do you want to wear this ring for a while?"
And by the way,
the worst line I've ever heard.
By the way, props to whatever pants he was wearing because that ring.
Props to the pants.
Because that ring stayed securely in his
Mad
pants
props to
pocket
his pants.
the entire movie. Like he kind of shoves the ring in his pocket very early on.
Mm-hmm.
He has been tossed out of windows. He's been under the boat. He's
And
been
for
fighting
people who
off
haven't
giant.
seen it, it's not in a ring box. It is in
No,
a
it's
pouch.
just a ring. Yeah.
It is in a pouch with like one clasp and open flaps.
Which is not how, as a man who's proposed to a woman, you want to carry your ring.
Yeah, of
You want
course.
to be a little more sure of it.
Hey, you want to wear this for the rest of your life
or something?
No,
Yeah.
do you want to wear this for a while?
Wow. And she goes,
you want to shove this on your finger for a couple of weeks?
And she goes, for how long? He goes, 50 years. Like that was his. He's like,
Like
That
we'll
was
be
such
dead
a
in
bummer.
50
That
years
was a
probably.
bummer.
What? You
It
want
is-
us to die
I'm
at
telling
80?
you, he actively hates her.
Yeah.
By the
Do we
way,
have to be married after we're
He
dead?
would rather, like, have his adventures than be with her or
And
protect
she
her.
is in danger solely because of his actions.
She's in danger. All they needed to do is get on
Get
the
off the
lifeboat.
boat. Get off the
on that
boat.
lifeboat.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, wait a minute. Something. And she's
Someone's
like, wait,
breaking
what?
the
And he's
law.
like, go over there, do that. Like, he literally, like, throws her away like garbage. Repeatedly. Literally throws her away like
By the way, the only thing that they could really take from the first movie is that is that famous line, which I'm going to butcher, but is that line is like, relationships that start in extreme circumstances don't work. They say that about 4 times in
He
the movie.
says it to the deaf girl when she tells him
Yeah.
that she
Yeah.
loves him
Yeah.
and will be 15 soon.
Which at the very beginning of this
i.e.
movie,
good to go.
the fact that she broke up with Keanu Reeves proves that to be true. But they keep saying it like it's a cute thing from the movie. No, they don't work. Obviously,
didn't work. Did not
and
work.
that's a bummer for those of us who saw the first movie.
And we're
that-
rooting for them.
I've heard that Jan de Bont is making a Speed 3, but the characters in it are Jason Patrick and the 15-year-old girl.
Right,
They are
that
a-
shot when that girl takes off her her jacket
talk slower.
Oh, yeah.
Talk slower.
is
Oh, yeah.
so upsetting. And the sequence when they first make eyes at each other from across
Oh, and he like
across
he,
the dining room.
it's
What do you
like-
want her to
guys,
do? Make ears?
No, guys, it's a meet cute. Jason Patrick, a grown man, has a meet cute with a 14-year-old girl from across the room. He is more interested in chatting with her via sign language than talking to the woman he's having
Who's
sex
hanging
with,
on
who's
him.
sitting next to him. It is absolutely disturbing. And then when he saves the little girl, she basically is like, I want to be with you. Lolita
15.
is already in the mix. Like,
Yeah, we've already laid down some
I
track here.
swear to God,
And
Jan
he
de Bont is
basically
like,
says-
the real couple in this
Yeah.
is the girl.
Yeah. And but his response, like you said, is not like that's not appropriate, that's
Yeah.
not possible. It's just like these aren't the right circumstances right
Yeah.
now.
Yeah, he's keeping it
But he's
alive.
keeping
He doesn't
That's
want to
what I'm
close
saying.
the
Keeping a
door.
window open.
Speed
Let's not
3.
close this, yeah.
Speed 3. It's Lolita. It's on an airplane.
But the airplane it's a commuter jet and it only has 30 minutes to get to where it's going. And then the saddest death scene of all time, like Willem Dafoe, Wilhelm Dafoe's plane gets stuck on like an antenna,
Which is impossible.
Yes, totally impossible. It gets stuck on an antenna, and
Defying the laws of physics and of man.
100% gas comes out, and it explodes up a giant tank. Like nothing in this movie, everything explodes here in this movie. Like they hit a sailboat at one point, and the sailboat explodes into a fire. It's a fucking sailboat.
Yeah.
Where was the
Yeah,
gas?
but then you
There's
cut
no
to
engine.
a raft where the people who own the sailboat are like successfully.
Don't worry,
rafting
they're
away.
fine. They're
Yeah,
fine.
They're okay.
But yeah, so it's the worst.
Wait, my favorite one of those was when they're the boat is screaming through the like where all the little boats are and stuff, running over boats, and there's a dude on like jet skis or a wakeboard rather. The dude on a wakeboard is being towed, and the boat cuts across, cutting the boat and the guy off, and you just see in slow motion as the guy on the wakeboard like jumps up and like clang hits right into the side,
of the boat
of the cruise liner.
But it's also useless action too.
It's useless, and it's also like, how did you not see this cruise liner this close?
Everyone's on their vacation. Obviously, we did not like this movie.
Hippies, get the hippies. Remember the hippies, the hippie boat?
Oh, the hippie
with
boat.
the tie-dye guys.
Yeah.
Peace.
Can I just say? Can we
Gotta
talk
be
about?
messing with my head, man.
Can we talk about the very end of the movie, the last shot of the movie?
Yeah, sure.
Sandra Bullock is back with Tim Conway. She's in her driver's test again, and they can't resist like adding one more joke because she drives off, it fades out, and you hear crash.
Yes. From a bus.
From a bus. Ostensibly, she is dead.
Yes. She's like, yeah, you hear that crash.
And other innocent people are dead too.
Yes.
So obviously we did not like this movie, but some people did. So it's now time for a second opinion. These are reviews culled from Amazon, 5-star reviews. I want to point out that one person who really liked this movie is Roger Ebert. Siskel and Ebert
They both gave it
this
thumbs up. The only critics in the world.
The only critics. This movie has a 2% on Rotten Tomatoes. Roger Ebert says, movies like this embrace goofiness with a sensual pleasure.
Sensual? Hold on, Roger Ebert.
And so on a warm summer evening, do I.
Ew. Did he finger someone to this movie?
Grosso.
Yeah, that was that movies to finger to, speed to, quick as girl. All right, so these are some reviews from Amazon. This is from S. LeMay. Honestly, this movie is amazing. I'll keep it brief and honest. Patrick, better than Reeves. Defoe, better than Hopper. Bullock, better than Bullock.
What?
5 stars.
Amazing.
That's a joke review. That's good.
Well, wait. To be fair, he might be saying that she was better than Jim J. Bullock's performance in the first Speed.
In the one where he gets raped in the van?
Yes.
This is another one from Ronnie Clay. Now, these are written back in the day. These are not new ones.
Okay.
America, y'all stupid for not loving this movie. Look up the word talent. It's better than Titanic, I'll say.
Look up the word talent. Hold on.
And he goes, it was fun trying to see those two guys turn the cruise ship hard to the right so it wouldn't crash into that other ship.
No!
What was really exciting was the cruise ship wouldn't stop once it reached the beach, and it kept on crashing into buildings and wrecking little boats. 5 stars.
Oh, God.
I would like to follow up with that person now and be like, do you know that this is what you were doing in 1997?
And finally...
This is how you wasted your time.
Hammy Big Fan writes...
Hammy Big Fan.
Dude, this movie rocks. It's got everything. Sandra Bullock and boats. That is why this movie is
everything.
awesome.
Those are the only
5
two
stars.
things
It's
that
got
he wants.
everything. Sandra Bullock and boats.
Is there another movie that has Sandra Bullock and boats in it?
He must have been disappointed by
The Lake House. He loves it.
Hope Floats, right?
he loves
Or at
the
least
Lake
he was really upset by Hope Floats. He's like, it seems like there should be Sandra Bullock and something.
There's the two things I love in this movie.
So those are some second opinions. If you guys have an opinion about this show, log on to iTunes and rate our show. It helps us, I guess, in the whole world of iTunes. It's an important thing to rate and review our show. And your reviews have been great already, but give us a rating and review. We appreciate that. All right, now, would you even recommend anyone going to see this?
I don't know. It's so long and so boring of time that I would almost say no.
There is zero excitement in it. I saw it opening day because I just saw every movie that came out back then. And I didn't remember any of it. I watched this again with totally new eyes. So there's not a single scene that is exciting. I mean, nothing.
No.
Usually in a bad movie, there's one thing that you go, well, that was pretty cool.
Especially like an action movie. Like you would assume that at least some of the action will sell you on bad dialogue or bad whatever. But
it's
this
bloated.
is just...
It's bloated in every sense. It's a waterlogged. How about that?
Oh,
I'm taking over.
June, what do you say? No?
I don't know. I think it's kind of watchable. It is long.
It's watchable in the sense of it's not like I guess a boring movie. I mean,
I stopped it so many times that I was like,
I fast forwarded because I was like, this is like deadly.
Yeah, the action.
I don't know.
I would say if you want to watch it, just watch Speed 1. You know?
Yeah, Speed 1's better.
Yeah.
Scott, this is a new feature we're going to do. We'll see how this works. What is your favorite bad summer movie, like a big blockbuster that you felt did not work? Do you have any things
that's really bad that I like?
That was like that. Yeah, something you might recommend, like a Batman and Robin, a Wild Wild West, anything like that sticks out to you.
I love The Rock and Con Air. Those are actually like two really good ones to me. I mean, Con Air is not good.
No,
but The Rock is technically a really good
I really
movie.
like The Rock.
The Rock is great. Con Air is great.
Con Air is great while being terrible.
Yes. I mean, it is like...
I love that movie.
We, back in the day when Mr. Show was happening, we would go to...
Here we
Mr.
go.
Show. We would go to movies.
We know you knew this guy, Mr. Show, whatever.
We would go to movies dressed as whatever was happening in that movie. So Paul F. Tompkins, John Matta, B.J. Porter, and I went to see Con Air dressed as convicts in prison jumpsuits.
That's amazing.
That's amazing.
Oh man, Con Air. We should watch that. That would be a fun one to talk about.
That's actually really good.
We have to get get back to Nicolas Cage. I'm a little worried. It's been a while.
It's been some time since we talked some Cage. Scott, you have a brand new show on IFC coming up, which I'm sure you just heard
This Friday at 10 p.m., Comedy Bang Bang. This Friday we have Zach Galifianakis in it, Will Forte, Andy Daly, Gillian Jacobs, myself, Reggie Watts. But every Friday at 10, but I hope people watch it.
It's going to be great. And so if you like the podcast, you'll love the show.
And even if you hate the podcast, I think you'll still like the show.
Hey, look, yeah. You may,
look, I get it.
Yeah. You're open to anybody liking the show.
Sure.
Yeah.
I understand.
Watch it. Just watch
Whatever
it. Decide whether you hate it or not, but just watch it.
Yeah, guys, watch it.
By all means, let me know if you hate it immediately.
Just so
Get on a
people can
message
just
board.
tweet at you how much they dislike what you're
That's the best thing about Twitter is it's like everyone has your email.
All right, so definitely watch Comedy Bang Bang on IFC. June, anything you'd like to talk about?
No.
What about Burning Love? You're great in that.
Oh, I forgot. Burning Love is a web series I did with Ken Marino, Janet Varney.
It comes out this week.
It comes out this
Really
Monday,
funny.
June 4th on yahoo.com.
Yeah, and
Excited about it?
burninglove.com as well.
Yes.
I've seen it. It's really fun.
It's really, really funny. If you like The Bachelor and The Bachelorette, you will like this a lot. Jason, you're still in The Dictator.
I'm still in The Dictator. They have not cut me out.
When does that happen? Because I'm waiting until then.
3 weeks in, they're going to cut my part out completely. Yeah, go see The Dictator. It's in theaters now.
I am on a movie that just came out on Friday on video on demand and in 75 movie theaters called Piranha 3 Double D.
I didn't know it came out.
Oh, this Friday. Well, it just passed.
I'm sorry.
So, Prize, if you wanted to see what happened to my character and how I became friends with Ving Rhames in the sequel, you have to wait till about 30 minutes into a 65-minute movie. But you can watch it.
65 minutes?
It's pretty short. It's, I think, 70-something minutes all told. And there's about 12 minutes of bloopers. I do think that Piranha 3 Double D has one of the best lines in history spoken. I will not give it to you, but you can watch it. Said by Katrina Bowden from 30 Rock.
Will you do a podcast about that movie, do you think?
I feel like... I
are you
wonder
staying
if I
away
would,
from your own project?
I feel like I would get in trouble on some level if I did that.
I'm excited. I'm excited. I'm going to get that VOD.
VOD. It will not be in 3D, but there are plenty of boobs. Plenty of boobs.
Right.
Plenty of boobs.
Yes.
Fantastic.
I love
there you
that.
go. We're all...
I like at least 3 per person.
It's all like a Total Recall. It's all 3 boobs. Scott Ackerman on Twitter, Miss June Diane on Twitter, at Paul Scheer on Twitter.
I'm not on Twitter, guys.
Yeah. And a big shout out to David Finn, who donated some money to Earwolf. Thank you for doing that. It keeps the shows running. Dave Steffi, thank you for pulling our clips. Cody, thank you so much for being an engineer. Thank you so much. See you later. Bye-bye.
This has been an Earwolf Media production. Executive producers Jeff Ulrich and Scott Ackerman. For more information, visit earwolf.com.
Earwolfradio.com. The wolf dead.
You're listening to today's podcast for free, mostly in part to our good friends at Squarespace. That's right. They are sponsoring today's episode. And whether you need a landing page, a beautiful gallery, a professional blog, or an online store, cha-ching, it's all included with your Squarespace website. Whoa, did you hear that? Would you hear what I just did? I made a cash register sound with my voice. I know a lot of you thought, holy shit, Paul, did you have a cash register in studio when you recorded this? No, I didn't. It was all vocally done. I am the next Michael Winslow. All hail me. Cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. That's all with my mouth. Anyway, start your free trial today at squarespace.com and enter the offer code BONKERS, that's BONKERS, to get 10% off. That's right, Squarespace. Set your website apart. Come on, do it. We saw the shadows, so you know what that means.
Schwarzenegger grow a baby in his belly, rock a rhinestone vest while whipping Justin to Kelly, or maybe see a burlesque show with Nick Crow and take a bubble speed to hitting cruise control. J-Man, Big Paul, and the beautiful June, gonna take you from the goob all the way to the room. Ran the games of Street Fighter, helped to blow off steam, just a sucker punch the odd life of Timothy Green. Sharknado, the birdemic, how we staying alive. They call it in the badass, and he's on the line, cranking 88 minutes cause they cool as ice. Cause a bad Jim Varney looking kinda nice. Paul and June getting literal, Jason is getting laid. June is making sure all the monkey shots getting paid. They judge a bunch of movies while they're making the grade. Here's a real question for you, how did this get made?
Our LA-based home with an amazing crowd for the first in our special two-part series, movies from the 90s about superheroes from the 40s that no one gave a shit about. To join me in tonight's dissection of the Alec Baldwin superhero classic, The Shadow, I am joined, as always, by my co-host, Jason Mantzoukas!
What's up, jerks?
What's up, Jason? Are you excited?
I just caught a flurble on my Pokemon Go. Back there.
I did tell the audience to not catch Pokemon Go during the show.
Yeah, guys, put your phones away. Do not catch Pokemon Go.
And by the way, I will tell you, there's a shit ton of Pokemon here in the theater.
They just say "fuck you" in the theater.
That's our audience. They don't yell fire in the theater. They yell "fuck you" in the theater.
This audience is like, no, do not make us choose between our nerdy pursuits. Because that could threaten us. Pokemon Go is a legitimate threat to nerdy podcasts.
By the way, it's a threat to everybody.
It's a weapon of mass destruction.
And I'm also joined by June Diane Raphael. Hello, June! Welcome, June. How are you?
I'm good. How are you, Paul?
Very good, thank you. I'm surprised that you're not wearing your normal fedora and red mask. The Shadow, you and you share a very similar fashion sense normally. I mean...
Ouch.
Oh, wow. Wow. We are 30 seconds into this.
Guys, you're seeing a full-on slam fest out here.
This is the roast episode of How Did This Get Made? Where you bring us out and then just trash us?
Guys, I was just trying to make a funny little starter. June, you look great, as always.
Thanks, Paul.
We have... What?
I didn't say a fucking thing.
Whoa. Oh my God, they're gonna fight so hard
This is uncomfortable. We have a very special guest joining us tonight. You know him from Saturday Night Live. Please welcome Pete Davidson!
All right.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, here we are to talk about The Shadow. And
oh boy.
For those who don't know it, very simply put, this is a movie about a hero played by Alec Baldwin.
Very simply put? I want to hear what comes next.
I tried really hard
to write. It is not simple.
I tried to write the simplest explanation. That it is a hero played by Alec Baldwin who is a shadow, and he stops an atomic bomb attack in New York in the 40s. Light up your llamas. We have a lot to talk about.
Is that your new catchphrase? Light up your llamas.
Light up
We've
your
got a lot
llamas.
to talk about.
Well, because the
llama cigarettes.
Yeah, llama cigarettes.
Oh, I'm aware. to the most erotic billboard I've ever seen in my life.
That mouth was like a puckered asshole, or
that face pussy is what that was. That was a total face pussy.
King Kong would fuck that mouth if he was attacking the Shadow's version of just
I am gonna have wet dreams about that mouth. And the smoke rings coming out from it.
There it is.
I'd climb a mountain for a llama. How sexual is that? Look at that mouth!
It is like a blow-up doll.
The billboard is begging for it.
This movie is really interesting.
Is it? And that's a real question.
I think what I found interesting was in watching the movie like tonight, I'm like, well, here's what superhero movies were, and this is why people never thought that superhero movies could be successful, because they were so bad. Like, this is like, to make a movie in the 40s, but also, they take away arguably one of the most interesting things. You meet up with Alec Baldwin, and he is like the head of an opium trade.
What is that? I rewound the movie, assuming I'd missed something. Spoiler alert, I had not.
I mean, when we're introduced to him...
Long fingernails.
I hate those fingernails.
You do? I was like, I bet June's gonna like these fingernails.
The issue with them is like, okay, they're long. Like, I can get behind that.
Sure.
Opium and like, they might need to be long. Maybe
Sure.
they're being used as spoons.
Okay.
But what I can't understand...
But we wouldn't need them on all fingers. Like,
do you
you
think
wouldn't
long
need...
nails are part of the opium trade?
Well, I know that sometimes, like, cocaine addicts will have, like, one really long nail to, like, sniff
Okay.
coke up their
A huge coke addict in the audience.
Check it
out. If anybody needs drugs, talk to that person after the show.
I thought he had these long fingernails because he just likes to play, like, guitar, you know? Just
Oh,
like,
like he's like a flamenco guitarist?
Why are they painted?
Oh. No, this was like, this started weird, got weirder, and I did not care for it.
I just want to play a second of just so you get the idea of...
Not too much, Paul.
I think they're kind of dope.
Here we go.
They're pretty cool.
I promise you, I'll bury them beside you.
What?
Kill him.
Those nails.
They don't even seem painted to me.
Hey, that's the villain from Die Hard who ate the candy bar.
Yes! I was so psyched because I was like, there are like two, like Asian actors working, and they were in every movie. Like, that's the guy from Lethal Weapon who tortured Mel Gibson, and that's the guy from Escape from or Big Trouble in Little China. Like,
And
they were
that
in
other
every...
guy also plays Kung Fu Panda's dad. In but he's a stork, I believe. And Kung Fu Panda doesn't realize that it's not his real father until the second movie.
The stork
Don't worry
delivered
about it.
Kung Fu Panda.
What's that?
Did the stork deliver Kung Fu Panda?
No, he didn't. He runs a noodle bar.
Oh yeah, I know that guy. Right.
Of course. Wait, I'm sorry. Have you guys not seen the Kung Fu Panda movies?
Not a one.
Okay, we're gonna need to talk about that.
What I'm seeing for the first time now is, does Alec Baldwin in this section of the movie have the prosthetic nose on?
No.
Oh, I
When
thought-
he's
But-
the shadow?
When he
turns into Stephen Baldwin?
What if all the Baldwins could morph into other Baldwins?
That's what it looked like.
Well, it's so weird because they don't even you wait until the very end of the movie. They're oh, he's not wearing like a weird mask. His face is
That's
just
his
morphing.
transformation.
Yeah,
Why?
They never established that.
Why does that happen?
Okay, because here's the thing.
And I mean this with all due respect. Why the fuck does his face change in this movie?
Because here's the really confounding thing. If he is a hero that can become a shadow, that means he can't be seen.
Correct.
So why does he need a disguise?
Don't
Why
know.
not just become a shadow?
Right?
I would argue that this movie is full of those questions. Like, why would he need an elaborate system of pipes, pneumatic tubes all over the city?
Oh, you mean the 45-second montage?
Of someone just putting a note in a pneumatic tube. It like shoots all around the city to a larger bank of pneumatic tubes, and then the guy's like, oh, here it is, and then he puts it in another device that then eventually gets to him, and then
there's
he goes...
10 of them.
Yeah, there's 10 tubes.
At which point, Alec Baldwin has to put on a dark suit, put a scarf over the lower part of his face, and morph the upper part of his face into something weird. Like he's wearing a wooden mask.
But then he also goes to get the message from the pneumatic tubes, and the message is a little guy on a TV. He's like, hey, someone was killed. Later. Like, there was really no information that you couldn't get out of a newspaper, or just, why didn't even know why that needed to be a secret message?
I think my best guess at this movie is that Alec Baldwin had been living a really bad life for a really long time.
The actor Alec Baldwin?
No.
Yes. Oh, no.
I don't know
think
the
that's
character's
well
name.
documented.
The Shadow. And so he then somehow, some way becomes a shadow. And then...
Wait, that's the part I really want to talk about.
Okay, all right. His guru, whoever that guy was who showed up, somehow changed his perception of his life.
Well, Jim, would you argue that maybe some of these questions would be answered if they didn't eliminate the montage, the training montage? Like he basically is kidnapped. Then there's a title card. It's like, and then he became the Shadow.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're in New York, and it's better.
I guess what I'm saying is he becomes this sort of Dark Knight, where he is doing good things as a former bad person.
Is the villain in this movie a knife?
That's what I wrote down.
Actual knife, yes.
I wrote that. Like the knife is really the only constant.
Because the guy, the other guy is just like not a bad guy.
No, he
He's
likes
just-
suits
Yeah.
and good whiskey.
Yeah.
No, bourbon.
Oh, bourbon. Sorry.
No, I could not. I really had so much trouble figuring out why Alec Baldwin became the Shadow, why he was chosen, why they went to him to get him, to bring him to the temple, why we lost the whole thing, why Genghis Khan's relative showed up and was like, oh, you're actually this ancient guy from like so long ago, but you now look like Alec Baldwin because our hero needs to be a white American man?
Yes.
He used his powers for such stupid fucking things. He showed up to a dinner, and the guy's like, you're always late. And he was like, I was not late. And the guy's like, oh yeah, you were right on time. And it's like, what?
Well, and that's my problem with the movie, too, is...
He is the worst user of power. I mean, there seems to be moments where he could get out of anything. At one point, when he's caught as a shadow, like not like in the shadows, literally as a shadow, he freezes and stays there long enough for them to throw something at him, and he's like pinned. His shadow gets pinned to the wall.
His shadow gets pinned, and which is his cloak or whatever. But then he doesn't just walk away from it.
No,
he just is now like, busted.
But meanwhile,
and
the beginning of this movie,
that cackling laugh, and then he gets caught. I was like, you're terrible at this.
His strength, like he could in the beginning when you the first fight scene where you see the shadow is, I mean, just to give you an idea, I mean, the tone of this movie is all over the fucking
You could
place.
tell they were going for Batman in the beginning.
Yes, it
In
feels...
the very beginning, it was very Batman.
It feels like Batman, and like a Batman with like maybe like a third of the budget.
And how much did that guy love shooting that machine gun?
Oh,
that guy fucking loved it.
By the way,
the director
I would
was like,
love-
go. He was like, ah!
I would love to have a job where I get to shoot a Tommy
That
gun.
looks fucking sick.
No, I mean, we haven't even gotten into Tim Curry's character, but man, when he goes nuts at the end with his Tommy
Fat
gun.
Tim Curry? Tim Curry.
These people, like, I feel like the only way I've ever pictured someone shooting a Tommy gun is like, like you have to be mental to shoot it. You can't just be like, brah, brah, brah. You have to,
And then he shoots his own car.
Yeah, he's not in the car. You're already in that.
Yeah.
So this is like the idea of how scary this character is. Just to get an idea of the tone of it at the top.
Show yourself, fella.
You murdered a policeman, Duke.
Who said that?
Did you think you'd get away with it?
It's a very short bridge.
Did you think I wouldn't know?
You don't scare me! You
You will go to the 8th Precinct House on 2nd Avenue and surrender yourself. And you will do it now.
I got that! He's hanging them around. Oh my God! Oh my
of the Shadow really never shows his face again. Like, I mean, he's never this intimidating or bad or like he's punching people at all. Like, I don't. Yeah, he doesn't really use his powers.
He doesn't do anything.
And this is interesting. He seems to he recruits a lot of other shadows or shadow adjacents. I don't know what they are.
Shadow pals.
Shadow friends. I don't know who those people are.
Yeah. Peter Boyle's his homie.
Peter Boyle,
But they seem to also have done something wrong.
Yeah, why is he always like, where to, boss?
But also, Peter Boyle, you would think, oh, that's good. The cab seems specially outfitted to be like the special shadow cab. But then, like, later on in the movie, Peter Boyle's just like picking up regular fares.
Yeah.
Like, he's like, hey, look, I'm not gonna put you on the payroll. You gotta work for a living.
Well,
But
here's
if I
the
call
thing.
you gotta come
We
run.
understand at this point in New York City, cabs are the only way that people travel. Whether the high-class playboy that Alec Baldwin is when he's not the Shadow, when he is the Shadow, he's in a cab. Chinese warriors are constantly getting into cabs and being like, go, go, go. It's so weird.
And by the way, Chinese warriors not out of their costume.
No! They're wearing armor in a cab. Like hailing a cab, Chinese warrior armor.
Like out of a
that car.
textbook. And then there was one great scene where Alec Baldwin's like, I think I'm being followed. And he like kind of does like a thing where he like looks in a mirror to see the guy in the gigantic military wardrobe. Like of course that's the guy following you.
Oh,
he's not blending in.
Is it because of the metal clanging on metal that you hear 15 feet behind you?
But there was a thing in the cab. Do you remember this? Like in the beginning of the cab, like he's recruiting one of his shadow friends. And he's like, ha 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 ha, and he gets the guy out. And then the next scene, he's like sweating. He's like, ugh. Like he's immediately upset. And then Peter Boyle's like, you okay, boss? Like, Cobalt Club. But it's like his personality is all of
the transformation between him, like almost took something out of him.
Again, I would love to have seen what we missed in the montage where we understood some of his powers.
By the way, it's only, does it say
7 years.
months? Oh, years?
I
7
think
years
so.
later? Okay, that makes more sense.
Someone says yes.
But so what was he doing in New York City before he left for Tibet?
His dad says I didn't ask.
He's got that big giant townhouse. So are we to assume that he's this rich New York kid who goes off to Tibet and becomes a drug warlord?
And by the way, how did they
Serious.
accept him into that? I don't think a white guy could get into the opium trade that easily.
Not just get into it, but dominate.
Just like, yeah, this guy, I like him. I like the way he thinks.
You know what I'm gonna do? So I'm gonna like do semester abroad in Europe. Then I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna graduate. I'm gonna go to Tibet. I'm gonna corner the opium market. I'm gonna become a vicious warlord. I'm gonna be recruited by a shadow organization to become a mystical being that is the embodiment of a Chinese warrior from like I don't know how far back. Then I'm gonna come back to New York, live in a giant townhouse, and medium fight evil.
And it
Why
seems
do you
to
wait?
me.
I have a question though. You've said it a couple of times. Why are you saying that he is embodying?
Isn't he?
What? You think he's Alec Baldwin?
Isn't Alec Baldwin like this? Doesn't he have like the spirit of some ancient warrior in him? Isn't that what he trained or what he got?
That's what he turns into?
No.
No.
I don't
I think they just
This
like
movie's fucking stupid.
They just kind of like shot him with stuff. I
I
think.
all this time I'm allegorically speaking, not allegorically speaking, but I keep thinking of it like Iron Fist, the Marvel character Iron Fist. So he gets a ancient power that we didn't see in that montage.
Well, you're really making a lot of assumptions.
I'm trying to make sense of it. I was trying to make sense of it because I wanted it to add up.
Well, look, we should throw all sense out the window when the first kind of main bad guy we meet is a knife that has a face.
Yeah.
And that's it. And that knife comes back a lot.
Yeah.
And he never learns the lesson that maybe the knife that's just powered by itself, you shouldn't fight that. Like that, I think the knife has the advantage at all times.
The knife was terrible special effects.
Wait, but what was that knife? I'm always bad with this. What was that knife in? He played the dad in Terminator 2, that knife? Yeah, he's really good.
And he was a waiter in the Blues Brothers.
Oh, right. Yeah. It's a good knife. That knife is good. He's
That
been around.
knife's great.
So the guy. Wait. Now I'm thinking that maybe he was he a police officer?
Who?
Alec Baldwin.
No.
No. Okay.
I think he's supposed to be.
All right, scratch that.
He's like Bruce Wayne kind of socialite playboy, I think.
I mean, he drinks a lot. He definitely drinks a lot. Like, he puts away 2 martinis every time.
Yeah.
Like, they come out, here's 2 martinis. Don't even finish it. Here you go.
Well, he's always leaving. He's always coming late and leaving early, so he's got to get his drinks in as quick as possible.
I thought that this movie was full of, like, this, like, chin acting. Chin and eyebrow acting.
Yeah.
A lot of arched eyebrows and a lot of cocked chins. Like, you know, and I don't know... but I'm on board with Alec Baldwin's portrayal in this. I liked the craziness of this character.
It's not his fault.
No, he's great. I want to show you.
I heard that's the reason though that they didn't give him Batman.
Really?
Like on the next come around was because his shadow performance.
It is. I guess it has a little bit of.
He's Alec Baldwin the fuck out of this role. You know what I mean?
It is. It's like Jack Donaghy from 30 Rock. He's in a superhero movie.
I met a girl and she could think, and I have to run away. That was the most insane thing I've ever seen. He literally was just like, you like my dress? He's like, I have to go. She knows I like her dress. Fucking pussy.
By the way, Penelope Ann Miller never...
Is that who that was?
Yeah, she never not... I felt like she was wearing a nightie the entire time.
I don't know, I was 1 when this came out. So.
This is, take a look, this is the Alec Baldwin acting.
Acting.
I'm onto your plan, Con. You still don't have the beryllium.
I love it, I
Without
love
it, you can't complete the bomb. Besides, you know I'm gonna stop you.
Americans are so arrogant. You think your meaningless, decadent country is the new cradle of civilization. But let me tell you something.
That's the U.S. of A you're talking about.
I am talking about ruling the world.
I'd like to give you a name. Leonard Levinsky. Brilliant psychiatrist. You'll talk, he'll...
are boring me to...
And there's the knife.
Like, you could have added... you could have added to any of Alec Baldwin's lines just at the end, lemon.
Well, I think
That's
I've
the
never
US
seen...
of A you're talking about, lemon.
He was
Totally
trying to be
works.
really funny in this movie.
I think he was, and there's
He was really trying to be funny.
Like, I feel like there were, like, legitimate jokes in it. Like, there's one time where she, like, Penelope Ann Miller's like, I had this dream, and my body was hot, and whatever. He's like, I had a dream, I ripped my face off. All right. I laughed hard. I was like,
that was great.
That was really funny.
That was good.
I thought the movie came alive when they were able to banter together.
I agree.
Yeah.
I want to see more of them
But
together.
why was his uncle the police commissioner or father? Okay, uncle. Why was he so disgusted by Penelope Ann Miller?
Yeah, no, Jonathan Winters was like, oh, here comes a trash bag full of nonsense. I don't even...
upset
I don't
by
even
her.
know what you would see in her.
She's
Beautiful,
a stunning,
smart
beautiful
woman.
that just walked in.
But even his presence, like, if you took Jonathan... I mean, by the way, huge Jonathan Winter fan, but if you took him out of the movie, it would make no difference, because he does nothing. He basically is like, I hate this shadow, and they're like, there's no shadow. Oh, okay, there's no shadow. And then that was one scene. The next scene, he was like, oh, someone got murdered here. Didn't ever really investigate it further than that. And I think you see him a little bit later, and he's just like, he's eating again, and the shadow is late. Like,
He's always late.
There's no. You feel like he shot all of his scenes in like 2 days. Like, that was it.
Not even.
I was wondering too, where did she get those powers from?
Well, I wrote this down.
I think, now, I might be right. I think she's a reincarnated Chinese spirit. Okay.
I wrote
Ancient Chinese.
It would have been better if she was like the knife's daughter. Like, that would have been cool.
My mother was a knife.
Yeah.
What do you mean? Well, you ever see Kung Fu Panda? How he thought his dad was a stork? 4 people in this movie are telepathic.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
That's a lot.
Which is crazy.
Like,
yeah.
you don't really want to. Like, it loses because it's a coolness factor when 4 people can read each other's minds.
What about when he was in the water and he was like, I'm drowning? And she was like, he's drowning. And then she drove all the way there.
And if he could shoot his memory out there, why wouldn't he just do it to a guy working on the docks? Like, dock worker, save me. I'm going to shoot it way across town. And then he has a place where he can breathe air out of a bullet hole. Yeah. But he immediately goes away from that. Like, just
to
hang
go
out
to
by
the
the bullet
door.
hole.
To go to the door, which is still locked.
Yeah.
You know how you're gonna know when it's unlocked? She's gonna open it. So
And all the water will be gone.
Keep breathing. Yeah. By the way, when she opens that door, the force of that water coming out would explode her body into mush. The door would ricochet out onto her, flatten her into just person mush.
My favorite was when Alec Baldwin was explaining to her how to open it. Yeah. Through the way he was like.
And it was not a complicated door.
Oh, yeah. Fucking dumb bitch.
The door was simply a circle. Turn one, lefty loosey, righty tighty. Like, that's it. Not hard. I did want to just talk about this moment here, because it comes into play, but Penelope Ann Miller does a 2 a.m. visit to her father, and this is this moment.
Dad,
Does she wear that dress the whole movie? That's what I'm saying. She's always.
You said I look good in green.
No, this is green. That's red.
Red, green. Well, to me, it's just a clean shirt.
Which wire?
I don't remember. I just don't remember.
Pick one!
Oh, well, what the hell? It's usually green.
No! Green! This is green. That's red.
I've got to try to remember that.
What a good callback.
So, my issue is...
Right? That touched my heart at the end. That was really nice.
Is he colorblind, or is he just too preoccupied in science to know the difference between colors?
I would love to be in the writers' meeting. We'd be like, I got it. He can't see green and red.
But he doesn't say, like, it would be so easy to go like, oh, well, you know, I'm colorblind. He's like, oh, to me, it's just a clean shirt. And then he's like, I got to remember that. If you're colorblind, you can't.
Well, by the way, Paul.
You can't train yourself because you're colorblind.
He didn't. It does posit the theory that he forgets what colors look like.
I have to say, Paul, you've had trouble admitting you're colorblind.
I guess you're right. Didn't want to bring this up in front of all these people.
Whoa.
But yeah.
No, but I think it's an uncomfortable thing to admit. I think it's
I'm not
hard.
as bad as that. I know the difference between red and green. Like, you're wearing a beautiful blue shirt and green pants.
But
Like,
you're a little bit colorblind, and I think as a colorblind person, and I'm not one.
Oh, thank God.
And thank God. Thank God. But I imagine it's a strange feeling because you don't know. Like, you're just being told you're colorblind all the time.
Yeah,
you're not walking around
And
missing
colors.
colors.
Can you imagine if you lived in a world in which colors were a lie? When you saw things, they were lying to you?
So scary.
Wow. That's really deep.
Maybe I keep it under wraps too, because when I say, hey, is that blue couch? You'd be like, no, you see blue? That's weird. You make me hermit in my colorblindness.
I maintain your colorblindness is a little bit more subtle than this.
Yeah, that's a giant one.
It is. It's
Yeah, no,
blue and
you would
purple.
definitely
It's
know
blue
how
and
to
purple.
disarm a nuclear weapon.
Done it 3 times. By the way, that nuclear weapon was the dumbest. The atomic bomb that rolled like the Indiana Jones ball through a hotel.
That was so stupid, and also that the guy goes through to be like, well, but I mean, like a bomb like that would be impossible. I guess unless you did this, and you did this. And then it's like fade out and fade into, someone has built that bomb. Oh, this movie was dumb.
Hey, everybody, we have to take a brief break in the show to have a word from our sponsors. You know, we are lucky to have a sponsor like Squarespace. Why? Well, because they're the fucking best. Okay? Seriously. You're going to go make a website yourself. You're going to go buy the domain name. You're going to go graphically design it. No, you're not. You're too lazy for that. There's so much TV to watch. There's so many books to read. There's so many friends that you need to make. So why don't you use Squarespace? That's right. Squarespace will hook you up with whatever you need on the web. You want a store? They got it. You want a blog? They got it. You want a beautiful gallery to show off your work, your portfolio? They got it. You want a landing page because you don't even have a website, but you want to have a presence in this world because we are only defined by our social media descriptions of ourselves? Well, guess what, people? Squarespace is going to help you. You're an actor. You want to put a headshot up, create your store. You want to make, your shirts for sale, whatever. You could do it all. And why? Because it's easy, right? You can create it with a very simple, intuitive process. I guarantee you go to squarespace.com, just play around, see how it works. And you'll be like, oh, cool, I just built a website. Just like that. It's just that easy. Plus, they have a free custom domain. That means that you're going to get your name that you want. You sign up for a year, they're going to give you that domain for free, okay? Plus, they have these amazing templates. You just start designing from moment one when you get there. Seamless commerce tools, but I've already told you all of this. The best thing that I love is the 24/7 customer support, okay? These are people who know what they're talking about. I've talked to them. They have helped me. They continue to help me. So, here's the deal. What are you waiting for? Start your free trial today at squarespace.com and enter the offer code BONKERS, that's BONKERS, to get 10% off your first purchase. Squarespace.com, offer code BONKERS to get 10% off your first purchase. Squarespace, set your website apart from the other ones that suck. That I added the last part. Have you heard about Now Hear This? Now Hear This is the first ever podcast festival that I know about. I'm sure there may be other ones, but I know about this. It's basically going to be like the Comic-Con of podcasting, taking place this October. It's actually October 28th through the 30th in Anaheim, California. All your favorite podcasts will be there, including How Did This Get Made? So for all of you people out there who are like, come to our hometown, we want to, we probably never will. So why don't you come to us and see us do a very special big show with some other amazing podcasts? I'm talking WTF. I'm talking Lauren Lapkus. I'm talking a lot of shows that I can't even mention yet because they're top secret. But if you want to get your tickets early, you want to get that early bird special, do it now. Head on over to nowhearthisfest.com for your discounted tickets. But be warned, come August 1st, those tickets are going up in price as new names get announced. So get in on the ground floor. Get your tickets today. Come see us in Anaheim. We have a very special, fun show planned. I think you're going to really dig it. All right, now on to the show.
I guess we should get into Shere Khan.
Sure.
The
last living relative of Genghis Khan?
Which seems to be impossible because... I don't know. It feels like, well, here's my issue. He speaks perfect English. He seems very attuned. What?
Everybody speaks perfect English everywhere they go in the movie.
Yeah.
Even if it's like Chinese Warrior 1 talking to Chinese Warrior 2. They're going to choose to speak English to each other and be like, he went that way. Okay, I'll go this way, you go that way. Okay, cool.
And it also posits a world in which those people were not living in New York City. They somehow came. I guess my whole thing is...
How did he get an army of warriors? I kept wondering that.
Well, look, I don't even understand why he had to come in Genghis Khan's tomb. That made no sense. So, was he in there for a long time, for this ruse? Because...
You're saying there are other ways to get here.
Yeah, just get on a plane.
Yeah.
It didn't seem like he was a mummy. I thought, this is Genghis Khan come back to life.
Was he ancient?
No.
He wasn't?
No. He was the last living relative.
Why did... Okay.
And he just chose that as transportation.
He's like, it's cheap. Don't want to buy that first class flight.
I genuinely now am really curious and have a little bit of fear that I don't understand what is going on in the movie. The Genghis Khan
You're
guy...
going to have a June moment.
I'm going down the rabbit hole. I thought he was like a very old ancient warrior guy. That's what led me to believe part of this.
I did
So why does he know Alec Baldwin? Why does he know who Alec Baldwin is?
Well, because I think he came from the same place that Alec Baldwin...
They were both trained by the same guy.
Yeah.
When were they
he
trained,
did say
though?
that. He
During
said,
that
I
7
killed your
years.
master, right? And I think that's why he took the knife. Again,
Got
we don't
it.
see any of this.
But it
We hear it
happens.
all as a quick line of exposition in between scenes.
That's how he has the knife.
Okay, fine.
But he is born, in the same.
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
But
For some
why come
reason-
in
Well, I'll
in
tell
the
you
tomb?
why you thought that, because he
doesn't make
came
any
in a
sense.
tomb.
Yes, in a tomb in like ancient armor.
Yes, but that was again just the way he got there.
Yeah.
And then he does a bunch of Garden State shit where he's just always like on the floor matching the rug and then, in the wallpaper matching the wallpaper. I'm like, all right, we get it. These guys are into blending, I guess.
My favorite was the cops bit of like closing the little portholes.
Oh, yeah.
For like 35 seconds.
But it seems like he drew so much attention to himself. He could have just come in the Brooks Brothers suit. I mean, he wants to get his nice suit and drink some. I don't know. I thought he was Genghis Khan for a long time.
I did too. I thought he was Genghis Khan.
And by the way,
for
why not?
like 15 minutes. Yeah.
I thought so too. He did say he came in Genghis Khan's, whatever it is, sarcophagus or whatever, in order to like gain some of his power or something like that, didn't he? Yeah. Okay, he gave some half-assed screenwriter's reason for like, that's how I came because I got some power from it.
His main power, though, seemed to be like that he loved getting people to kill themselves.
Yeah. Oh.
Loved it.
The Empire State Building scene, I think, is one of my favorite scenes ever in a movie. Like, a Navy guy walks by, is like, "Hey, nice hat, toots," to Shere Khan, and then that's his name, right? Is it? No, is it? Sure, Donkey Kong.
Shaka Khan.
So, Shaka Khan. And then, he's so upset that someone called him a lady. He was like, "Get up, get up." And he makes this Navy man climb over.
My favorite thing is he goes...
with his fingers miming the walk.
Finger walking gesture to tell the guy, climb up over the fence and jump off.
To which the man jumps off the Empire State Building, and then immediately as he's falling to his death, they cut down to Alec Baldwin going, "It's all falling into place."
And you see the guy going boom, boom, falling and hitting the building twice.
And which leads me to believe... We just upset a Mongolian. Somebody just exited the theater very angrily. But that leads me to believe that there was at some point more humor in it.
Should we wait for him?
Let's just wait. Just kind of kill some time until he comes back.
Well, the weird thing
seemed
about
like a
that
fan of
guy...
the
I don't want
show,
him to
yeah.
miss any.
Yeah, let's go.
The weird thing about that guy killing himself is that everybody else seemed to kill themselves happily.
Yeah.
With pleasure.
No, this guy really was like, "Get me down! I don't want to do this." I felt bad for him.
Stop me. I felt really bad. That guy's been in everything too.
Yeah.
That actor.
From the Mad Men and a bunch of different stuff. Yeah. So then...
Okay.
Yeah.
How about the guy in a fight? This is the thing that infuriated me because you've got a hero. We should say this is based on an incredibly popular radio drama or radio
serial,
show,
whatever, yeah.
serialized radio show of the 1940s, 30s.
Which, by the way, you could argue the reason why he was invisible was because it was a radio show.
Exactly. So in order to put it into a visual medium, a hero who is not seen, the only way to see him is see his shadow. They are constantly constructing ways for people to shine lights around a room. There's a whole fight sequence where people are fighting and one guy picks up a flashlight and he's scanning the room, and every once in a while he'll catch the shadow. And then it goes away and then it's back. That was making me crazy.
But then at certain points too, when he was beating the shit out of everyone on the bridge, he just seemed like a super fast, kind of Tasmanian devil kind of thing, like Ant-Man.
Yep, he had a kind of smoky presence, which was cool. I was into it.
But then sometimes he's a straight up shadow, like a pancake shadow,
And then sometimes,
a one dimension.
And then sometimes he's a human shadow.
Yes.
And by that I mean Alec Baldwin with a prosthetic nose and a mask on his face.
I still don't know why that happened.
That was a mystery.
And in my justification, I was like, ooh, I wonder if that's what the ancient warrior looked like, and that's him coming out. Don't know anybody. I'm confounded by the mythology of this character. Clearly.
June, what did you think when he ripped off his face?
In the dream sequence?
Yeah.
I hated it. It was horrible. It was just horrible. I watched this movie in segments of like 10 minutes at a time.
Why did he have nightmares, though? They never explained that.
Why did he?
Yeah, he just always had nightmares.
He was always envisioning himself as the bad guy, because I guess he was a bad guy, but he was envisioning himself as that bad guy, not himself.
Well, he has a nightmare.
Yeah, it's like
he has a nightmare about being. It's him, Alec Baldwin, in the bad guy's armor, like warrior armor.
Yeah.
Like in a fight in my mind in the very distant past.
Oh, I was thinking of it more like, how can I be fighting this guy? I am this guy. Like I'm equally evil.
Well, I think that was the idea, that that's his internal struggle. Like, am I good or am I bad?
It's a bummer how impossible this movie is.
Well, at the end, again, going back to your point, which I agree with, which is the knife seems to be the ultimate bad guy. The knife is the guy who hurt Alec Baldwin in the beginning. The knife comes back, and at the end, they have a full... By the way, this is the worst ending ever, because it is just two guys battling with a knife that they can both mentally control.
Wait, is this Hall of Mirrors as well?
Yes, Hall of Mirrors.
There's also Hall of Mirrors, which I was like, why is this? What?
Well, I was doing some research, or I should say Nick Kiley was doing some research, and I was like, this ending is shitty, and then I found out it was because the earthquake of 1994 destroyed the set, and they were like, Hall of Mirrors.
That's sad.
Yeah.
Wow.
So that was, yeah. So that was
What was
that.
it going to be?
I don't know. The other interesting thing
We
was...
haven't even gotten into like how that building became invisible.
Sure.
And then
That's a power he didn't seem to have before.
And then also the building was invisible, but it also seemed like it was a hotel or a club. Like it had like a big logo on the front.
It was a hotel.
So that's odd. Like if you're gonna psychically create a building that you would also monetize it.
He's not creating it. He's hiding it.
But it was under construction when
it was a bit. No,
He hypnotized everyone.
To think it was gone, but it was, I believe, his base of operations.
But I thought when he pulled the cab up to it, it was just an empty lot.
Yeah.
This is hurting my mind.
Okay. I don't want to continue this discussion
It
much
doesn't make
longer,
sense.
but it was an empty lot because we, as the viewer, are also seeing what basic civilians are seeing, which is an empty lot.
That's the whole
But wait, so he had
Baldwin's like-
somebody go there and hide a hotel like years
Paul.
Guys, let's just all leave the room for a second. We'll let Paul and June.
Now the hotel was solid blue, right? What?
They've been hypnotized.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes, I get it.
So he didn't have someone go over there and tear down the hotel. They have been hypnotized to not see it there and to just see like a construction pile.
The hotel had always existed.
It was never not there, Paul.
But I'm asking about the people who were staying in the hotel. What happened to them?
No, we're checking in at 12 p.m.
But they were like, what if they were like, because it seemed to happen in the middle of the night. So if they were sleeping, they woke up.
Why don't you meet me in my room? I'm in room 201. No, I don't think there are no guests in the hotel. It's just the bad guy's lair.
All right.
This was a $40 million movie. The budget for this movie was $40 million in 1994, which is like $93 million today.
That is crazy. I'll reveal more of my dumbness if I ask questions about this hotel.
Both of us. I feel just as dumb.
Because I guess my question is this. I know he's hiding it. I get that.
long.
Well, he's
what?
only been there. He only arrived at the Museum of Natural History for a couple weeks ago.
Whoa.
Wait, you say
What was
6 years you've been hiding it? Hold on, wait, why is it?
Hang on. Before we even go to this guy, is there something fundamental about this movie's plot that we are missing?
Oh wait, hold on, all right. Hold on. Wait, who has
Can
said
one
that?
person succinctly explain what we're missing?
You think you can, or you think you can? Wow, you both. Oh, you both. All right, well, we'll have a duel. We'll see. Wait, if she gets it right, you can't talk. All right, come up here. Here we go. Kumite, you wanted to kumite off? And now you come close. I want to keep you both close here so you can both kind of go off. All right, so here we go. They're not going to fight, but... all right, so tell us what we're missing. Here we go. What's your name, by the way?
I'm Kate.
Kate, nice to meet you. What's your name?
Honey.
Honey, nice to meet you. Kate, tell me... Kate just complimented your name.
Thank you, Kate.
Say something nice about Kate.
Oh my God, what? Are you guys falling in
She
love?
says that Kate looks very pretty. Okay. All right, Kate.
Did we just make a love connection?
All right, so Kate, go for it. And at any point, honey, you go, and I'll go to you.
So in the scene right before the title came up, when he was in the Severus Snape wig, right, with all the chest hair, the trainer said you are going to change your appearance. And so that's why he did all that.
But he did.
You're not explaining the hotel part.
Alec Baldwin.
It's not a fundamental plot thing.
All right, that's a fun plot.
Okay.
So when Genghis Khan goes to meet with the Shadow the first time, he basically says, after you got trained, the master wanted to take on a new disciple because he saw that he could do it. So he immediately
Wait, I'm so sorry. Can you say that again?
He got immediately trained, and then so he actually, because then they also say later that the hotel disappeared 6 years ago. So basically, Genghis.
By the way, hold on. Kate just said.
Right. Well, she's talking about the hotel. I'm talking about a plot.
Got it. Okay.
Guys,
wow.
Don't fight. You just fell in love.
So he's been in New York actually for 6 years.
No.
The whole
Wait, the movie?
No, guys, no. Guys, no. He's
So you go,
hypnotized people to believe that the hotel has been gone for 6 years.
Disappeared 6 years ago. Disappear the hotel. It has to be somebody that's powerful enough, and Genghis Khan could actually overtake.
What'd you just say?
That's actually pretty good.
But this is like, here's the thing.
Genghis Khan could overtake the Shadow, and the only reason he went into he needed more power because he was draining his power, so he went into the tomb, and
So
he was
he's been
just
sitting
trying
in that
to.
hotel
Why do you know
for
this?
6 years.
You shouldn't care that much about this fucking movie.
I'm just gonna say.
This movie was ass.
I'm gonna say that six people watch this movie. One can describe it. One can explain
I
it.
feel a little better now because, no. None of it.
And the reason why that I don't agree with it is, why did the tomb arrive?
Because
it arrived
it sucks.
by delivery.
Because the
But it
movie
arrived.
sucks.
It arrived via delivery, and the people
no
at the
address.
museum were like, "We didn't order this.
They're
What
like,
is this?
We didn't order it, but
We didn't
open it."
order it."
Right, so if
Yeah.
he needs to go into
Weird
that
security
tomb,
guy, open it.
Why not deliver it to himself?
To the
He's been in New York
invisible
City.
hotel.
Yes,
Deliver
that
it to your
trouble.
invisible hotel.
Because
I don't
then this
know.
movie would be good.
But also, why kill the cab driver when everyone in your organization is also taking cabs all the time? You're keeping a record of where I'm going? There's gas.
Also, why not just be like, yeah, the whole movie is Jedi mind tricks. Why not just be like, forget you ever drove me anywhere? Okay, cool.
My power is suicide. Well, obviously we missed a lot of stuff. I feel like.
Did. But did we?
I don't
think we did.
I don't think we did.
Oh.
This one's a bad one.
What did this get on the tomatoes?
Well, the tomatoes ratings may not have been around at this point. Yeah, it doesn't have a tomatoes rating. I imagine it's. Oh no, I remember I did see it. It was like 30%. Like in the 30s, low
That's
30s.
generous.
The
Cat in the Hat got 10%. So fuck Rotten Tomatoes.
This movie, in the grand scheme of things, is the year that Forrest Gump, The Lion King, and True Lies came out. And according to the movies that we did in this show, it was Street Fighter and Junior beat this movie, but Color of Night did worse than this movie. Just to give it some context.
Hey, everybody, we have to take one more quick break. Oh, credit scores. All right, these 2 words are key to your financial reputation, and you may not even realize how important they actually are, okay? Your credit score may impact important things in your life, from your car and student loans to your mortgage and interest payments. And maybe you don't know what yours is, but Credit Karma does, and they are here to help. Here's the deal, okay? Credit Karma will give you completely free credit reports and scores with no hidden costs, no obligations. They also provide free credit monitoring so you can stay on top of all your accounts and get alerts right on your phone. In fact, over 50 million members have signed up for Credit Karma. That means about the same amount of people who have seen Star Wars have a Credit Karma account. This is a great deal because here's the thing. You need to know your credit score. You just need to know where you're at. You may have subscribed to some CD of a month club, Am I Dating Myself? And you may have forgotten that that's open. You may have a credit card that you forgot to cancel. You don't know. So just sign up. It's easy. You see what it is. Okay? And then here's the deal. With Credit Karma, you get the upper hand. You can improve your score. And if you have a high score, then you can go into any meeting and be like, suck it. Give me a house. Anyway, get your free credit report and scores now by visiting creditkarma.com/value. That's creditkarma.com/value right now. And that's karma with a K. I don't know how else you'd spell karma. So creditkarma.com/value. You never need to enter a credit card, and it's really, really free. Check it out. Today's show is also sponsored by Howl FM. Ooh, I love me some Howl. Okay, Howl is kind of like Netflix for podcasts. Well, what do you mean, Paul? Well, I mean that they have special shows that you can't get anywhere else from amazing guests, all at the touch of a fingertip. Howl is so cool. They have one of my favorite shows there. It's called Hardcore Game of Thrones. For all of you out there who are suffering from Game of Thrones withdrawal, this is the show you need to listen to. If you like hardcore history and you love Game of Thrones, put them together and you get Hardcore Game of Thrones. It's hilarious. I couldn't stop listening to it. It's so well done. 18 hours of Westeros history, and you'll never be confused by a Game of Thrones plot point again. Well, I mean, at least less often. I don't know. Anyway, with Howl Premium, you also get access to more than 150 hours of Howl original miniseries, including shows from Jermaine Clement, Flight of the Conchords, 100 albums, 100 comedy albums. That's pretty fucking awesome. New episodes and albums are released every single week. If you haven't signed up for Howl yet, you can use the code HDGTM when you check out at howl.fm to get a month of Howl Premium for free. But now here's the thing. You got to do it at howl.fm. That's HOWL.fm. You sign up there and you get your free trial. And then after that, it's only $4.99 a month to get all this exclusive content. And let's face it, you need it, okay? That's howl.fm and use the promo code HDGTM for 1 month free of Howl Premium. All right, now back to the show.
Let's go into the crowd here because I think maybe the crowd might have some questions that we can kind of answer.
35%.
Or
35%.
I'll also take answers.
Yes.
Like in a rare
will
How
take
Did This Get
answers.
Made exclusive, like, please give us answers.
Okay, so sir, your name, maybe the title of the sequel, and your question. Here we go.
My name's Rob. The title would be the VO Superhero.
Ooh, I like it.
And I have got so much. He says ha 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 more than the Joker. I mean, he's a cloud at one point. But my biggest thing is Tim Curry.
Oh, yeah,
Why
we
have
didn't
we
talk
not
about Tim
talked
Curry.
about Tim Curry?
Tim Curry was actually pretty great, I think.
I like
It
it.
was wonderful,
Oh, jeez.
but
Yeah, but his suicide, his rapiness, all of it.
Well, it's Tim Curry.
He is playing his character from Rocky Horror Picture
it
Show.
was interesting though that he committed suicide at the end, because then I started to think that he believed that he was going to be reincarnated.
I'm not agreeing with that. I'm not disagreeing with that, yes.
He wasn't.
Wait, hold on. Tim Curry guy's getting back up.
Being,
Wait, Paul.
Because he
Paul,
wasn't
just because
being-
he stands up, you don't need to go there.
Good point. That's a good point. I go back. Thank you, Jason.
Because nobody was forcing him to commit suicide.
Nobody was forcing him to commit suicide.
He did
at a
that
certain
willingly.
Point, at a certain point started to feel like, and they spoke to it specifically, was he under the bad guy's power was he basically under the Imperious curse the whole time? I was trying to figure that out. No, the case was no.
What a great excuse for being rapey. I was under this curse.
Yeah.
Sir, your name, your title of the sequel, if there ever would be one, because it was a planned trilogy, and your question.
Wow.
Yes. It was a planned trilogy, and they had a bunch of merchandise ready to go. Toys, lunchboxes, everything. And then when it
Merchandise for an
failed,
invisible hero?
What merchandise?
Oh, look,
they
I have
killed it all.
I have it right here.
I feel like it's big. Empty box. Just fedora. Yeah, all the kids running around with fedoras.
Oh, wait, watch this.
Mom, can I get Ian McKellen for Christmas? My Ian McKellen action figure? And he doesn't know the difference between.
It comes with a red and a green wire.
But you get to see it in his version, which is just 2 gray wires. Okay, here you go.
Name's Nathaniel, and actually, like I was gonna say, that's a trick question because there would never be a sequel.
Okay.
Yeah. My thing is,
Calm down, everybody.
we skipped a part at the beginning where it's like a harem and it's an opium den. They bring the guy in, his faithful guy he grew up with, gets in front of him. They tell him to shoot him, right, to kill him, and then
Alec Baldwin says he's like, you're like my father. Shoot
By
him.
the way, he couldn't have been like his father because he's only been there for
6 years. Everything in this movie is in 6-year intervals.
Is his father also the knife?
I want to see the movie with a knife.
yeah. So then he shoots him, and then he tells a joke in like a foreign language, and everyone laughs about it. And I was just wondering what you guys thought maybe the joke was.
Ooh, that's a good
You
question.
want us to tell you what the joke was.
The joke was, after this movie, they're gonna make me Batman.
Does anybody
That deserved more.
Did anybody tell us what the joke was?
Anyone know?
Anybody speak Mandarin?
Yeah.
It's
No
not
one knows.
It's
No
not
one knows.
completely impossible to assume.
It kind of is like a low rent version of, I guess, what that movie Doctor Strange will eventually be. Doctor Strange. In a way, I guess. No. All right, here we go. Sir, your name, your alternate title for the movie, and your question.
All right, name's Jeremy. The movie would be Shadow 2, the parts that make sense.
Nice.
Jeremy spoke at the show today. Woo, woo, yeah, woo, woo.
Like a lot of the movies, I think there is an entire second movie just of the parts that you're missing from this one. There's the training montage. There's the 6-year buildup that's Sawan Khan uses to get control over New York and then hypnotize them from a building being gone that isn't explained at all.
So wait, do you
I
think
don't
this
think
movie
he was
takes
there
place
for
over
6
6
years,
years?
you guys.
No, but they say that when the building disappears 6 years ago,
But
he
he's
had to have started
hypnotized people
something.
to believe that.
Yes. Yeah.
But
So
it's
yeah,
not
No,
a real
or is he,
time. It's
or
not
is he,
a real
play,
time
is he
thing.
making you think it went away
That's what I'm
6 years
saying.
ago?
He's hypnotized
But
you
what
to
happened to
believe.
those people who were in the hotel 6 years ago? They booked it on Expedia, and then they get there, and they're like, wait a second.
Don't they say that they sold the building to somebody?
Somebody in the Far East, and then it
Somebody
disappeared.
foreign. Okay, sorry, Jeremy's got this.
Yeah, they said they sold it to somebody in the Far East, and then nobody remembers it being torn down, but it disappeared right after that. So ostensibly, Khan bought it and then hypnotized everybody to it not existing anymore. There's
Why are you so nervous?
It's probably tied to that llama cigarettes, because that's what he uses to hypnotize both of the lanes.
Right? That's true. That is like some sort of antenna.
That may be true. But what may not be true is that he's actually been in New York City for 6 years.
I'm just gonna throw down one more thing.
I could make you.
Why even make the hotel invisible? Just lock the doors. No one will ask any questions. It's not like you would question, like, why is that building here? Like,
well, the whole movie is predicated on things being invisible.
Yeah, but I do think your point is valid, because I think if I were in New York and, maybe a small business owner or...
Doing what? What do you think?
Wanting to open up a flower shop or some such, I would look at that property and think...
Oh, you're going to open a flower shop on that property?
I always wanted to be a flower shop owner in another life. But I would think to myself, God, it's been vacant for so long.
I bet I can get it for
I
a
bet I
steal.
can get it, yeah.
And put up...
Because the longer it stays empty...
And put up a hotel-sized flower shop on this plot.
But I agree. It begs more questions.
do you think maybe it was a metaphor for, maybe people from the Asian American community and like the 1940s were really not seen? Especially in Midtown and having a big business,
Yes.
Thank you.
Paul, yes.
Thank you, yeah. Did we ever get to your question? No. Jeremy?
The question I had goes back to his telepathically killing people or making them kill themselves. He has the taxi driver drive into a gas station directly adjacent to the lot of the hotel that he is taking control of. Why would you blow a gas station up in the building you're hiding into?
Well, I think similarly, when Tim Curry asks him during the final act, is there an airplane that's going to get us out of here? He says, yeah, there is, but I don't think there was. So was he planning on dying with that atom bomb exploding? I guess my answer is I don't know.
What
I
was
think he's
his
okay
plan
with
in general?
I don't know.
Why
Well,
was he
that I
going to
don't
blow
know.
up an atom bomb in New York? What was it?
World domination. He
That's
did
right.
say
he was
world
ransoming. He was saying, "Give me money, right, or I'll blow it." Right.
But he
now."
never really said that to anybody besides
No,
the
it was
shadow.
on the newspaper. It was on the
Oh,
newspaper.
yes.
yeah, it was on the news.
Good. Okay, that's good.
A newsie gave us that piece of advice. That piece of plot.
I gotta go to
development.
these people who are wearing shirts. What do we got? This guy has a shirt that says "A man who belongs atop a pencil." 88 minutes, and then you are wearing the Kumite shirt. I love it. 2 homemade shirts. Okay. Oh my gosh, we got fan art. This is amazing. Do you have a question?
Yes.
Okay. What's her name? Your title? And here you go.
My name is Mallory. It would be Shadow 2, Shad Don't.
Love that.
So I feel like we've all watched this movie and maybe didn't understand it. Where are we going to explain the red rings? Everyone is wearing a red ring, and no one has talked about this.
Well, the red rings are to keep the shadow people together, but then they're also going off at inopportune times that would also call a lot of attention. It would be like wearing the bat signal on Batman's chest.
And there's
so
so
it would be
many-
like, hey, Bruce Wayne, why is there a bat signal on your chest? Never mind, I have to leave.
And there's so many of them that I feel like you would be constantly running into people and be like, "Oh, you're a shadow, bro? Yeah, total shadow, bro."
And the other thing is that we're told in the beginning that
The Shad Bros?
the Shadow Bros are actually only going to be called upon by using this secret exchange of like, it's rainy outside today or whatever that was.
Yeah, I googled what was the point of the hotel in the shadow, and there's nothing. it don't exist.
I would have loved it if, like, while walking through the lobby of the hotel, like Jack Nicholson had been there on a typewriter.
You know what, though? Wouldn't it have been cooler if the Shad Bros did a thing where they would whisper, like a whisper campaign, like, hey, they murdered somebody at the museum. And the next one, murdered, like, and that's how he got information, like,
Well, the thing
through
was,
a
it was
whisper
like
network?
It was a combination of past notes
that disappeared,
pneumatic tubes, and rings that lit up. It was very convoluted.
And imagine trying to put in all those pneumatic tubes. Like, they seem to be very visible. And like, why is there a tube shooting out of that building connecting to it?
And very ramshackle. I kept being like, oh, somebody's got to be repairing these constantly. The pneumatic upkeep alone must be breaking the Shadow's bank.
Guys, can we get a mechanic? And can I get some more Shad Bros that can fix these pneumatic
I will call pneumatic
Also,
too.
You didn't even really save my life. You're just making me do work.
I've now saved your life, so you will fix my pneumatic tube.
I wasn't even standing in the street. I wasn't.
You think I don't see that you haven't fixed my pneumatic tube?
Isn't that guy's got to work there all the time in the pneumatic tube depot?
I love when Peter Boyle his ring goes off when he's with his wife, and he's like, oh, I gotta go. And she's like, oh, come on.
All right, sir. Your name, your title, and your question.
My name is Daniel. My sequel title is The Shadow Knows Too Much.
Ooh, interesting.
So I have a quick comment. One, I think the reason he went to the museum is because he mentioned the Tibetan tapestries were really nice. That's where he got the 6 tapestries to match his floor in his lair.
Wait.
Yeah. He was like, the Tibetan tapestries are really excellent in your collection.
That's not why he was delivered to a fucking
It was
museum.
an inside job to steal tapestries. If that's the whole reason, he's like, all right,
By
so I'm
the
going to
way-
make this hotel disappear, but then once I get that all set up.
I wish that was the movie. Because that, I could be like, I get it. He wanted the tapestries.
An Ocean's 11 of tapestries?
Okay, so then
What
I'm
are
going to get in the
tapestries?
sarcophagus. You guys are going to ship me to the museum.
The tapestries were like the rugs that he
laid down into the Garden State thing, yeah.
Yes, that he's been disappearing into.
Didn't something come out of the tapestry?
Yeah.
He did.
He did.
He made the matching robe.
The squares?
Oh.
Yeah. What was that? I feel like Maroon Shirt has all the answers. Maroon Shirt, do you know what's up?
Hold on, I'll come back to you. Stay here.
Danielle, sit down.
Let's see, maroon shirt. Maroon shirt.
What question?
Do you know anything more that you're not letting on?
I feel like you have answers.
What do you know that,
What's
that
the
we
story
should
of
know?
this movie?
What question do you want answered?
Just what?
What's the story of this movie?
Yeah,
Start from the
happened?
beginning
The square.
and finish at the end.
With the squares, he's doing some sort of like power ritual where he needs to summon power to do something. So he's doing this thing, concentrating on the squares. They come out, they do a little dance, and then they like rush back into the tapestry, and he goes, like he's had some sort of power.
You just described what you saw.
I can do that.
But I mean, we're trying to understand. We understand what visually happened.
We understand from the movie. Like, does that connect it to anything we've seen?
The movie makes no sense.
Is he just?
All right, we're going back to Danielle.
Is Danielle right? Do the tapestries themselves have power that he is
Tapestries.
siphoning? All right. Guys, what's this fucking movie about? I'm furious.
All right, so
well, this is, by the way, now we're getting into the dozens of people who cannot explain this movie. That's a bad sign.
This
Like,
is
there's bad movies,
crazy.
but if you can't even get to the A to B, we're in trouble.
All right, so Alec Baldwin, married to Kim Basinger at a time, right, was in Batman. Batman in the mythology was inspired by Grey Ghost, which was a character based off of The Shadow. Alec Baldwin did this movie as a power play in his relationship. Thoughts?
Great question.
Oh, guys. I love that everybody was like, ooh, burn.
Like, but Alec Baldwin's like, I'm gonna get back at my wife through comics. I'll upset the comic balance of our relationship. Okay. Question better asked without an answer. Here we go. Your name, your title, and your question.
My name is Killian, and my title would be Shadow Revenge of the Knife.
Nice.
All right. So I actually have like a theory on who
Great.
Lamont actually is.
Ooh, great.
Lamont is actually Peter Pan. And
I'm listening.
yeah, let me explain. Peter Pan and his shadow. So Peter Pan and his shadow are two different entities, right? So the shadow of Peter Pan can be captured. So the shadow is inside of Lamont. Okay, so Lamont was Peter Pan.
I'm listening.
In Neverland. All right, he starts growing up. They kick him out of Neverland because he's aging. So he wants his revenge, but he needs funding for his revenge to get back into Neverland. But in that process, forgets about Neverland. All right, forgets about Neverland.
About it?
Yeah.
You are insane.
Yeah, I know, right?
You're an insane person.
That's the only way this makes sense. That's the only way. That's the
It
only way.
actually does make way more sense than
Yeah,
that.
right? Like, so he forgets about Neverland and he just goes on this quest to, he doesn't know why he's trying to like slaughter people and get all this money for revenge because he's
By the
forgot
way,
about Neverland.
I would also watch that movie.
I love it.
Because that adds up more than this does.
Well, because I do love the sort of metaphorical, like reuniting with your shadow self, with the, you know, the bad part of yourself that you don't like to admit, that you don't like to look at, but is always with you. So
he's evil at the beginning,
yes.
right? He's just straight up villain.
We killed his
Alec Baldwin?
Yeah, he kills that guy. He's an opium guy.
Yeah, he has cocaine fingers.
Yeah.
And he's,
He likes cocaine so much that it's just not the pinky, it's all 10 fingers. So at any given point, if one finger
see
gets
that,
tired.
I see that as somebody very generous because they've got it one for themselves.
So he's like a serving tray of cocaine?
Everybody can come and get a little bit. It's like more communal. It's not selfish. Like, here I am doing coke. It's like, hey, everybody, come on, come over here, everybody. Noses are touching. We're all good friends.
These are great, all great theories, all great questions. All right, I'm gonna go back to maroon shirt because we have to. What do you think? What do you have?
Okay, so my name's Tim, and the sequel would be The Lady Shadow, where he trains Penelope Ann Miller to be, now they're like a shadow team.
Yep.
Anyway.
We liked it.
So my comment is when they're in the noodle shop and he's got his business suit on, Alec Baldwin's like, hey, that's the US of A you're talking about, pal. Then they both draw their guns, shoot at each other, and the bullets hit each other, but they didn't make that happen. They like have a bond and look at each other like, oh shit, did that just happen?
Yeah.
Just
well,
thought
it's
we should
because they
talk
were
about it.
trained by the same person.
but were they really?
So, like, wow, so it's a Harry Potter thing. Their wands are connected.
Oh, you think it's because they both have the same thing inside, the same phoenix feather?
Who has a really good question? I see you're okay. You have a good question. All right, you're wearing a cool shirt. I like
One
this.
of them had the elder wand.
Wait, what is this?
Don't worry about it.
Sir, your name, your title, and your question.
My name's Jason.
Prove it.
You recognize the Jason. I didn't realize
I
that.
don't know. Is it? Are you really named Jason?
Yes, sir.
All right. Oh, she's nodding, so I believe it. All right, you're cool. All right, this guy seems to get it.
The sequel would be The Shadow 2, Pissing Away Millions More. And my question, so my understanding of the powers is, as far as the building and
I have a question for you, though. Do you consider yourself to be the Jason of your group?
Yes, sir, because my name is Jason, which is the main qualifier.
So you're probably the Jason of your group. Cool, go ahead.
So, the way that he and the building both would disappear was hypnosis-based. They didn't actually turn invisible, which is why he still cast a shadow. So my question is, why didn't that gigantic building cast a shadow?
Nice.
Bam!
I think
Wait.
I think because
They've been
I don't think the shadow
hypnotized.
is hypnotizing people to not see him.
He's just becoming a shadow.
His shadow is still visible but that's just because of whatever. I think the hypnosis of the building is
Totally
not the
separate
same
thing.
thing
Totally
as
separate.
You don't see me, right?
Now you see me?
Is it Now You See Me 3? Shadow. What's up, Shadow Bros? Revenge of the Shadow Bros?
Who thinks they're gonna have the question that's gonna really knock it out of the park? All right, like the confidence is high with this guy over here. All right, here we go. Final question, I think. Here we go. Final question, because we're not making any headway. Your name, your name. We're further down the rabbit
know
hole.
less about the movie now.
I really feel like, Jeez. Name, title, question.
David, I'm gonna steal from June. Shadow Bros, starring all the Baldwins. Okay, if you want to see a movie about the knife, you can, It was The Golden Child starring Eddie Murphy. It's the same knife, which...
Same actor from the beginning, too.
Yes, which means this is probably a prequel to The Golden Child.
Holy
Wait, is that
shit.
real?
Yes.
It's not the same knife, really. It's just there's also.
I mean, it
knives.
looks... Wait.
I'll find out. They're the same prop.
What?
It's the same knife. Same
No.
face. Same form.
Wait, is this real?
prong
The Golden
blade.
Child, is it called?
Yes.
An Eddie Murphy
I'll
Murphy
fucking
movie.
find out if you're lying.
Eddie Murphy movie with some of the, I mean, it's definitely some of the actors are in the same movie. If this is a prequel to Golden Child,
We have not succeeded in making one lick
Oh my
of
god,
sense.
it is the same fucking knife.
Okay.
holy shit.
So wait.
Golden Child is a sequel
Wait, do these movies take place in the same cinematic universe?
to... That is crazy. That is it.
It might be a little bigger.
That's pretty great.
But that's a good call.
And yeah, because the guy is the guy who's always like making fun of Eddie Murphy is the guy in the beginning who gets shot. Yeah.
What?
Oh my god, it actually says it's the knife from The Shadow.
It's the exact same knife.
If you Google the Golden Child knife, the Shadow knife comes up. But it
That,
looks a
by the way,
little
we made
bigger,
a joke
little
about
bit
it
bigger.
earlier. That knife got a lot of work.
Holy shit.
And it was bad in both movies.
Well, this is amazing. Wow. Obviously, we had an opinion. Let's type in Golden Child knife just so we see. What? Golden Child knife.
Huh?
There we go. So you
So-
get.
no, I need to know if that really happened because I've been doing a lot of drugs, and now I don't know if you said Google.
There it is. Same knife, just so you can see it. Wow.
Why? That only makes this movie worse.
Well, we can buy it for $12.
Buy it.
Guys?
At wholesalesworld.com. Wholesalesworld.com.
I want everybody to reach under your seats. Everybody gets a knife. Murder each other.
Wow.
Only 5 people can leave this room.
Oh, look, to the left it says The Shadow. Yeah.
Yeah, there it is. Wow.
This
All
is
right.
very bizarre. But also the other images. Yep.
This is a very visual part of the podcast.
You were looking for the shadow knife. Want to see a picture of this girl in a bikini?
The second episode where we're just Googling images and enjoying them all. Okay. So obviously we had an opinion about this movie, but there are some people out there that had a different opinion. It is now time for Second Opinions. Okay, here we go. These are 5-star reviews culled from Amazon. Let me just tell you, the reviews for this film were so angry. And they're mad at Batman. They are mad at Batman the character, Batman the movie. They have a lot to say. I'm gonna read you some of my favorites. Here we go. This is from Priscilla Statford. The Shadow is something like Batman, Superman, and the Phantom and other comic book hero movies. But on the other hand, it's very unlike them in that I totally loved it. I've always loved good-looking Alec Baldwin.
I like that qualifier. I don't love not good-looking Alec Baldwin, also known as Stephen Baldwin.
In this
I have
movie,
to say though, he does look amazing in this movie.
Does look very good.
Yes.
He's a hunk and a
beautiful.
half.
in this movie, his acting and expressions are very good.
Which I took both acting and expressions.
Oh, you have to.
Did you
have to
take
them both.
gestures?
I took gestures. Oh, I failed gestures.
And then it goes, you know at the end where Baldwin has the hat, the cape, and the scarf off? His outfit really looks like Neo's in the movie The Matrix. Alec Baldwin looks so cool wearing this outfit with his chrome 45s in his hands. Exclamation point, exclamation point.
This was written by Alec Baldwin.
5 stars. This is from Eric Hildebrand. In my opinion, this is a better film than Burton's or anyone else's Batman. This was written in 2008.
That's a real fuck you to Schumacher right there.
Here are the reasons that it makes it better. 1, a deeper backstory, an even more ambivalent protagonist.
That is simply untrue.
2, richer characterizations. 3, better co-stars.
Yeah.
I mean, there are some good ones.
Yeah.
Jack Nicholson's pretty good.
Yeah.
I liked him. But yeah, I guess I would take
Peter
maybe this
Boyle,
cast.
Ian McKellen.
Yeah, that's good.
Curry.
Yeah, I would take this. All right, that wins. 1 point wins. A better plot.
No.
No. I could argue that we could describe Batman.
Yeah.
Pretty simply. Even from memory. Better special effects. Draw?
Same.
Yeah, same. A more interesting female lead.
Boo!
Is that Kim Basinger versus... I guess she was more interesting than Kim Basinger. She's
Well,
less
she
of a
does get her
damsel.
own, like, you know, when the bad guy hypnotizes her to kill him, like, there's a little bit of, like, business to that. But again, like, why is she so able to get into his house with a gun?
Very easy. Okay, and then this is where it gets off the rails. One of the greatest achievements of this production is that somehow the director avoided the temptation to overlay a modern sensibility onto 1930s characters. Many recent superhero films have imposed a Beverly Hills 90210 or Melrose Place approach to characterization. This is written in 2008. Which is a loathsome idea. More loathsome is that Frank Miller's Sin City approach to character, which can best be described as Mickey Spillane on meth.
Whoa!
Besides predating Batman, the Shadow is many ways more of an interesting character. The Shadow has a couple of .45 caliber pistols and used powers of mesmerism to cloud men's minds. Also, the Shadow wore regular clothes, but disguised himself with an overcoat, a slouch hat, and a scarf, which is way more stylish and less sissy than leotards. 5 stars.
Doesn't Tim Curry call him a sissy?
Yes.
I feel like he uses that word a lot because he sounds like Tim Curry.
Yeah.
He'll be like, sissy.
It's so confusing. I mean, I guess we've already gone over this, but like why the Shadow's power is mind control. Like, why not just be a shadow and lean into that?
See, yeah.
Yeah, just enjoy that one power.
Be a shadow.
And the power of being a shadow. Running around real fast.
Well, you know, he isn't a shadow.
What?
He can become a shadow.
No, I don't think so. All you
that's
see
his
is his
power.
shadow.
Right, but
Oh.
what his power is being just a shadow.
No. This is where we are. We're at the end of the show and have just discovered this disagreement, wherein half of us believe that his superpower is to become a shadow.
The movie is called The Shadow.
Right. All you see, he becomes invisible and all you can see is his shadow, right? But he is a physical, invisible man, right?
Well, of course, he could
He is a real man, but he can become a shadow.
Don't
You know what, guys? I
Don't
don't
get angry.
care anymore.
Okay.
No, this we need to get to the. I will stay here
By
all
the way-
goddamn night.
Of course.
Fuck the other movie. Fuck the other crowd. I only want to get to the bottom of this piece
Who
of
here
garbage.
thinks that he is just a man and, well, I guess the question would be, who here thinks he's a shadow just by applause? Like he can turn into a literal shadow by applause.
Really?
Who here thinks that he just, what do you think, Jason?
Wait, go to the. What's the crawl at the beginning?
All right, the crawl at the beginning is this.
Cloud minds.
So it goes, the price of redemption for Cranston was to take up man's struggle against evil. The Tukul taught him to cloud men's minds, fog their vision through the force of concentration, leaving visible the only thing he can never hide, his shadow.
Yes. Don't worry about it, guys. Don't worry about it. Those of you who doubted me, Don't worry about it.
Well, this is my favorite review because this is someone who truly gets the movie. This is from Eve William, written in 2000. Lone displays a modern version of Iago. He must seduce the hero by joining him. The conquest of a new empire controlling the whole world. Great lessons come to display by Baldwin, and you see Baldwin refusing the temptation and returns to mankind the righteousness in which it deserves. Quickly, you see Baldwin in mind controlling a piece of broken mirror in the final scene that ends the dream of a tyrant. 5 stars.
All right.
By the way,
can I go back to this for one
that
second?
That review is better written than the movie. Go ahead, Jim.
I see where. Okay, I see. Now I'm understanding from the text. But if his main power weren't to be completely invisible, then like why wouldn't he just be a shadow all the time? Like why is he not a shadow all the time if that's the pinnacle of his powers?
I don't think it's, well, he's not a shadow. He
I understand
uses
that he's not
his ability
a shadow.
to cloud men's minds so they can't see him, so that he seems to be
a shadow
everywhere and nowhere. They don't know where, like the guy in the beginning, shooting wildly because he can't figure out where this guy is, and that's why the cackling laugh, and that's why it is all this kind of disembodied threat. But as we see, he can be shot. You know, he can be hit and he starts to bleed.
So you could definitely still stay in the hotel.
He could stay. Yeah, no.
The hotel you could still have like a king size
He could go to bed. He could go to bed. You wouldn't see him on the bed, but you would see the indentation of him on the bed.
And we'll continue this conversation on the wrap-up show. We'll just continue the after show.
Oh.
I guess I'm just shocked at how complicated this power is.
I'm shocked. I don't know from what's happening. I don't feel good about this. I didn't enjoy it. I didn't enjoy any of this. This was.
I don't care to talk about it anymore. Actually. Yeah,
Well, with
really
that,
don't.
I feel with that we can't go any further. We have discussed it. We have talked to so many people here. No one can make sense of this fucking movie.
Paul, can I ask the audience a question?
Yeah.
Just because I'm
Go
curious.
ahead.
By applause, who thinks they understood the movie? Okay, good. Because I really thought they're all gonna applaud and we're idiots.
I'm surprised
But no, I'm glad.
that
I'm
they
glad.
did.
Like 1/4 of the audience got this movie.
And I bet those like 5 people who clapped are like, well, I listened to all the radio plays. They're all on Audible.
Well, obviously, I guess we can answer this question, but would you recommend this movie, Pete?
No.
June?
No.
Really, really genuinely, and I mean this from the bottom of my tiny stone heart, no.
I'm gonna just finish it up and say, nope. So that is a big answer for all you there. If you want to find out more about this movie, you can definitely read the article, the companion piece article, up on /film, written by Blake Harris. I don't know who he's getting yet, but it will be good. As we've just found out recently in Mannequin 2, some really great stuff. Yeah, so he's getting to the bottom of this. But if you want to have anything that you would like to add, you can give us a call at 619-PAUL-ASK. That's A-S-K, Paul Ask, not Paul Ask.
It's not Paul Ask?
No.
No, you sure? Because I've been leaving
I am
messages.
actually I'm gonna put down my foot and say I'm pissed off at people calling Paul Ask with movie-related questions. That is a line for sensuality, and that's a line for adult talk, not movie talk. You call this 619-PAUL Ask for movie talk. Okay?
But
That's a profession.
Paul Ask is where you get dirty dog on the phone.
I get adult with other adults.
Yeah.
That's what I do. And you can listen to the best messages played on our mini episodes. And so let's say where we are going to be. Pete, you have anything you want to plug?
My stand-up special will air on Comedy Central October 15th.
Now, in this, are you totally corporeal?
Are you visible?
No, I'm very visible and very drunk. Enjoy it, everybody.
Wait, you said October 15th on Comedy Central?
Yes.
All right, great. June?
You can check out Grace and Frankie season 1 and 2 are both on Netflix.
Jason?
I got nothing.